The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
These are some of my all-time favorite podcasts. I just have to tell you, I was so excited to have you guys in today. I really was. All weekend, I was giddy. I was giddy thinking about today. So, congratulations on the Netflix series. I am super excited to, first of all, to have that on a mainstream platform is such a huge victory for you. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's all turning in both of your way. I mean, there was so much skepticism just years ago, but now it seems like and even Michael Shermer, you were showing me something that he tweeted today.
Yeah, well, no, he tweeted it a while ago.
Oh, okay.
But you know, he walked back on some of his criticisms of our work.
It was in light of new evidence
Yes.
of the younger driver's impact theory.
Exactly. No, it's been a major challenge getting this show done. But it's the first time I think that these radical ideas have got onto a major platform. And the whole focus of the thing is summed up in the title of the show, Ancient Apocalypse, because we had an incredible apocalypse that hit this planet, and it wasn't just one moment. It was 1,200 years of hell on Earth, between roughly 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. And that is not taken into account by mainstream historians and archaeologists. Something that really changed the world needs to be taken into account if we're claiming to have a full knowledge of the past of humanity. And so I'm just really glad that Netflix has taken this show on, and they're going to blast it out to a worldwide audience. And hopefully that will begin to put more pressure on the academics who, frankly, I'm not a conspiracist, but they do act as gatekeepers as to what may be allowed out in front of the public and what may be not allowed.
Yes, and that seems to be because of the books they've written, the lectures they've given, that they've given all these lectures and they've written all these books that have theories that are outdated, and they don't want to let those theories go in light of the new evidence. They want to push back as much as possible because it frankly weakens their credibility as the arbiters of the truth.
Yeah, I think that's the issue. But there's really some quite sinister things have happened. Because of this show, I got banned from Egypt. That's the very clever way for archaeologists to make sure that no criticism can come in of their sites. Is just of their take on things, is just to ban the critic from coming there. I got banned from Serpent Mound in Ohio. Can you imagine that? I mean, Serpent Mound is a national landmark. People should not get banned from going there.
When you say banned, meaning you tried to go there to film or just to visit?
When we approached them to make an episode of my Netflix series at Serpent Mound, initially they were welcoming, and then they heard that Graham Hancock was presenting the series. And immediately they turned around and said, no, filming permission is refused because Hancock's views differ from our own. Well, I was able to make a virtue of that in the sense that I stood at the gates of Serpent Mound, which were closed, and I read out their letter where they say that just because I don't agree with them, they won't allow me access to the site. Fortunately, we have masses of footage, drones, and other things, and we were able to do the show. But it shows again the limited mentality. People must be very insecure in their ideas if they actually have to ban critics from expressing alternative ideas.
And what is the significance of Serpent Mound?
Well, the first and foremost thing is it's an incredible, beautiful, amazing site, which everybody who can get to Ohio should go and see. It's just the most incredible place. But secondly, there are indications that it's much older than it's supposed to be, and that has particularly to do with the way that the jaws of the serpent line up to the setting sun, because the changing positions of the sunset due to changes in the Earth's motion.
So this is it here?
That's it there. We're looking at that's the head of the serpent, and is looking straight at the setting sun. And this alignment was perfect about 12,500 years ago. It's slightly off today, and that's because of changes in the rising point of the sun over thousands and thousands of years. And that's what they don't like. They don't want Serpent Mound to be older. There's one group of archaeologists think it's just 1,000 years old. Another group think, well, maybe it's 2,500 or 3,000 years old. But the notion that it might be 12,000 years old is something they don't want anybody to hear.
And is the evidence that it's 12,000 years old just based with the alignment of the sun, or is there other evidence?
No, there's other evidence as well. There's material from that time that have been found at Serpent Mound that archaeologists consider it to be irrelevant to the date of Serpent Mound.
Yeah, material, like what kind of material?
Carbon datable material, objects, bits of wood that were burnt. People were there, people were doing stuff. It's clear that that site has been constructed and reconstructed multiple times over thousands and thousands of years. And this is a theme that I've found throughout making Ancient Apocalypse, that when you look at a particular site, what you're looking at is the latest incarnation of that site. But the site itself has been sacred for millennia, and it needs repair, it needs renovation, particularly if it's an earthen mound like Serpent Mound.
And so that is a theme that does seem to be repeated even under modern accepted archaeological understandings of ancient sites like the Parthenon and the Acropolis.
Well, less so.
Less so in terms of the timeline.
Less so in terms of the timeline. I mean, one of the sites we visited for the series is an incredible pyramid in Mexico at a place called Cholula. And it is, in fact, the largest pyramid in the world. Very few people have even heard of it, but it's a much bigger pyramid than the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. It's not as high, but its footprint is massive. So it's a huge, humongous thing sitting there on the ground. And it turns out that inside it are 4 other pyramids that were built on top of what we see now. What we see now was built on top of those older pyramids. And then at the very heart of it is a sort of sacred spring that seems to have been the reason for the creation of that. And we again explore the possibility that the origins of this site may be much older than the archaeological data.
So how long did it take you guys to do this series?
Well, to be clear, it was the series is me, and it's me making it, but Randall plays an incredibly important role in the series. Randall and I are comrades in arms. We're working together against the mainstream to bring an alternative point of view, and Randall is the star of episode 8. And episode 8 is the episode where we bring the whole story of the ancient apocalypse together. The terrible things that happened to this world, the terrible things. That was the time when all the great megafauna went extinct, the saber-toothed tigers, the woolly rhinos, and so on and so forth. They all went extinct between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. And there's evidence of just utterly cataclysmic flooding in North America, particularly in the channels, scablands in the Pacific Northwest. And that flooding came off the ice cap, and something made it come off the ice cap really, really fast. And Randall has just devoted years of his life to studying this mystery, what really went on there. And let's not underestimate it. Let's just not talk about lakes bursting their banks. Let's talk about something huge that took place, and the landscape speaks to that huge event.
And Randall, you've discussed this on the podcast before, but in the interest of making this a standalone show, we should probably get into it before. You came up with this idea. At what year was it when that idea first came to your mind? That remember you were telling me you were on acid. You were looking at how
that was 1969.
Yeah.
And I didn't quite formulate a specific theory at that point.
But you had a thought.
I had an impression. I call it an impression. I was looking at an underfit river. You know what that is?
No.
Jamie, can we do a map? And I'm going to show you exactly what we're talking about. I'm going to zoom in on. Okay, well.
Oh, here you go. Nice. A little HDMI action. Okay.
All right, you're going to learn a new term, Joe. It's underfit river. Okay, so it was a little different back in 1969, but Eden Prairie was a location of an airport. Let me put this on to terrain. All right, here we go. And here we go. So this is the Minnesota River Valley. And I was standing. I actually went back and found a few years ago, found the spot I was standing. And it was right here on this bluff, looking into this valley. Now, if you go here, you can see there's another side to it over here. And if you look back here, you're going to see this is what's an underfit river. An underfit river is where the modern river is diminutive relative to the channel that it's flowing. And the channel was part of what they called the spillway of Lake Agassiz, which was a gigantic meltwater lake that formed in that interval that Graham was just talking about. So this is the modern Minnesota River, which is a fairly substantial river, probably close to the Colorado here that runs through Austin. But you can see the channel. The channel is huge relative to the river. A few geologists have worked on it and concluded that the meltwater flow through here was 4,000 times greater than the modern flow of the Minnesota River. So anyways, I was standing here looking out into this, and what I saw was the modern river entrenched within a couple of banks, and then I'm looking at this huge channel, and I just had this impression that, was this a huge river channel? You know how, because see, when I was looking 3 miles across, there's another set of 200-foot high bluffs matching the ones that I was standing on. And then below me was the modern Minnesota River with its banks, which were like miniature versions of the bluffs. Now, it was a full decade before I actually came back to the idea, as I was beginning to learn more about catastrophism, which was still very much in the seminal stages back in the, say, the 70s. You know, we've learned so much more about the catastrophic history of this planet since then. But then I began to think, well, and this was before I even knew about Glacial River Warren, it was called, which was the flow through here. And you can actually, I took Graham, we went there. We chased.
We did indeed.
We did. Right up here by Ortonville is Big Stone, see Big Stone City? So this is the southern outlet of Lake Agassiz. And this was one of the outburst floods, many outburst floods of gigantic flows of meltwater coming off the ice sheet. Big Stone City. Now when you look at names of lakes and towns and places, oftentimes there's clues, like Big Stone City and Big Stone Lake. If you go there, there's big stones laying all over the landscape that were flushed out in this catastrophic draining of Lake Agassiz.
Because these drainings would have involved not just water, but icebergs.
Yes.
Turbulent flows of water filled with icebergs the size of oil tankers. And inside those icebergs, locked up, are huge chunks of rock. And eventually the iceberg melts and it releases the rock, and that's how you get the big snow.
Yeah. And then the last place we went, Graham, was the potholes at St. Croix Falls. I'll zoom in here. And this is an interesting place. There's a constriction in the bedrock. This is hard basalt bedrock. And when you have water flow coming along, it's got a conservation of volume, so that if you have a narrow part of the channel, the water coming in as it's going into that constricted channel speeds up, because if you take measure of the water flow at any 2 points along the channel, it's going to be the same. Whether it's a wide channel with shallower water moving slower, or a narrow channel with deeper water moving faster, the discharge through that channel is going to be the same. Well, what happens is if it comes into a constriction, it has to speed up. When it speeds up, it becomes more erosive. And that's exactly what happened right here at Taylor's Falls. And right here at Interstate Park is a series of gigantic potholes. Now, these potholes are evidence of intense turbulence within swiftly moving deep water. In a minute here, I'll pull up. I've got a great shot. When Graham and I were there, I was in the bottom of one of these potholes, and Graham is peering over the rim. And it's a great shot because you can really get the sense of the scale. I'll pull it up here in a second. But if we go, where did this water come from? This water came from right up here, Lake Nipigon. That was the source of this water. And when you go south of Lake Nipigon, the whole landscape is channel scablands, just like Graham and I were seeing out in Washington. And this is very convincing evidence of really catastrophic water flows. And I've always thought it's interesting, or at least for the last decade or so, that if you look at the elevation of the land here, you look at the elevation of the land over here, it's the same. But if you go in the middle here, it's 500 to 1,000 feet lower. What happened here, there was a major discharge south out of Lake Nipigon, came down through.
And I think we should add that Lake Nipigon was discharging because it was filled up with water that came out of the ice cap.
Yes, yes.
What is the conventional explanation for these massive bluffs that are very far apart from each other with a relatively small river running through them?
Try as I might, I've never found an explanation. But you can look here at this, and this is pure what you call scab land, which is the result of major erosional, intense erosion, cutting out. This is a coulee, but
It
you
looks
look
like
at this.
somebody's just been picking scabs off the skin of the land, and that was these water flows rushing through it, full with icebergs and whole forests ripped up by their roots. Naturally, it looks like torn up scabs.
And so it's your assertion that this all came out of the cataclysm, that this all came out of the impacts,
Oh
the
yeah,
comet impacts.
James Teller, geologist, has dated these flows 12,800 to 12,900 years ago.
And how has he done that?
Radiocarbon dating primarily by finding if you have a flood and it's picking up anything organic, bone, wood, whatever, and then you look in those deposits and you sample, and the samples, let's say because it's a flood, what it's going to do, it's going to pick up younger and older material because it's washing away, it's excavating other land, and so what you do is you get enough datable material, and if it keeps coming up that the maximum age is a given age, that's probably when the flood happened, or a minimum age rather, not a maximum age. In other words, a flood might pick up stuff that's 15,000 years old and 12,000. Well, when did the flood happen? 15,000 or 12,000. So what you do is you look for the youngest datable material, and that should usually give you a pretty good idea of when the flood happened. So James Teller has dated this overflow here, and again, it comes out perfectly consistent with the younger dryas.
I think it's important to add at that point that there's a reason for all of this, and this is a huge controversy in science at the moment. We know that there was enormous flooding 12,800 years ago. The question is what caused it? Why did it happen there? And there's a very powerful theory which is now backed by more than 100 mainstream scientists that the Earth passed through the debris stream of a disintegrating comet. And that theory is called the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And those several bits of that disintegrating comet might have been pretty big, maybe up to a kilometer in diameter. And they landed on the North American ice cap, generating huge amounts of heat, tremendous shock wave hits the ice cap, and it turns that ice into water and it rushes down southwards, fills up these lakes, overflows these lakes, and tears up the landscape underneath it. And this Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is by far, in my view, the best explanation of what's going on. I'm very happy to say that the Comet Research Group, the 100 scientists who are behind this, they've been funding their own research for nearly 2 decades because no big mainstream institution would get behind them. But just in the last couple of years, some big funding has come into the Comet Research Group. And they're now in a position to go look at Antarctic ice, to go look at all the evidence from all over the world that shows that this cataclysm did happen 12,800 years ago, and that we're dealing with something really that is almost unimaginable in its scope, and which should change the way that we look at the history of the human species if it were not for this resistance. I wonder if we could just show a short clip which has got Randall in it, the Randall clip, which is from the Ancient Apocalypse show, where Randall makes the point at the end of it that once we take this into account, the whole story of history is going to change completely, and that's what we're fighting for. We're fighting for some recognition that something really important is missing.
Ancient structures, built with surprising sophistication,
It's the most amazing archaeostranding site in North America.
revealing the fingerprints of an advanced prehistoric civilization.
This pillar is like our Rosetta Stone.
The possibility of civilization emerging earlier than we think gets much stronger.
It's going to absolutely demand a rewrite of history as we know it.
And this is the point. This is the point. This is why I've made this. I've made this series because that idea has to get out there. That we've got to stop being so complacent about how we look at our past, and for the very same reason, we need to stop being so complacent about how we look at our future as well. We live in a hazardous cosmic environment. It just happens that we live at a time in the human story where, if we chose to do so, we could actually do something about it.
What motivated you to get involved in this? Like, I know Fingerprints of the Gods you released in the 90s. It was
1995.
That's when I first read it, and I became obsessed. What motivated you to put that out?
It was a process, really. I used to be a current affairs journalist. I was the East Africa correspondent for The Economist. I had no interest in history whatsoever, but I began to come across things, particularly traveling initially in Ethiopia and then in Egypt, which made me wonder about the past. And, standing in front of the Great Pyramid of Egypt is an awe-inspiring experience, especially when you've never seen it before. And in 1989, when I first saw it, I had never seen it before. 6 million tons, 481 foot high, 13-acre footprint, this massive thing, and archaeologists are saying it's just the tomb of a pharaoh, and yet no pharaoh's body was ever found inside it, or indeed inside any ancient Egyptian pyramid. There had to be another explanation, and I've always been a contrarian. I've always tried to give an opposite point of view. I hate it when there's just a single narrative that says this is the truth and there is no other truth. And so I felt it was important to start giving an alternative point of view, and I started to look into it in depth. Could there be something missing from the story of our past? And that's why I ended up writing Fingerprints of the Gods, to put that information before the public, to allow people access to information that they had not had access to before, and to begin to think for themselves instead of just accepting the word of the so-called experts. The experts know a great deal. I couldn't do anything I do without the work that archaeologists do, but they shouldn't be given a monopoly over the story of the human past. Our past belongs to us, it belongs to all of us. And everybody, whether they're an academic or whether they're a man in the street, they've got something to contribute to the idea of our past.
And the Younger Dryas impact theory, when was that first brought out?
2007. That was when it first brought out. It immediately caught my eye. Because when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I proposed that there had been a gigantic global cataclysm about 12,500 years ago, but I didn't really know what had caused it. I suggested a number of possibilities, and then suddenly in 2007, out comes this hypothesis with mainstream backing by mainstream scientists, saying that it looks like there was a series, not just one impact, but multiple impacts all over the Earth around 12,800 years ago, that caused this cataclysm. And I began to follow that theory, and by about 2013 it became clear to me that these scientists were onto something really big, and I dived back into it and ended up writing another couple of books, Magicians of the Gods and America Before, which we talked about in our show back in 2019, just to try to put that information out there. And it's fascinating, really, very lazy, the way that archaeologists react to an alternative point of view. In my case, they almost never get to grips with the material that I put out there in the books. They just say, oh, Hancock, he's a pseudoscientist. He's a fraud. He's a liar. But they never say why I'm a pseudoscientist, why I'm a fraud, or why I'm a liar. They just throw those words out, and you go to Wikipedia, and that's what you see. And the point about Wikipedia is that's the first place, if somebody hears my name or hears about my ideas, first place they're going to go have a look is Wikipedia. And immediately they're going to get turned off, and you can't edit my Wikipedia page. They've locked it, and it's controlled by a group of academics. So I do find this incredibly irritating, but the only thing to do is to keep on going, and this is why, frankly, Joe, your show has been so important, because you're one of the very few people who's allowed this information to get out to the general public, this contrary information which the mainstream doesn't want to hear. You're a powerful platform that's allowed this information to reach so many more people than it otherwise would have reached, and I'm grateful to you for that.
Well, I'm grateful to you guys. I'm really grateful, because it's such an exciting notion. It's such an exciting idea. And it makes sense when you look at these incredible structures that we don't really have an explanation for. And when we think about the conventional dating of modern history and modern civilization, they want to put it at around 6,000-ish years ago.
That's right. That's right. And then, that was the view really for decades. That civilization began about 6,000 years ago. And before that, there was no such thing as civilization. And they say that the first big megalithic structures were created by societies that were already agricultural societies. So they were generating surpluses, which allowed specialists to have the time to learn how to be architects and engineers and builders. But then suddenly out of the blue, and we've got an episode of this in the series, comes Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which is 11,600 years old. It's 5,000 years old than the supposed oldest megalithic structures, and it's a fucking enormous megalithic structure, probably the biggest megalithic structure on Earth, because so much of it is still underground, although we know what's there because of ground penetrating radar. Highly sophisticated, 20-ton pillars, beautiful astronomical alignments, buried, deliberately buried by the people who created it. They ran it for about 1,000 years, and then they deliberately buried it. And archaeology is still struggling to explain this. They've now had to say, well, okay, somehow megalithic architecture began thousands of years before we thought it began. How are we going to explain this? And they have to accept, this is one of the mysteries of Göbekli Tepe, that the archaeology does show this quite clearly, that when the work began on Göbekli Tepe 11,600 years ago, the entire population there were hunter-gatherers. They were not agriculturalists, generating those supposed surpluses that would allow experts in architecture to emerge. They were hunter-gatherers. And how, in God's name, do a group of hunter-gatherers wake up one morning and create something like this enormous scale? And then the mystery deepens, because at the same time that they're building the megalithic site, they're also suddenly doing agriculture. And I look at that as a contrarian. And I say, I actually don't think that this was something that was just dreamed up overnight by a group of hunter-gatherers. I think I'm looking at a transfer of technology. I think people came to that site who already knew how to do this stuff. And maybe they used that site to mobilize the local population, to push them into a new direction. And that was truly the beginnings of civilization as we know it. But I think it was a restarting of civilization, a reboot, not the actual beginnings. I think there was an earlier lost civilization. And that's the whole point of the show I've made.
One should mention about that particular date, 11,600.
Well, it's incredibly important. It's an incredibly important day because the Younger Dryas begins 12,800 years ago with a cataclysm, with a puzzling, mysterious rise in sea level at the same point. 1,000 years of freezing temperatures, mass extinctions of animal species all over the world, and then 11,600 years ago, global temperature shoots up. The last of the ice caps collapse into the sea level rises enormously. That is the date that work starts at Göbekli Tepe, and that's a point I've made many times, but it's really worth making because archaeologists roll their eyes every time you say the word Atlantis. But that is precisely the date that Plato, which is the earliest surviving reference to Atlantis, that's precisely the date he gives for the destruction of Atlantis, 11,600 years before our time. He puts it this way, that his ancestor Solon visited Egypt, and we know about that visit. It's historically recorded. That visit to Egypt was in 600 BC, and there Solon claimed to have been told by Egyptian priests about this great advanced civilization that once existed, but that angered the gods and was destroyed in an enormous flood. And Solon asked those Egyptian priests, when did this happen? And they said, 9,000 years ago. Well, do the math. That's in 600 BC. That's 9,000 years before 600 BC. We call that 9,600 BC. That's 11,600 years ago. That's exactly the date of the end of the Younger Dryas, and it's exactly the date of what is called Meltwater Pulse 1b, one of the biggest single rises overnight in sea level that ever occurred. So if Plato made it up, it's really weird that he picked a date that is precisely a date that coincides with the latest geological evidence on cataclysmic sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age.
Could be a coincidence, but
A pretty good one.
I will mention I did a two-parter on all of the what Graham's just talking about and the geological evidence that confirms or refutes Plato's account, and it's available on my website for download. And it's like 7 hours of detailed
Yeah, you go
unpacking.
deep, bro. You go deep.
And you see, the academics have never bothered to do this because they, in their pride and in their arrogance, they just say, oh, we know that Plato just made it up, that it's just a fantasy. They don't know that. And there's people like Randall coming from the outside who are actually doing the legwork that makes us think about all this again.
And there's plenty of evidence that there were many sites like this that were thought to be just legend and myth, like Troy, for instance. That has now been proven to be an actual real city that mimics the initial descriptions of it, the historical descriptions.
We should never dismiss myths. We should always listen to them. They're the memory bank of our species, and they may be expressed in symbolic language. There may be wonderful stories built around them, but at the core is factual information. And what better way to ensure that factual information is passed down to the future than to record it in a fantastic story that people will pass on. People love telling stories, and they don't even need to understand what the heart of the story is. As long as it's a great story, they're going to keep on passing it down to the future. So I think myth is very important, and that's something that we do in my Netflix series, is we look at the myths. The story of Atlantis is not alone. There are thousands of traditions from all around the world speaking of a global flood that destroyed a former civilization, that brought to an end a golden age.
With all this physical evidence and with all these myths, are there more and more people that are accepting this or exploring this with curiosity and open-mindedness now?
I would say yes, and one of the things that makes me confident that that's happening is because I am getting a lot of emails and communications from people, young people going, you know what, I was watching your stuff and Graham's stuff, I've decided I'm going to go into geology. I mean, I've gotten dozens, or I'm going to go into paleontology, or archaeoastronomy, or archaeology. So just the fact that I'm getting those kinds of communications from people, that's, every time I get one, that's encouraging to me. Because I think it's the old axiom that, you know, sometimes, you know, in order to evolve past an entrenched theory, the gatekeepers have to pass away and a new generation has to come along who's a little more willing to look outside that dogmatic framework.
Well, also, if you are a young archaeologist and you're trying to carve your way in the world,
Yo, Cedric, what's up, man? Comment ça va, mon ami? Comment allez-vous? What up?
Theory that's been dismissed.
Takes courage, though. Takes courage on the part of those archaeologists, because they can lose any hope of promotion if they touch ideas like this. Archaeology is a very restricted discipline. If you don't copy what your professor says, if you go off on a tangent, they'll cut you off. There's so many people who've done such great work in archaeology that doesn't fit with the mainstream, and they just get isolated by their colleagues.
I'm hopeful. I really am. And one of the things that gives me hope is Brian Murarescu's the reception of his material. That book, The Immortality Key, which is fantastic, which points to
which I wrote the forward to.
Yes, and you did that podcast with us remotely.
Yeah.
When we did that, and he expressed all this information, we talked about these ancient clay vessels that show clear evidence of some sort of psychedelic that was mixed in with wine. That was probably the origins of a lot of the even democracy, a lot, like the Enlightenment. A lot of it came from these meetings, and people came from all over the world to participate in these rituals. This is now being widely accepted, and it's a field of study at Harvard.
Yeah, and you know let's think about it. If you're locked, this is one of the reasons why psychedelics are being so successful in healing people with profound depression. Because what is profound depression otherwise that you're locked in a very narrow frame that you just can't escape from? And what psychedelics seem to do is they break that lock, and they allow a kind of openness to come in, and new thoughts to come in. So it's not surprising that psychedelics revolutionized the ancient world. And I'm absolutely convinced that there isn't a religion in the world, and this is going to annoy a lot of people, that there isn't a religion in the world that didn't begin with experiences in altered states of consciousness. And when we talk about a lost civilization, I believe that was a civilization that grew out of shamanism, and for which altered states of consciousness were fundamental. We've been taught to despise altered states of consciousness in our society today. We're supposed to just be alert problem solvers and not doing anything else. But it's out of altered states of consciousness that the real creativity comes. and that changes in mindset come and that people can break free from previous restrictions and move in new directions.
I have mentioned to you a friend of mine, Ben Johnson. He's a former Navy SEAL, 11 years as a Navy SEAL, suffering from PTSD, discovered psilocybin mushrooms. This is maybe 12 years ago, 13 years ago, and he began to, a lot of his brothers in arms also were having the same issues with PTSD, discovered that psilocybin mushrooms were a very effective treatment for it. So he began looking into, he became a grower, and he's perfected, and over like 11 or 12 years, he's perfected the growing technique, and he has now been granted the first federal license to legally grow psilocybin. And they're building a laboratory in North Georgia, and it'll probably be where we eventually will get all of our shrooms from. It would be a very interesting discussion for you to talk to him.
I love to talk to him.
About what he's got going on. And I've asked, I said, would you ever think about going on Joe's show and talk about what you're doing? He said, I'd love to. He's very interesting man. But yeah, 11 years as a Navy SEAL, and he saw it all. And mushrooms is what saved his life. And now he's building a laboratory. He's got funding. He's building a multi-million-dollar laboratory in North Georgia. I've seen this operation. It's mind-blowingly impressive what he's got going on.
Well, that connects us with Dennis McKenna and Terrence McKenna's ideas of human beings literally evolving from lower hominids, experimenting with psilocybin mushrooms.
It's a very powerful idea, and kudos to Terrence McKenna. And I never knew Terrence personally, but I do know Dennis very, very well. And he's a fantastic researcher in this field. Kudos to them for realizing. Terrence's book was called Food of the Gods. That the encounters with psychedelics, with ancient psychedelics, were what put humanity on a huge leap forward. And then, unfortunately, we have repressive forces in society that have tried to shut that down and demonize it. But we are missing a very, very important part of our heritage with the attitude that we have to psychedelics right now. And that's why I'm so happy to see that mainstream research is finally getting involved in this. They're realizing that these are real healing vehicles, that they can do things that no other big pharma medicine can do. My only concern is that big pharma takes it over, and that they start putting in, synthetic psilocybin and patenting it in various ways. This again, it's like our past. This is a birthright of all humanity, which we should have a right to. Governments should not have a right to tell adults what they may or may not put in their bodies. Governments should not have that right to hold the keys to our consciousness. These should be matters of personal decision. And for the same reason, looking into the issue of a lost civilization, we should not look for ourselves in the past. We should not look for 21st century civilization with all its particular kinds of tech and all its attitudes. We should be open to something very different in the past, which was nevertheless capable of doing extraordinary things.
Is there any evidence that the ancient Egyptians utilized psychedelics?
Definitely. The ancient Egyptians definitely used psychedelics. There are works of art. Their psychedelic of choice was the blue water lily, which was tinctured in wine. And bottles of this were found in the tomb of Tutankhamun, as a matter of fact. And apparently, I've not experienced blue water lily myself, but apparently it induces a deeply altered state of consciousness and opens up visions and possibilities. We shouldn't despise these things.
Do we know what the psychedelic compound in blue water lily is?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is. It's all I know is that it induces a dreamlike visionary state.
So we know for a fact that they utilized this based on...
Yes, we do. Based on those bottles that were found in Tutankhamun's tomb.
Here it is. Blue water lilies hold the key to stunning different high. Besides being stunningly beautiful, the blue water lily has some surprising medicinal qualities, ranging from being an aphrodisiac to alleviating pain, depression, even upset stomachs. The blue water lily also has a dark underbelly. It's got dark underbelly. It's got psychedelic properties that can catapult you into a super high. How's that dark? Also called...
That's the propaganda again.
Yeah. The blue lotus, the blue water lily, is believed to have originated in Egypt's Nile River and was used by ancient Egyptians as a sacred substance to attain higher levels of consciousness. In fact, it's common to find symbols representing the blue lotus in Egyptian pillars and scrolls.
And that's a fact. It's all over ancient Egyptian art. And the Egyptologists will tell you that they're holding those just to sniff the perfume. No, they're not. They're venerating them for their effects on consciousness. And to which we should add that the ancient Egyptian tree of life was an acacia tree. And its bark contains dimethyltryptamine, the most powerful hallucinogen known to man. I don't like the word hallucinogen, but it's the one we have to use. Entheogen, whatever we want to say. The most powerful known to science. And again, fortunately, there is now very interesting research going on into these things. So there are so many forbidden areas of our past which have been forbidden by the experts, by the so-called authorities, which gradually, in the new mindset of the 21st century, we are breaking through to. I think what's special about our time, and by goodness, it's a time of turbulence and a time of difficulty. We are living through a paradigm shift. And that paradigm shift has to do with our attitude to so-called experts. Yes, there is a place for experts. Of course there is. But they shouldn't be given sole control over any area of the human story. And what's happening now is that people distrust experts, and they rightly and properly distrust experts, because again and again the experts have misled us. And this is true with psychedelics, and it's true with the study of the ancient past of the human species as well. It's absurd that a small group of academics called archaeologists should literally hold the keys to the whole human past and tell us, lecture us, instruct us on how human beings were in the past. There's so much more room for deep exploration of this, and for people who aren't academically qualified to roll their sleeves up and get some work done. And Randall is a prime example of that. A man who doesn't come from the field, the background of geology or archaeology, but you've rolled up your sleeves, you've walked the walk, they're still rolled up
right now.
And you've got up there and you've brought new information to the table, and that's one of the things I'd like to say, that everybody can do this. This is our past, our heritage. It should not be controlled by a tiny specialist group.
We had dinner together in London, and you were speaking about research that's being done on dimethyltryptamine.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
Well, that's happening at Imperial College, and I recently attended an event just a few weeks ago with several of the volunteers in that project. And what's happening is they are legally being given DMT at Imperial College, which is one of the leading research institutes in the UK. And for the first time ever, they're not looking to find out what are the possible therapeutic outcomes of this. They're actually looking at the experience itself. It's very well known, anybody who's used DMT, I've used DMT multiple times, is going to have entity encounters. They're going to meet entities who may sometimes look very weird. They may be part animal, part human in form. They may be almost forced to get they speak to you, they communicate with you. And of course the mainstream attitude, this is just rubbish, this is just your brain on drugs. Well, Imperial College, they're now testing that view. And what they're finding is that these and something else. DMT, as I'm sure you know, Joe, is a very short-acting experience when you smoke it. It's about 12 minutes, maybe less. You're in there, you're plunged into a completely convincing, sometimes terrifying parallel reality. It's so confusing, you hardly know what's going on, and then you're out again. But you come out with a feeling that something's been downloaded to you. In Imperial College, they found a way to keep people in the peak state of DMT for an hour. They're delivering it through drip, through timed release, and they're keeping the volunteers in an hour in that state, so they have time to find their way around the DMT realm that they find themselves in. And the astonishing thing is that these volunteers, both men and women, are all coming back with accounts of meeting the same entities and the same world. And it has to raise the question, and I know Rick Strassman has been on your show, and kudos to Rick Strassman, because he was really the first scientist to work with DMT and human volunteers at the University of New Mexico. Rick Strassman is open to the idea that what happens with DMT is that it alters the receiver wavelength of the brain, and that it allows us to gain access to other realities, that these encounters are not unreal, that they're real, but they're real on a level that we can't experience in a day-to-day state of consciousness. We have to be in an altered state of consciousness in order to experience them. And ultimately, the aim of this project is to map the DMT realm. You know, we talk a lot about extraterrestrials and ETs and making contact, and I'm sure the universe is filled with life, and it would be a very good thing to have the tech to make contact, or perhaps not a good thing, with all those other life forms in the universe. But right there in the DMT experience, inside our own heads, we have the opportunity to encounter another world, another realm, entities who are very different from ourselves and who have teachings to give us. And I think we should be spending a lot more research funds on exploring those experiences and finding out what's going on, rather than zooming off to other planets. Let's do both, but let's make sure that we understand that the consciousness is an enormous mystery, and that the level of consciousness, DMT opens up literally a parallel world. And this is there's a nexus here with quantum physics, and with the notion of parallel realms and parallel realities. Maybe we can actually access them. Well, the work at Imperial College ultimately is going to come up with some answers on that.
And so much more cost effective.
So much more
than
cost
traveling to other galaxies.
Yeah. I mean, let's do that first. Let's understand what we are. Let's understand what our consciousness is. Let's not just keep locked in this, we're here to produce, we're here to consume, we're here to buy cars. Sure, we're here, those are all part of our life today, but it's not all of us. We're much more mysterious, much deeper creatures than that. And psychedelics offer a doorway into another way of exploring human consciousness. And when we do that, we find that there are unseen realities all around us that can be made visible in a deeply altered state of consciousness. And yes, in terms of research funds, it's so much cheaper than trying to, fly off to Mars or wherever. I'm not saying we shouldn't do that. I'm just saying that if we're going to do that, we need to explore the mystery of consciousness. And if we're going to if we're seriously going to engage with the ET abduction phenomenon, with extraterrestrial, so-called extraterrestrials encounters, we must recognize that fundamental to this is consciousness. It's not just physical contact. There's consciousness involved. I wrote a book back in 2005 called Supernatural Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind. And it is astonishing, Joe, how encounters that were described as encounters with elves and fairies in the Middle Ages, encounters that shamans to this day describe as encounters with spirits, that all the characteristics of those encounters apply to encounters with so-called extraterrestrials today. It's as though in each generation, each civilization, we construe experiences according to our cultural background. So they called them fairies and elves in the Middle Ages. Shamans called them spirits. We call them ETs today. But if we're really going to crack this problem, and it is a problem, and it is a mystery, I'm not dismissing it, it's a very important mystery. If we're going to crack it, we're going to have to use psychedelics to explore the mysteries of consciousness.
Yeah, I'm very excited that the attitudes about this stuff from the general public, people are much more open-minded now than ever before.
Yeah.
I mean, ever in my lifetime. I remember discussing with people doing DMT in the early 2000s, and people were like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you crazy?
Exactly.
And now almost everybody and their cousin has a story about, trying ayahuasca or doing psilocybin or having some sort of an experience with peyote.
Yeah, it's very very widespread, and I would say it's part of an overall change in our society, which is extremely healthy, which is the change of just accepting what the experts tell us. Oh, a scientist said this, so it must be true. We're starting to think for ourselves, and we're not willing any longer to be told what to think. We're wanting to find out for ourselves, and that attitude has very much affected the way that people relate to psychedelics. And when people explore the psychedelic experience in a responsible way, and psychedelics are very serious business. You and I both know this. They're very, very serious business. I would not encourage children to take psychedelics. But actually, if we want to keep children away from psychedelics, it would be far better to make them legal than leave them illegal and available on the black market. I think it's something for the mature mind. But I regard it as a fundamental human right of adults to be able to explore our own consciousness, so long as we do no harm to others.
Yo, Moonraker, what's up, man?
Spreading much more widely in society. What the hell
How's
is
it
that
going,
guy
bro?
in a suit? What right has he got to tell me?
Dude, thank you for watching the ads and everything. Thursday, I made $5 in ads. It was like 12 hours of Goldeneye.
Agreed.
But I made $5 Canadian.
This is the source of civilization, or one of the
So thanks, man.
reasons why people
LOL. Yo, dude, $5. Did I not say that was? Yeah, thanks. You know what I mean? I'm really excited, but thank you, buddy. You know what that means? Like, didn't I say if I can make $5 a day on ads, that'd be just, and it just grows a little bit more every day, man. Obviously, $5 a day for 12 hours of work isn't something to brag about, but
we also don't have an understanding that this can happen to us again.
for unemployed, man.
Very possible.
Thanks,
for it to
buddy.
happen again.
Anyways, I just wanted to mention that. Just because you suffer through a lot of them, I'm not trying to insinuate anything. I'm just trying to explain that it's actually really worth it. It seems. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be doing some Mario streams too, some Mega Man. Dude, look what I got right here, my man, ready to fucking go. Like right here, I've been like it's
a very lumpy bit of this 30 million kilometer wide debris stream. It's called the Taurid meteor stream. We should be paying much more attention to that because it's not doom and gloom. Because we can do something about it should we choose to do so. And let's stop focusing all our efforts on fighting one another and hating one another and filling the world with
Whoa,
anger
yeah,
and
buddy.
fury. And let's
I love
work
this game.
together
This
as a
game's
human
like,
species
it's
to
just,
fight on this
me and my
planet.
brother used to rent it.
Better for everybody. That's what's going on now. There's a new mindset which is coming into force, and I celebrate the members of our society today because they are refusing to be bound by the orders that are given to them by the powers that be. There's a new spirit of thinking for ourselves, and that new spirit is, in my view, going to change everything. It seems like a dark time right now. A lot of stuff is going on. That's
So
always
good,
the
man.
case
Such a good game.
when you're in the middle of a paradigm shift. It seems like
I want to speedrun it, but it's really freaking hard.
to live at this time, because 200-300 years from now, this time is going to be looked back on as a turning point in the human story.
We might mention it. Speaking of the Taurid meteor shower, we are passing through the Taurid meteor stream right now as we speak.
As we speak, yeah.
Late October to about the second week in November up to about the 15th or 17th of November. Earth is passing through that stream. And it probably is the most important meteor stream in terms of the history of recent life on this planet. And this goes, to people like Bill Napier and all of those guys who...
Major
Thanks, man.
astronomers are very aware of this, and it's almost like something is trying to shut
Yo, Kaido, what's up, man? Like, gee, yeah, thanks, man.
Yes, NASA has
Thanks, buddy.
a search for near-Earth asteroids, but weirdly they're not
What's up, Kaido? Thanks, man. Appreciate that, dude. It's
We
cool.
know that there's 200 objects
It's nice
in
to
the
see you.
Taurid meteor stream that are a kilometer or more in diameter. Comet Enki, which is at the heart of the stream.
I'm probably gonna do a
is
weightlifting
almost
stream
5
later.
kilometers in diameter. It's
Probably.
these are all fragments of that original giant comet that began to disintegrate 12,800 years ago that the Earth ran into.
So is this, what are you showing me, Jeremy?
This is a video on Twitter of the Taurid meteor stream.
It's a great time to see
Thanks, buddy.
Fireball pop up.
Yeah.
Yeah, with ads.
That's exactly
Fucking
right.
12 hours on Thursday, $5 of ads revenue.
Unfortunately, most of those fireballs are
So
caused
subscribers
by
and Twitch Turbo viewers,
size of
they
a fist. Maybe
contribute
just
a
the size
lot
of a
just
finger,
by viewing.
Maybe just a speck of dust.
Also the viewers too, the same.
But they are
Actually,
shrouding
people they contribute the
very
same
large
amount.
objects that are on that same
It's
orbital
per
trajectory
ad
across the
watch
sky.
or whatever.
And we should be paying attention to those large objects because
Play
we
G again?
can
Yeah, buddy.
do something about them, and the evidence shows that they
Yeah,
did
man.
something terrible to the Earth 12,800 years ago, and they changed.
You never did get that facility 00 time, right?
That is what this Netflix series is all
You're
about.
going for what,
That's what Ancient
53?
Apocalypse is all
Was
about.
it?
It's why it's called Ancient Apocalypse, because that's what it ultimately comes down to.
Pardon my
There's
ignorance if
massive
you're going for
material in the
52 or
series
something insane like that.
about the possibility of a lost civilization and presenting the evidence for a lost civilization.
What level are you thinking of playing?
But ultimately, when you talk of a lost civilization, how did it become lost? What
53,
happened
double O,
that took it
yeah.
away, that obliterated it from human memory? And
That's
this
a friggin', that's a
apocalyptic
painful level.
episode called The Younger Dryas is the answer to that. Point
Just
that I
silo
often make,
fact,
which I think
nice.
is worth making again and again, is
Nice.
how different the world was during the Ice Age.
What silo
The Sahara
difficulty?
Desert was green.
Just out of curiosity.
It was a fertile place. Nobody's doing much archaeology in the Sahara Desert today. The Amazon rainforest, 5 million plus square kilometers under deep canopy. Hardly any archaeology is being done there, and yet we know from LiDAR surveys that there are enormous structures under that canopy. And then what about sea level rise? 400 feet sea level rise.
Crazy level.
The Ice Age, the prime real estate on Earth, 27 million square kilometers.
I can get a PB on that. I have 113. I can definitely get a PB.
By rising sea levels at the end of the Ice Age. And again, archaeology, there is marine archaeology.
It's just
but they're
it
not
takes
really
so
looking
long for
closely
things
at
to
that. I wanna
line
check
up
it.
in that level.
Pull
Jeez,
pull
man.
up the diving clip.
Is this from
Silo agent, it just
No, this one's actually from Bimini.
everything to go
We have an
perfect.
episode on Bimini and on the very controversial structure called the Bimini Road.
Oh,
Do you remember the route?
And this is just a little clip from that.
My suspicion is humans are a species with amnesia. We have forgotten something incredibly important in our own past. And I think that that incredibly important forgotten thing is a lost, advanced civilization of the Ice Age. I've spent decades searching for proof of this lost civilization at sites
Yeah, I
around
bet.
the globe. Now, my aim is to piece together these clues
And that seems extremely
This stick
strange.
is terrible now.
to show you evidence that
The
challenges
gears, I think, are
the
completely worn out.
history.
See
and
that,
the
that-
Bimini Road.
The Bimini Road, it's not even very deep. It's only about 20 feet deep. It was one of the last things to be covered by Ice Age sea level rise, and that's why we show a graphic reconstruction of it above water. It's made of extremely regular blocks, megalithic blocks, on a very large scale, more than 1,000 feet in length. When you dive on it, and I've dived on it multiple times, and I went back to diving in order to dive on it again in this series. It's impossible to believe that it's entirely a work of nature. And I took a marine biologist there with me who's dived all over the world, and he agreed with me. There's just no way that this thing can be explained as a totally natural phenomenon.
My stick is terrible now. It's so bad.
And what is the conventional reasoning for this?
The conventional reasoning is that it's just beach rock fractured into natural continents. But when you get there and get underneath those rocks, you see that
Disaster.
they're propped up, they're leveled out with
When I hear it, you
rocks
can hear the
underneath.
rattling.
And the whole thing is being very carefully structured by human beings. And the point is, and another point I'd like to make is Bimini today is a tiny, tiny island. But Bimini during the Ice Age was part of an enormous island. The whole Grand Bahama Bank was above water. An enormous island, and weirdly, that island turns up on an ancient map. It turns up, that's not the Bimini Road. But that is on the left, that's the Bimini Road.
Bro, I'm honored that it's Dogger and I that are convincing you to, or giving you the itch to play again.
Yeah,
How long is this?
about 1,000 feet in length, and it's not just a straight line, it's got a J-shape.
I was playing some,
as well.
yeah, you know what I'm doing now? I'm
Know that
mixing
it's
it up
been
now.
underwater for about 6,000 or 7,000 years, but the
I'm just
question is,
mixing it
how
up a
long
little bit
before
so I'm
that
not going
was its
crazy
end?
anymore,
How
you know
long
what I
did it
mean?
stand there above water at a very prominent
Oh, that was
point
so
on this
bad.
ancient island that we now call
I was
the
having good
Bahama
runs
Banks.
yesterday.
And one of the mysteries I look into
I
is
swear.
that
But I'm
on an
mixing it up a
ancient
little bit so
map,
I'm not going crazy.
famous Piri Reis map drawn by a Turkish admiral in 1513. That Grand Bahama Banks as an above water
Wow,
island
I'm so
is
bad
shown.
today.
It is featured on the
Maybe I'll
Piri
just stick
Reis
to
map.
Aztec.
And what do you see running down it but an image of the Bimini Road? above water. Now, how could Piri Reis, who drew his map in 1513, have known this? He tells us the answer, that he based his map
Okay, I'm getting like
on 20
warming up a little
source
bit.
maps, all of which are now lost.
That was way better.
He suggests that those maps had come out of the famous Library of Alexandria,
I didn't.
and that they'd been taken to Constantinople, and that's where he got access to them. Somebody, I believe, was mapping the world, was exploring the Earth during the Ice Age, and left us ancient maps that show features that only existed during the Ice Age.
Oh, that's the Orontius.
No, this is Piri Reis.
Oh, that's Piri Reis.
Just going to run something down. It's not
My PV is
inside,
26 on this
down
level.
there in the lower left, if you bring the cursor down, that big island down there in the lower left, that island is exactly where the Grand Bahama Banks were, an above water version of the Grand Bahama Banks during the Ice Age, and that feature running down the middle of it looks very like the Bimini Road to me. So again, it suggests not only do we have
Insane.
a cataclysmic event that changes the face of the Earth, but also we have
Right, let's just fucking
evidence
practice.
as yet unrecognized by archaeology, had the capacity
Like, there's no way. Guys, there's no way.
to map the world during the last ice age. One of the things I find
I've
most
never
striking is
hit
the
that
presence of
camera
Antarctica,
once. I think I've tried it maybe 15 times.
because we didn't discover it
I've never got the
until
camera
later.
once. I mean, obviously that was late, because all the guards were there to boost me, but
Detail, which again were based on much older
I never
source
hit it.
maps that have now been lost to us. The astonishing thing is the so-called Pinkerton world map. I don't know if you can find it, Jamie. Drawn, I think, in 1813 or 1818, based on the latest exploration data at that time. And where Antarctica is, yeah, that one. Keep going right. That one. That one you got up the top there. It just shows a hole where Antarctica is. Because it was an honest map. Nobody had found it by then. But if you go back to, for example, the Wolsey-Willer world map drawn in 1530 or thereabouts, you find Antarctica is present. If you can find Wolsey-Muller world map, it would be worth taking a look at.
watch. See, did you see that? Like, there's no way. There's no way.
Orontius,
Maybe I gotta turn faster or something?
Phineas,
Like, there's no way.
F-I-N-N-A-E-U-S.
Sorry, I got pretty excited there.
Orontius Phineas map. That map shows.
What I'm thinking of
shows
doing
Antarctica
is still
exactly
doing the
where it should
2.x
be.
ending,
And it shows
but
it. There we go. Right hand side. There's
doing everything.
Antarctica at the tip of South America, just south of South Africa.
What did they call it back then?
Well, they call it the Southern Land.
I'm too
It's larger than
slow.
it is today, but it was larger than it is today during the Ice Age. Antarctica was a much bigger. Now, what the fuck is it doing on a map drawn in the 1500s, which we know was based
Like, there's
on
no way I'm gonna
source
hit this.
maps
Like,
when
there's
we
no
know
way I'm gonna
it
hit this.
existed
There's
in
no
the
way.
1500s. To me, the obvious answer is
Like,
we
there's
are
no
dealing
way.
with the fingerprints of the lost civilization.
Like, see how far? Like,
And that the left evidence of that mapping, which ancient map makers found and used
Whatever.
and incorporated into their maps. These maps
I still might do the
are
2.x
confusing
ending,
because
but
they're trying to mix
pause after the
exploration
third
data
cam.
from their own period with data from the older maps. But when you look at these maps in depth, they're very, very intriguing.
When you go back to the what you think are the origins of sophisticated civilization, how far back are we talking?
I think that we really. You see the T-shirt I'm wearing?
Stuff just keeps getting older.
Yeah, this is my motto. My kids gave this to me for one of my birthdays. It's partly an ironic comment on myself because, fuck it, I'm getting older. I'm 72 now. It's partly an ironic comment on myself, but it's partly a comment on something else as well. Is that as science progresses, we are finding evidence that the human species.
can you take
is
out the
much
KF7 and R aim?
Go back 25, 30
Does that lose
years,
too
you'll
much
find
time
people telling you
on
that
the third cam?
anatomically modern humans didn't exist
I wonder.
50,000
I mean, if I'm gonna pause there
Then they found
anyways.
evidence of anatomically modern humans 196,000 years ago. Then in Morocco, they found evidence of anatomically modern humans 300,000 years ago. Humans just like us, with the same brains, the same capacities, the same abilities than us. Once you start extending that timeline back,
I
you're leaving
suck.
much more room for an advanced civilization to emerge. A civilization that was ultimately destroyed. If you just got 50,000 years to do it in, it doesn't leave you much space But if you've got 300,000 years to play with, there's plenty of space. So the bottom line, I think this was a civilization that flourished during the Ice Age, that occupied the prime real estate during the Ice Age along coastlines, and that was obliterated almost completely in the cataclysm of the Younger Dryas. There were survivors. Those survivors left their fingerprints in places like Göbekli Tepe. After the Younger Dryas was over, they then sought to initiate hunter-gatherers into their system of knowledge.
So when you're talking about the Nile and when you're talking about ancient Egypt, how far back do you think that goes?
Oh, I think the Nile goes back a very, very, very long way. The Nile,
Oh, that was
the
so
Nile
dumb.
River system 12
This is terrible. This is not going to work. Whatever.
Actually, Africa suffered much less from sea level
Fuck do I
rise
need?
than many other continents. The place that was most dramatically affected by sea level rise was around Indonesia and Malaysia. Geologists call it the Sunda Shelf. And again,
Come on.
it shows up
Why?
on maps as it looked during the Ice Age, not as it looks today. There was a continent-sized landmass that went underwater there. If your continental shelves are very shallow, very limited.
I literally threw the
then
key.
you don't
I didn't
lose a lot of
copy it. I
land
just
if
threw it.
they're slow and gradual.
That's
You
hilarious.
lose a great deal of land. Africa didn't suffer so much. The Nile River system was pretty much 12,500 years ago the way that it is today. The big difference was that the Sahara Desert was green and fertile.
And this coincides with Dr. Robert
That's
Schoch's
funny.
Absolutely.
assertion that when you look at the Temple of the Sphinx, you're dealing with thousands of years of water erosion.
Yes.
And the last time there was water like that in the Nile Valley was when?
The last time you had the water erosion like that in the Nile Valley was precisely during the Younger Dryas. The Younger Dryas was a period of extremely heavy rains in Africa. And it's rainfall, it's erosion caused by heavy rains that is the enigma on the Great Sphinx. We're not saying that there was a flood came over the Great Sphinx. What Robert Schoch is saying and what his evidence clearly demonstrates is that we're looking at what's called precipitation-induced weathering. Weathering that was caused by exposure to about 1,000 years of extremely heavy rainfall. And Dr. Robert
What?
Schoch
I shot the guy like 4 times.
precisely in the Younger Dryas period. That's the last time that rains of that magnitude fell on Egypt, and it's why we cannot sensibly accept the insistence of Egyptologists that the Sphinx is just 4,500 years old. By all means, yes, 2,500 BC, the ancient Egyptians were there, but I believe they found the Sphinx already created and already heavily eroded, and that they then recarved its head into the head of a pharaoh. And that head, as Robert Schoch and others have pointed out, is way too small in relation to the body. That makes sense if it was a heavily eroded lion head, which was then later cut down into the head of a pharaoh. The geology speaks to the original Sphinx being more than 12,000 years old. And that's the funny thing, because when Robert Schoch, and let's not forget John Anthony West. John Anthony West, and I know you had him on his show before he passed, John Anthony West was the first person to suggest that there should be a huge question mark over the Sphinx, that the erosion patterns on the Sphinx suggest it was much older than Egyptologists said, and maybe 12,000 years old. And at that time, the response of Egyptology was, oh, rubbish. The Sphinx can't possibly be 12,000 years old because there's no other megalithic monument anywhere in the world that's anywhere like 12,000 years old.
Why?
Well, that got blown out of the water completely, forever, by the discovery of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which isn't even that far from Egypt. Göbekli Tepe, 11,600 years old, a giant megalithic site. My goodness, if you can make Göbekli Tepe, you can make the Sphinx. It adds hugely to the credibility of Robert Schoch's argument. And I want to pay tribute to Robert Schoch, because there's a mainstream academic who's been willing to stick his neck out. Despite taking all sorts of slings and arrows from his colleagues, he sticks with the data. And what the data says, regardless of what Egyptologists say, is that the Sphinx is 12,000 plus years old.
And Jamie, can you pull up some of the images of that? Because it is really compelling. When you look at the water erosion evidence that is all around the Temple of the Sphinx, it's really fascinating stuff, even for someone who doesn't know much about erosion. But when you look at it through his descriptions and his understanding of the various levels of stone. How the
Why
stone
does
is
Joe
harder
Rogan
as
have
it's
someone to
refined.
pull
Some
up
of it is
the
a little bit
website
less.
for him?
You see it most
Why is that a
in
thing?
the trench surrounding the Sphinx. You see it
What
there.
like what does Jamie do?
Those deep vertical
Jamie does
fissures
nothing.
are classic precipitation-induced weathering.
And why would Joe Rogan want a third party
pouring over the edge of that? You don't see it so much on the body
handle
of
what
the
he
Sphinx
wants
for a
to
very
find?
specific
Like it's
reason,
just
that the
it's
body
too
of the
much.
Sphinx has been repeatedly restored. Some of those blocks that we're looking at there were actually put in place during the
really
Old
retarded.
Kingdom, when the Sphinx is supposed to have been made from new. What were they doing restoring the Sphinx 4,500 years ago if they'd just built it? You know, logic needs to be applied to this whole process, and we need to free ourselves from the dogma of the academic mainstream. And
So if this was all, if this water erosion began thousands and thousands of years ago, thousands and thousands of years earlier than conventional Egyptologists date this era, how old do you think that actual civilization was? Like how far back?
I think it could go back 20,000 years before that. I think it was around all that time. And again, this is a point that I think needs to be made. Archaeologists will tell you that the entire population of the Earth were hunter-gatherers during the Ice Age, say 20,000 years ago, at the peak of the last Ice Age. Everybody was hunter-gatherers, according to archaeologists. But we today live in a world where an advanced civilization,
Wow, that looked faster.
if we dare call ourselves
Irie,
advanced,
thank you,
in
Irie.
some
That was
ways
Irie's
I think
tip.
we're not advanced at all, coexists
Shoot a bunch of
with
bullets.
hunter-gatherers. There are hunter-gatherers in the Amazon rainforest. Some of them don't even know we exist. They've been spotted from aerial surveys. Hunter-gatherers in the Namibian desert. The notion that different types of civilization can coexist on the same planet shouldn't be surprising to us, because we do it. And that's what I'm suggesting was the case back then. But a civilization very different from it. They certainly had technology, enough technology to explore the Earth, enough technology to map the Earth, very advanced astronomy, knowledge of obscure astronomical phenomena such as the precession of the equinoxes, such as the obliquity of the ecliptic. I won't go into details, but it's present in ancient knowledge. There's an amazing book, which I may have mentioned to you before, Joe, a book called Hamlet's Mill. And it was written by two professors of the history of science, Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschen, back in the 60s. And what that book is dynamite, because it shows, going back into the oldest myths and traditions of the world, highly advanced astronomical knowledge. Astronomical knowledge that should not have been possessed by hunter-gatherer civilizations. Astronomical knowledge that could only have been accumulated through thousands of years of careful observation and recording of data. That astronomical knowledge is present in the most ancient myths of mankind. And in fact, it was that book, Hamlet's Mill, just as much as my first experience in front of the Great Pyramid, that led me to begin asking questions about the narrative of our past. And I think it's healthy that we should have an alternative narrative, and I can't understand.
I think we just shot right away. We blew up.
I have to say, so afraid of alternative narratives, because if they're not afraid, why do they react in this way as though we're some kind of existential threat? Why do they block me from getting access to sites if they're not afraid? If they're confident of their position, they should be able to maintain it against all opposition, rather than trying to censor other points of view.
Now, the Great Pyramid of Giza is probably the most stunning of all these ancient structures. And the stones are immense, and some of them were cut from a quarry that's hundreds of miles away. How do you think they did that?
Well, some of them, the granite in the Great Pyramid comes from more than 500 miles to the south. If you look at the famous King's Chamber, its walls and its roof are, the ceiling of the King's Chamber are all made with gigantic granite blocks.
Wow, insane. I'm still
Stunning
29.
detail. Those blocks on the roof of the King's Chamber weigh 70 tons each. Now, Egyptologists will tell you that, they could move heavy blocks because they put them on wet sand and they push them along on wet sand. Well, maybe if you're just at ground level, that will do. But when you're 350 feet above the ground, as you are in the King's Chamber, that won't do at all. I don't know how they did it. All I know is they did it. I don't think anybody knows how they did it, how they lifted those stones, how they brought them up to that level.
What?
Again, at a lost technology. And it was this ancient apocalypse, 12,800 years ago, that wiped that from the human memory banks almost completely. Not entirely completely because they were survivors, but removed most of it. Randall will tell you, sea level rise, it creates a powerful high energy zone. Anything that was existing on those flooded coastlines has just been pounded to
Why?
death. Talk about it, Randall.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot more energetic than now. I mean, imagine your sea level rising at 3 or 4 times, at least, faster than we've seen rise in the last century. And within there, juxtaposed are these episodes of very rapid sea level rise. So you're talking about a very energetic intertidal zone. And anything that's there, short of large megalithic blocks, is going to be utterly obliterated by the time the process is through. And I think that this is one of the things that, you know, the archaeologists and the prehistorians, people are looking at that, have failed to take into account the severity of these events we're talking about. Because the question always is, where are the artifacts? Where's the pottery? Where is the evidence that this civilization existed? And I have 2 responses to that. One, you don't realize the extent of the total remodeling of this planetary surface that took place. Because, I mean, we could get into some of the stuff here. I have tons of images where I think maybe we'll get a chance to pull up a couple of really awesome drone footage here before we're done. But once you begin to wrap your head around it, you go, really? You know, it's like, imagine that you drop an atomic bomb on a city, and it completely obliterates it. And then a short while later, you drop another one on the same place. What's going to be left? And then 10,000 years, 20,000 years goes by. What are you going to be? What are you going to find? What are you going to look for? You know, it's going to be just rubble that gets reincorporated just into the geological stratum, and it's going to be very difficult to differentiate, for example, from what's called a conglomeratic rock, which is basically we have just a huge jumble of broken rock cemented together. Right? Now within there could be all kinds of stuff that's not even recognized as being artificial in the sense that humans had anything to do with it. The other thing is when we talk about
Scam! Double? Come on.
if we're only looking for
I literally hit the
reflection
word
of
perfectly
ourselves, we
previously.
could overlook it
Whatever.
completely, because I think there's evidence that exists now. I mean, some modern researchers whose work has been buried or suppressed, I think we're getting very close to rediscovering some of the things that our ancient ancestors were up to. And maybe this would be worth a whole show in itself. We could dive into this, and I don't want to get into that today.
But what kind of technologies are you talking about?
Insane KF7. Did you see that camera? That was
I shouldn't
insane.
really get into
Get into it.
Get into
Come
it,
on.
Randall.
We got to get into it.
Okay, well,
We've opened the door, sir.
okay. Well,
The left strafe? No, I gotta switch to right.
Passing of the HDMI cable.
Wait.
A sacred moment.
well, there are people out there now who have been working on trying to rediscover that. And again, I don't want to digress.
I could
too
see
much
myself
into
maybe
this
getting a
now, because
25 or
I
something.
would
That'd be
really
great. That'd be so cool.
be able to give a whole treatment of it. That might kind of derail us a little bit from this. But there are people who've been working
What is
on
this?
these
Why?
things for decades now, basically in secret. In secret. And I've had the privilege of talking to some of these people over the last
so
6
done
or
with this.
7 years. And right now, as we're speaking, there's a group of people who are basically going to open source a whole lot of stuff in the next 3 months, so it can never get suppressed again. And that's why I'd like to come back and talk in more
Well, I'd
detail.
love to have you come back and talk about it, but we got to talk about it a little bit now.
Okay, well, there's a laboratory right now in the Maldives that's been building prototypes using these technological principles, which are based on implosion rather than explosion. And the inspiration for this,
Tesla's ideas are part of it. I think you mentioned.
Tesla's ideas are very much a part of it. Yes, Tesla's ideas are very much a part of it. So is, I don't know if you ever, Victor Schauberger.
Oh, what, dude? I literally shot that right in the friggin' lens. Look at this.
Yeah.
What?
Look
Is
up,
that possible?
Jamie, could you look up Victor? Oh, I have the cable now, don't I?
Take it back. Let me find it.
Well, no. Let me pull something up here and
I think the key thing is we're looking at technologies that are not the same as ours.
Yes.
And that's
Yes,
partly
that's the
why
point.
archaeologists can't see them, because they're looking for us in the past, and they're not open to the possibility that there are whole other kinds of technology that could be used.
Right.
I always go back to the ancient Egyptian traditions that speak of priests
Why?
as these huge blocks were lifted.
Oh,
into
what's
the
like
air.
why? Why was
Were
he
they
so far
using
forward?
some kind of sound effect, some kind of use of sound that was able to manipulate matter. We know that sound can manipulate matter, as a matter of fact, but they're lifting these blocks again and again. It appears in ancient.
Yeah, that's what I gotta do. A little bit like that.
Notion
Just
that we
going
could
in a
lift
tiny
huge
bit.
blocks with sound seems
Tiniest
absurd
bit.
to archaeologists, and yet it's there in the traditions of the Egyptologists. And what Randall's talking about now is people who are working on a whole alternative path of technology, and maybe that's a rediscovery
What?
of the
Why?
kind of technologies that were used by a lost civilization.
I think that's
Oh
what's
my
important
gosh.
about what you're saying is that we have this very limited idea of technology based on what we've experienced.
Yeah.
But if you had anatomically similar human beings that lived for thousands and thousands of years,
Stuff just keeps on getting
Yeah.
older.
if you think about the amount of progress that we've achieved as modern humans just in the last few hundred years,
Yeah.
you go back 400 years to now, it's a stunning amount of achievement.
Absolutely stunning.
And if you have a completely different path of technology,
Yeah.
one that's not utilizing internal combustion engines and cranes and the
What?
like that we
What is this guy
experience
doing,
today,
man?
Mechanical
Yeah.
advantage, everything that our tech is based around.
something that's insanely advanced, tens of thousands of years of a different path.
Yeah.
And that may be what we're looking at.
And that may begin to explain these otherwise inexplicable monuments that have survived.
Jamie, there we go. This is the work of Nikola Tesla. And he was, again, this is way too much for us to get in today. That's why we need to devote a whole session to talking about this.
Okay.
But this was the inspiration. You know, his work was suppressed. A lot of his patents were taken, sealed up by the U.S. government for whatever reason. I don't know. But this is some of the stuff that's now being developed using his ideas, plus some of the others.
Why?
This is the man I've been talking to for the last 7 years.
Malcolm Bendall.
Yes. And again, I don't want to get into it today, but like, here's an example of what they're doing. This is a generator that has no moving parts. It's all based on geometry, pure geometry. And here's the basic idea, as I think I understand it at this point. Resonance frequencies, everything vibrates. Have you ever, like if we had an electric razor, plugged it in, turned it on, set it on this table, it's going to move around. Ever seen that?
Yeah.
That's the beginning of the concept because it's vibrating. Everything vibrates at a frequency, and if you know that frequency, you can control things. And I think that's the basic idea of what we're looking at here. And it's all based upon the ancient numbers. And they're developing technologies right now, and they have been. I was
Yo,
recently
what up, Christian? How you doing, man? Your place here.
given the go-ahead that I could talk. I've been sitting on
What's
this
up?
for 7
What's up,
years
bro? How you
without
doing, man?
talking about it
Welcome.
because they
Appreciate
asked
it,
me
man.
not to talk about it until they had their patents in place and their licenses. That's all happened since last summer. So we're now free to talk about it. So that's what I'm saying. I think it'd be a good idea to get me back on it. We can look at it. I'm going to lay this.
The
on
grenade
Ray,
friggin'
look at
run?
it too, 'cause
Can you
I
imagine?
really wanna
What?
get
What is
Ray
this? Why?
back on this.
I mean, would it be fair to say that there's an element of a rediscovery of a
Yes.
lost technology from the past?
I think it would be fair to say. Yes.
And so through
up, Christian, man?
somehow,
Morning, man.
through this technology, they're able to move stones or cut stones. or
Sorry, dude.
all
How's
the
your
above,
shift?
All the above.
And
Oh,
even
why?
transport them. Where's all this?
Well, this is the model, and this is diagramming all the frequencies of the elements and what their vibrational frequencies are and the numbers that measure those frequencies. And they're all the numbers we get from looking at these ancient traditions that occur over and over and over again that I've been talking about in my sacred geometry classes for decades without knowing what the final result was going to be. So this inventor who's working with this small group.
Oh, like what?
this is
Come
he
on,
said.
man. I suck.
You built the foundation. He said you laid the foundation with your work on ancient geometry, and I built the house on top of it. That's what he said. So for 7 years, he's been supplying me with all the information. I have copies of all the patents. I have videos of the testing of the prototypes. And Mazda, the car manufacturer in Japan, is getting ready to do a $25 million testing of some of these prototypes that they believe they can retrofit internal combustion engines with. And there's over 100, they've developed over 100 patents on some of this stuff. And it's amazing.
And what would be the fuel?
Well, plasmoids. Plasmoids, as it says here, are donut or toroidal-shaped clusters of net protons or net electrons that once captured and placed into a toroidal orbit are capable of absorbing, storing, and releasing enormous amounts of energy within their self-generated and structured electromagnetic containment field. Plasmoids, in effect, function as an atomic battery that can be self-charging due to its ability to convert matter to available energy. So it's a lot to get into, and I think it would take us kind of off what we're here to talk about.
Oh, brutal.
But at least what's promising is that there is some, at least research or understanding.
And it's actually quite mature at this point. And in order to avoid the kinds of fate that befell Tesla and Wright, Robert Oppenheimer, Victor Schauberger, and so many others that were working in these fields, all kind of converging on the same insight. It's been conducted in secret. The laboratory that they've been developing this is in the Maldives, so that it's been immune from government interference. And now, I think it's about ready to go to the next.
Now, what is the motivation of the suppressing of this information?
I think in case of Tesla, wasn't it military, the fear of military applications?
I also think that, you know, there are huge corporations that have very large investments in a particular path of technology, which is ours.
Right.
And for somebody to come up with a whole new path of technology, very threatening to them. And much better from their point of view to suppress it, or if they can't suppress it, to kind of buy it and hide it, and keep things on the track that they're on now. I would say that's the motive.
And maybe for people that are curious about this and maybe even skeptical, consider the massive change that nuclear power provided us. Whereas before the 1940s, this was unheard of, this even the concept of it. And all of a sudden, now we have nuclear power, nuclear weapons, the most profound power known to man currently.
God help us, it's a power for use by adults, but unfortunately, it's delinquent children who are leading our world right now. The leaders of our planet, the politicians out there, they're just complete arseholes. I can't think of any of them who I feel any respect for whatsoever. And it's they who are in charge of this frightening, terrifying technology. We just aren't mature enough as a civilization to manage technology like that. You have to get that level of maturity.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that these people they're not psychedelically experienced.
Exactly.
What is this? Why?
I'll say it again. If I could set the rules,
Oh, it's just so
I would
dumb.
absolutely insist that nobody has the right to run for head of state or head of government unless they've had a dozen experiences with ayahuasca.
Hear, hear.
Let them have those experiences first. Mushrooms will do the job just as well. A dozen major doses of mushrooms will do the job just as well. Lead to that self-examination that we see so little of in our politicians today. And I think many of them have actually decided, I don't want to be a politician anymore.
Yeah.
And those who did carry on that path would be gentler, kinder, and more open to extraordinary possibilities.
You know, we did have one president who, it's pretty, lot of evidence that he did in fact take several acid trips. You know who that was?
Who's that?
John Kennedy.
Aha.
Really?
Oh yeah. You know, he was having multiple affairs in the White House, right?
I knew about that.
Okay, so one of his affairs was with a woman who was an associate of Timothy Leary. So that's what was
Why?
happening. So
Why?
there's basis to the rumor.
That's another reason why they killed him.
Could be. Well, it could be that because of you know, because he did really go through pretty much a change of attitude during that last year. But you know what it
This
comes
is
down
so
to
dumb,
is,
man.
you know, right now everything that's going on in the world is basically about the control of energy and resources. And if there was a way of technology or energy that could do an end run around this idea that we live in a Malthusian reality and we have to have this, you know, fight to the end over who's going to control the energy, who's going to control the resources, it would render our entire foreign policy, our military policy.
Oh, come on.
Irrelevant. And from what I've seen about
This level, man. Dude,
evolving
this
opinion
level.
about the possibility
What?
of there
Come on,
being
man.
ancient technology.
That was so stupid.
That if there was an ancient technology, it should be possible to recover it. And what I've seen in the last half a decade or more has initially
So
skeptical,
dumb.
but as I've learned more, you know, gone arduously through these patents and things, I've become convinced that, yeah, there is something here. There's something here. That there are people who have been working on these things, and they would like. My role, as they've requested to be, is these guys are academic scientists, inventors. One of them's a geophysicist. A couple of people that I have met recently who are putting money up into this are basically in the energy industry, who have seen the prototypes. I had a meeting in September, or not September, about a month ago, early October, with 4 gentlemen that are putting the money into this,
Come on.
developing this prototype. One of
Like,
them
come
said,
on.
well,
It's
when
just
I
so
first heard
stupid,
this,
man.
I didn't believe this was possible. But he says, I've seen the machines, I've seen the technology work. I'm now convinced. So they've done their
I didn't even throw it, did I?
prototypes, and
It's
now
just
they're
so
gonna do
dumb.
this major testing. Mazda, automobile manufacturer in Japan, has come on board and said, you can use our laboratories, and because of course what they're thinking is that they may be able to get an end run around all the other competition. And one of the things, and when I come back, we can look into this. I've got the videos of testing the prototypes, like taking one of the gentlemen that I met with his nephew or son-in-law, mechanical engineer, who took one of the devices, and it took 4 hours. They retrofitted a internal combustion engine, because what this device does is it
Oh, you're just like, what?
all of the waste products, heat products, carbon dioxide, everything that's coming out of an internal combustion engine gets captured and recycled and converted back to energy. The initial test showed that the internal combustion engine went from about a 30% efficiency to 80% efficiency. And this is just the initial prototypes. I can come on your show. We can look at the videos. I can show you all of it. I'd love to. So they are going to open source all of it within the next few months around the world. So they're looking for venues to put this information out because, like Malcolm there, the inventor you saw, he says, you know, this is my legacy and I want the world to have this.
So if we can, please go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, as you say, they've had to keep it secret up till now.
Up till now.
Precisely because of the nature of the world that we live in. And I would say that we live in a system that is very controlling, that works through very clever means to control the way people think. But that the younger generation is beginning to break free of that in exciting ways. And I would say that archaeology, strangely enough, is a very important part of that system of control. If archaeologists can convince us that we are the end product of a long, steady evolution, we're the apex and the pinnacle of human achievement, then it justifies everything else that goes on in the world right now. Is any chance of pulling up the
Do you think,
enemy number 1 clip in a minute?
please, we'll do that, but do you think that they're doing this in cahoots, or do you think they're doing this to protect their own personal interests, and it seems to align with these systems?
First and foremost, to protect their own personal interests.
And their own
Second-
personal interests are to express history the same way that they have always.
Yeah, I don't think that there are many archaeologists who are actually out there deliberately lying to the public. I don't think that's happening.
They're just
at all.
egotistical human beings.
They're just like everybody else.
Right.
You know, you get invested in a particular line.
Yes.
It becomes existentially important to you.
It's your identity.
It's your identity.
And
If
your
it's-
knowledge defines you.
Your knowledge defines you, and if others challenge it, your first reaction is self-defense.
Yes.
You got to defend yourself against this intruder who is attacking you in one way or another. So I don't think that it's a calculated conspiracy in that way. But I do think that
What the
advantage is
fuck?
being taken of it by other powers, by the powers that be. I mean, I don't want to get into the whole COVID and vaccine issue too much right now. There's a lot I don't know about that, but one thing I do know for sure is that the whole COVID and vaccine issue has been deliberately, carefully used by governments. They've taken advantage of it to inculcate and encourage a habit of obedience in the
Yes.
population, that we just kind of automatically say yes. And that's part of the controlling powers in our society fighting back against this tendency to individuality and to thinking for ourselves. And that's why I say we live in the middle of a paradigm shift, where we're in struggle
Terrible.
right now. And either one side or the other is going to win. But I believe that the force of good is a real force. And that the ability to think freely and think independently that the younger generation is showing is going to triumph in the long run.
And what is this enemy number 1 video? Do we need to
Oh.
pass the sacred HDMI cable?
Well, again, it's just I was initially really perplexed by the way archaeologists responded to me. Why would they? Why would they
Like,
hate
what
me
the
so much? Why
fuck?
would they be so angry with me?
Well, you're an outsider.
And yeah, I guess that's it. Simply by proposing a different point of view. So it's just another short clip from Ancient Apocalypse.
This idea is upsetting to the so-called experts, who insist that the only humans who existed during the Ice Age were simple hunter-gatherers. That automatically makes me enemy number 1 to archaeologists.
Why don't you say, we don't know? This is a spectacular mystery and leave it at that.
It's my job to offer an alternative point of view. Perhaps there's been a forgotten episode in human history, but perhaps the extremely defensive, arrogant and patronizing attitude of mainstream academia is stopping us from considering that possibility and trying to overthrow
The paradigm of history. Very, very dramatic. I was lucky to work with a really top-class professional camera team in making this series. And talking about COVID, my goodness, I mean, to make an 8-episode TV series when the world was shut down, the number of quarantines we had to do in places like, Indonesia, in order to get this job done. But we powered through, and we got it done. And I hope the series is going to make a difference. It's going to be part of that, providing an alternative source of information to people who are fed up with being told what to think by the so-called experts.
No, I'm certain it'll provide a lot of inspiration for people to think differently. Now, the possibility of this technology existing that we're talking about, existing in the past, would this technology be made with metal? Would these engines, these alternative technology engines, and if they were, we really wouldn't find evidence of them today?
I think we should be open-minded to a whole range of possibilities.
Come on. What?
One of
Like,
the
fuck right
issues
off.
that gets me into a lot of trouble with archaeologists
Oh,
I think
whatever, there's
there
only
are
2
latent
cameras.
human abilities which we are not using. I don't know if you've ever had Rupert Sheldrake
Yes.
on your show. So Rupert has done a lot of work on telepathy, real solid scientific work. Just like, why does your dog know when you're coming home? He did a series of controlled experiments where the owner came home at random different times of day. And the dog always knew when he was coming. Some kind of telepathic message was passing back and forward. Rupert Sheldrake has shown that telepathy is a real thing. We're thinking there's somebody, and the next second the phone rings, and it's that person. Things like that. But Rupert has done very thoroughly detailed statistical work on this and shown that it's far beyond chance. That this is a real ability that humans have, but that we're persuaded in our society to think does not exist. What about telekinesis? The ability to move objects with the mind. That sounds
How do
like
I
something
know
very
when
terrible, but maybe we can do it. Again, our society has rested all its faith on leverage and mechanical advantage and a particular path of technology, and we've allowed what I think may be latent human abilities to fall into the abyss and not to be used anymore, so much so that we laugh at ourselves for even thinking of them. And whenever I mention things like telepathy or telekinesis, I'm not pinning my whole thesis on that. I just think it's something we should be open to. Well, if an ancient civilization were using those innate human abilities that we've forgotten how to use today, there would of course be no physical evidence for it whatsoever. There'd only be the results of what they did, like those 70-ton blocks lifted 350 feet in the air, covering the roof of the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid. Impossible to explain in terms of leverage and mechanical advantage, but perhaps another explanation is needed.
Also so profoundly advanced in terms of their ability to move immensely huge objects that it makes you consider in a way where we're talking about, look, even if we use the conventional dating of 2500 BC, how? Like, what was available? How did they do that? Like, what?
I've never seen a satisfactory explanation from the Egyptological fraternity as to how this was done. They keep coming up with multiple theories about how the Great Pyramid was built, and none of them make any sense to me. I've been lucky enough to climb the Great Pyramid 5 times. I've explored every internal passageway. This thing is just a gigantic mystery in stone. It challenges
So dumb,
us
man.
to think again about everything in the ancient world. The fact that it incorporates the dimensions of our planet in its key dimensions, that you can take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply by 43,200.
It's just so dumb.
The radius of the Earth. You can measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid, multiply it by the same number, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. I won't bore you, but that number is not a random number. Anybody who goes into my books will find that it relates to the obscure astronomical phenomenon called precession of the equinoxes. Great Pyramid is almost perfectly aligned to true north within 3/60ths of a single degree. 13-acre footprint, 6 million tons, 481 feet high, and aligned to true north with this incredible precision. I think they're trying to tell us something. When the pyramid speaks to our planet, it speaks to this Earth. It's aligned to true north. And it's built on a scale that models the dimensions of the Earth, and that scale is derived from a key motion of the Earth itself. Very, very clever. And again, I try and mention this to archaeologists. They say, it's just a coincidence. It's just rubbish. That's what they say. And it's such a lazy way to dismiss the data, rather than getting to grips with it.
Yeah, really,
and
man.
saying, could this really have happened by coincidence, or is something going on here?
See, there are these key numbers that recur over and over again. We find them in the Vedas, we find them in the Bible, we find them.
Well said, man. Sleepy long weekend starting today, Thursday. Hell yeah, bro. Heck yeah, I mean.
One of those key numbers.
Don't say hell yeah on the day of the Lord. What's up, man? Congrats, bro.
In the way we still measure time today. If you think about
Enjoy it.
How do we measure the length of one
Guys, yo,
orbit, one
guys,
rotation of the Earth on its
guys,
axis,
this guy literally
radiating
took
around
all the
center of
bullets
sun,
that were going right at the
divided
camera.
that
Yeah.
into seconds, right?
What?
Minutes, hours. 24 hours is the exact period.
Don't say that shit, man. That's just pretty weird, man. Thanks,
with
man.
respect to the sun. Okay.
What's up, man? About work? Like,
24
that's
hours
pretty weird, man. That's weird
times
shit.
60 times 60 means there's 86,400 seconds exactly in that period. On the moment of vernal equinox, the period of time of darkness and of light are exactly equal, 43,200. That number is the scaling ratio of the pyramid.
About working, yeah.
If we were to
Cool,
take
man.
that
Thanks, man.
pyramid as
Appreciate
it is
that.
today on the Giza Plateau,
Nice of
enlarge
you.
it by a factor of 43,200. As Graham said, the height of it is literally within a few hundred feet of being the polar radius of the Earth. And in fact, the range of error is within the range of error of our most accurate modern satellite surveys. And we could, when I come back, I can easily demonstrate that.
We'll do that.
I put together the slides to show exactly how it's done. The geometry.
Talk to you later. You're going to go sleep. No, nice, man. Dude, nice, dude. Have a good night, dude. Congrats, man. Enjoy the weekend. Have a good night.
Because what they've basically done is
Congratulations.
if you enlarge that period by 43,200, the square base now becomes precisely the equatorial circumference of the Earth. Precisely. And for somebody to say this is just coincidence, well, if it was one example, yeah, or two examples.
Joe, I say, yeah, thanks, YouTube, man.
Of examples like this where you could show that somehow somebody seemed to know something beyond what they've been given credit for.
Something that they shouldn't have known at the time that that structure is supposed to have been built. What we're looking at in the Great Pyramid and many other structures around the world, staring us in the face, almost slapping us in the face, is evidence of a lost technology. And yet it's so resisted and so sneered upon by mainstream academia. It's one of the things I really find very uncomfortable about archaeology is the way that they sneer at alternative ideas. You know, the fact that I've taken psychedelics,
Yeah, for sure, man.
all the time by my critics. Oh, you know, Hancock takes drugs, so you
Well
shouldn't
said,
listen
dude.
to anything that he says.
That's what I tell my kids.
Excuse me.
Like,
What a
didn't he open
lazy
the
way
fucking door?
to dismiss
Wasn't the cutscene him opening the goddamn
just
door?
with insults.
Yeah, it's silly.
Whatever.
It's also, it's like, what has he gotten out of those drugs, and why are you so dismissive of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
You too,
so
man. You two have a good day,
fascinated
dude.
by the possibility of this ancient technology existing and what form it existed in. If they really did have the ability to calculate as you're describing, and they did it with such incredible accuracy, and the way you're laying it out, it's almost undeniable. The possibility of coincidence is far less than the possibility of calculation.
Yeah, absolutely. And yet this lazy dismissal is used to keep people locked in a particular framework of thinking. And that's what we're trying to disrupt. We're disruptors, we're contrarians. And I think there's a need for disruptors and contrarians in the world, no matter how much they insult me, no matter how much they insult Randall. The information that we're putting out there, sooner or later, is going to do some good.
How far back do you think this technology goes? You know, I keep pressing this because I want to get an understanding of, like, what's the long end of this? How far back do you think human sophisticated civilization existed? If the conventional idea is ancient Sumer, 6,000 Mesopotamia, 6,000 plus years ago, how far do you think we're talking?
Well, first and foremost, I can't give you absolute facts here. I'm working on my ideas about the past. I think it's a civilization that went back deep into the past. I say maybe as far back as 100,000 years into the past. I think it's a civilization that emerged out of hunter-gatherer societies and emerged out of shamanism. You encounter shamans in the Amazon rainforest today who are using ayahuasca. Well, ayahuasca is a miracle in itself. You know, there's
Come on.
100,000 plus different species of plants and trees in the Amazon. You have to put two of them together to create the ayahuasca.
This fucking guard,
One of them
man.
contains DMT,
Guys, like this guard,
the other
man.
contains a monoamine oxidase inhibitor.
It's
DMT
just
is
so
not
troll.
orally active. That's why we have to smoke it in order to get the effect. But what they've done in the Amazon is make it orally active by combining it with the ayahuasca vine, which contains the monoamine oxidase inhibitor that switches off an enzyme in the stomach that allows the gut to absorb the DMT and for it to enter the brain. Now that is science that we're looking at there. We're looking at evidence of science. So the notion of science emerging from a shamanistic society makes perfect sense to me. And again, this is where the archaeologists roll their eyes. But when you ask those shamans in the Amazon, where did your ancestors get the knowledge to make ayahuasca come from? I mean, surely it can't have been done by trial and error. When you've got 100,000 different species of plants and trees, you're taking two, neither of which is active on its own, which only work when they're combined together. How did you arrive at that? And they say, the spirits taught us. How did the spirits teach you? Oh, our ancestors used to use yopo. They took a snuff, that's a DMT snuff. And in the yopo trance, they were taught how to make ayahuasca. So the idea, ludicrous as it may seem to archaeologists, that shamanistic societies can create science seems to make perfect sense to me. And I think the lost civilization I'm talking about emerged out of shamanism. But that it then went further steps ahead than other hunter-gatherer societies. And unlike our civilization today, which is in the process of destroying the last hunter-gatherer civilizations on Earth. Some members of our civilization, I'm very glad the way the election just went in Brazil, because we need to preserve the Amazon rainforest. The Amazon, it's madness to cut down the Amazon rainforest and turn it into soybean farms. You know, our civilization today has no respect for nature, no respect for hunter-gatherers, who are people with an enormous store of knowledge of how to survive on this planet. I think that the ancient civilization I'm talking about had great respect for its roots, for its origins in hunter-gatherer civilizations, and that's why I don't think they contaminated them too much. They stayed away from them and pursued their own path once they'd achieved these levels of technology.
You often talk about the use of LiDAR and ground-penetrating radar and how they've uncovered these structures, and
it's astonishing.
The ancient Amazon rainforest was filled with massive civilizations.
Yes, absolutely no doubt about it now.
Is it possible that these massive civilizations were also advanced, and through the use of pharmacology, the same way we understand how to synthesize DMT and synthesize various psychedelic drugs, that's how they learned?
Yes, it's perfectly possible that there is science in the hunter-gatherer mode of life, and that they applied that science. The Amazon is not entirely a natural product. The Amazon is a human-made garden. The trees in the Amazon that produce food are hyper-dominant. That didn't happen by accident. That happened because human beings made that happen. They created this incredible, we still don't understand it fully today, the terra preta, the black earth, which is immensely fertile, which reproduces its own fertility through bacteria in the soil. There are still patches of terra preta all over the Amazon. The settlers in the Amazon seek them out to plant it. Again, this is evidence of science. There were cities in the Amazon, populations of 100,000 or more have been now revealed in the Amazon. It was a completely different from what we imagined it to be. And it used to be 7 million square kilometers. About 2 million square kilometers have been cut down by our rapacious, short-sighted, idiotic civilization. But 5 million square kilometers are left, and we're just beginning to get a hint of what's underneath as a result of LiDAR. This technique, like light imaging and detection ranging, which flies, you can fly a plane over a section of rainforest, and without damaging anything, you can see what's underneath that rainforest. And what's underneath it is gigantic geometrical structures, huge squares, circles, a circle surrounded by a square, just enormous constructions that you would not expect to find hunter-gatherer civilizations having made, and yet there they are in the Amazon. I've had occasion to this is one of the recent sciences on this. I've had occasion to meet a few billionaires, and I've tried to say to them, if you want to do some good with your money, put it into a major LiDAR survey of the Amazon, because right now only a tiny section of the state of Acre in Brazil has been surveyed by LiDAR. And what's come out of there, they're even finding pyramids in the middle of the Amazon. And then once they're found, archaeologists can go to them and have a look at them. Put some money into a proper LiDAR survey of the entire Amazon, and our whole idea of the past of the human species may change. And that comes back to my point.
Oh, come on,
5 million
man.
square kilometers in the Amazon, hardly studied. 27 million square kilometers of submerged continental shelves, hardly studied. 9 million square kilometers of the Sahara Desert, hardly studied. And yet archaeology claims to know the whole story of our past. Ridiculous. They can't know the whole story of the past while so little of the planet remains, so much of the planet remains untouched by archaeology. And why does it remain untouched? Well, partly it's very expensive to go do archaeology in the Sahara or in the Amazon, and partly because archaeologists are convinced that they're not going to find anything there. Well, LiDAR is breaking that. It's showing us that there is something to find in the Amazon. And I would urge any good-hearted billionaire who wants to see some real changes in our understanding of the past to put some money into LiDAR surveys. I know a number of the archaeologists who are doing this, a guy called Martin Partinson, for example. Very, very, very important work, but they're doing it on tiny funds. They need more funding in order to survey the whole Amazon. And I think if the whole Amazon is surveyed, it's going to radically change the way we view the past.
One of the problems is both in archaeology and geology, is the focus on a very limited, specialized site. You will have archaeologists that will spend a decade excavating one site, and obviously they're going to know more about that site than anybody, far and away. What seems to be lacking, and the same with geologists, you know, you'll have geologists who spend years examining one site, one geological outcrop, determining the lithology, the petrology, the sedimentary sequence, the ages, and they can tell you all about that site. What's missing, though, is the big picture. The integrating these different parts, these sites, and really, this is where there's room for those who are not super specialized to come in and try to come up with some kind of a coherent model that can link these sites together into a big picture. The panorama, the grander panorama. I'm thinking of the
Scan.
Al Good. Down at top. Yeah, tell a little bit about Al.
Well, Al is an archaeologist, and he was, for a long time, there was a dogma in archaeology, a true dogma, that there were no human beings in the Americas until 13,000 years ago. Let's say 13,400 years ago. And they called them the Clovis culture. And the dogma was called Clovis first. That there were just no human beings here before Clovis.
This fucking guard. I know he didn't go in the way of the camera this time, but he's just so troll, man.
But then he did what other archaeologists didn't do. They dug below the Clovis layer. And below the Clovis layer,
people kept asking him, well, what's below it?
What's below it?
Yeah.
And when he dug below it, he found evidence, more evidence of humans, going back tens of thousands of years before Clovis, going back 50,000 years. Like so many archaeologists who've broken the mold and found evidence that confronted the dogma, he was shunned by his colleague.
What was this evidence that he discovered?
Evidence of human presence in the Americas. Artifacts, objects, 50,000 years ago. I'm not saying artifacts of a high civilization. I'm just saying evidence that humans were here. That this dogma that there were no humans in the Americas until 13,000 years ago. That dogma locked the archaeology of the Americas in a single place for 40 or 50 years. And every single archaeologist, Jacques Mars at the Bluefish Caves in the Yukon, for example, who found evidence of humans 24,000 years ago, every one of them suffered. Their research grants were pulled away from them. They were shunned at conferences. They were insulted by their colleagues. But as time passed, they were proved to be right. And this is the important issue.
I suck, guys. I really suck. Oh.
Talking with the team there who excavated the Cerruti Mastodon site, they think human beings have been in the Americas for 130,000 years. Not 13,000, but 130,000 years. That gives you a lot of time for things to develop here.
This stick really fucking sucks.
South America,
Those cams, so thanks, buddy. Thanks. That third cam I'm really bad at, though. Thanks, buddy. My stick is really worn out. Whatever.
The old notion, again, it's a dogma that human beings crossed the Bering
My
Strait,
gears.
they were land bridge.
My gears. I'm close, though. I'm close to a 25. I am. I am. Just needs to be a really good run.
Settling first in South America and then migrating north. And it's just very difficult for these ideas to become accepted. But little by little, this is what happens with paradigm shifts.
I'm doing old strat 25.
It becomes more and more absurd to stick.
I've never hit the camera
Now, if you have
shot. I've never taken the camera picture with the new strat. I was never successful like that.
For an advanced civilization to have emerged right here in the Americas, in North America, in South America. And if that advanced civilization had based itself in the land we now call the Channel Scatterlands, there wouldn't be a single thing left of it because of the pummeling massive forces of flooding that tore across that landscape during the early dry ice.
Now, the prevailing theory of what happened to the civilization in the Amazon rainforest is disease, right?
And that prevailing theory is correct. It was there was a Spaniard, Francisco de Orellana, who accidentally managed to travel the entire way
Why? Like, why?
across South America.
It's just so fucking dumb.
15, 16.
Oh, it's so enraging. This game is so enraging.
20 other guys, they were in a boat and they were going hunting. But they put the boat on the Amazon River, and the Amazon River wouldn't let them come back. It carried them, kept on carrying them west, west, west. And finally they ended up, they started off in Colombia, and finally they ended up on the Atlantic coast of South America. Well, on the way...
Come on, let's go. Come on, please, please. Like, please.
Evidence of high civilizations of the Amazon. He reported it, but
Please.
it was thought that he was making it up, and it's these new LiDAR surveys that have confirmed that he was absolutely correct. And God knows what else might be found in the Amazon if the work were actually done.
So those initial explorers carried diseases?
They carried diseases. This is the thing. Oriana encountered thriving, highly
Oh, scam. What is that, 26? I think it's 26. 28? Damn it. That was way slower than I thought. Whatever.
Primarily because of smallpox.
Whatever.
And other diseases that were imported from Europe that the indigenous inhabitants did not have resistance to. Just completely decimated those.
Yeah, it's improving.
Wiped them completely from human memory. There's no doubt that biological weapon is the reason for the conquest of the Americans. That it was the diseases that were brought in. And in some cases, those diseases were deliberately spread.
Man, my heart's racing. Cool level, man. Really cool level.
And that's the exact same thing that happened in North America too. That's how it became so easy for Europeans to conquer, because of the diseases they brought with them. And it is, I call it the earliest known example of a biological that we're seeing in the story of the Americas. And so much was wiped out, so much memory was wiped out. And then, not just the killing off of the people with the diseases that Europeans brought, but the church, the way that the church behaved in the Americas was appalling. The deliberate burning of Mayan codices. In one bonfire, 5,000 Mayan books were heaped up and burnt by some idiot priest. You know, what's he doing there but wiping out memory banks of humanity?
It's whatever, man.
What would we have found in those manuscripts if we'd been able to find them today, if they hadn't been burnt by some religious fanatic who was convinced that his ideas were the only right ideas and everybody else was wrong? Christianity is responsible for a great deal of harm in this world, and it's time Christians sucked it up and got to grips with that instead of regarding themselves as paragons of virtue. Christianity has done horrific things down through the ages. Hopefully it's learned from its experiences.
That doesn't seem very likely.
But it's been an instrument of destruction of human memory. Those who were destroying that human memory, no doubt they fervently believed that they were right. But their belief that they were right doesn't mean they were right. They were wrong. They deprived us of huge libraries of knowledge which would otherwise be available to us. That's why I call us a species with amnesia, that we have forgotten so much about our own past. And we're in that kind of amnesiac state where we just have a feeling that something's wrong, but we don't quite know what it is.
It's one of the more fascinating aspects of being culture today is that we have so much access to information, and that we can.
Come on, man.
That, you know, if you tried to bring these ideas forth in the 1970s, they'd be easily dismissed. Yeah. But now, because of LiDAR, because of our understanding of what disease did to North America, what the Christians did, it's a far more compelling conversation.
And the internet.
Yes.
I regard the internet as a poisoned chalice. There are wonderful gifts in the internet, but there's also terrible problems with the internet. The one thing the internet has done is it's allowed people to communicate directly with one another. We don't have to go through the middleman, the big newspaper proprietor, or the big TV station. We don't have to go through the middleman in order to get to people. We can talk to one another directly and share ideas, hopefully in a fertile way. It's sad that so much of the internet is just filled with hatred and fear and suspicion of people being utterly obnoxious to one another. But nevertheless, I'd rather have it than not have it, because it's opened up so many doors of inquiry that would otherwise remain closed.
I like to think, you know, when I was born, mid-20th century, we had zero presence in space. no satellites. We never put up a single satellite. Right? We're in a position now where we can really begin to perceive things on levels that a few generations ago were inconceivable, both on the microscopic and certainly we know how important the microscopic realm is.
God, yeah.
When you start talking about nanodiamonds, microspherules, and all of this, and being able to demonstrate that these great catastrophes have happened. I kind of use the analogy of fingerprints, which I borrowed from Graham, but fingerprints, you know, on a crime scene, you don't really see those without technological enhancement. Footprints, on the other hand, you can see them. They're obvious. They're footprints in the ground. So I kind of look at the Channel Scablands. Those are obvious footprints on the global landscape that are unambiguous, right? Then on the other hand, the microspherules, the nanodimensions, and things like that, those are the things that you can't see without the technological enhancement, without scanning electron microscopy or energy dispersive.
Can I just to elaborate on the nanodiamond? This is one of the reasons we know that there was a series of airbursts and bits of a comet that hit the Earth 12,800 years ago. Because all around the world, there is a layer in the soil. You can go down to Murray Springs in Arizona. There's a draw that was cut by floods there. And along the side of the draw, you can see a line in the earth about the width of a human hand. And that is the Younger Dryas boundary. And it's full of what I call impact processes. Things that could only be created by the massive heat and shock of an impact of an object from space. And those include nanodiamonds, these tiny diamonds which we would not see without high-level tech allowing us to see down into the minuscule world. That's it. That's the Younger Dryas boundary layer.
Which one's the layer?
The dark layer. There's better shots of it, but it's that dark layer. It runs all along the side of the springs, and for the series we went there with Aaron West from the Comet Research Group, and he explained to us exactly what's going on here. And that's the first clues that led them to believe that we're dealing with a comet impact 12,800 years ago. And I don't want to misuse that word. It's not a single object. It's multiple objects. It's a swarm of objects. Those objects hit all around the world. They hit in North America.
This fucking guard, man.
Interestingly, there's a site called Abu Huraira, which is very near to Göbekli Tepe in Syria, which was hit by what they believe was an airburst of a fragment of a comet. If we go back to 1908, June 1908, many people will know that an event took place in Siberia called the Tunguska event. Interestingly enough, that date, June 1908, is one of the two periods of the year, June and November, when the Earth passes through the Taurine regions. And what happened there was that an object that's estimated to have been about 100 meters in diameter blew up in the air over Siberia. It flattened 2,000 square miles of trees. It was an uninhabited area. Nobody was killed. But if that had happened over a major city, it would have been cataclysmic. And that was just a small, and it left the same traces in the soil.
Come on, man.
Same evidence of it. Another really intriguing thing is melted quartz. It takes temperatures of 2,000 plus degrees centigrade to melt quartz. And you find melted quartz all over this Younger Dryas boundary. You find iridium, another object, another substance that can only come in with asteroids from outer space. So the evidence is mounting, the evidence is building. The team of scientists at the Comet Research Group, as I mentioned earlier, they've just now got some major funding. We are going, and again, I talked about that happy billionaire who I would like to see put some money into LiDAR surveys in the Amazon. I'd like to see them put some money into the Comet Research Group as well, because they've funded themselves all the way along now, but now they've got some major funding. We're going to see some huge breakthroughs in that field. And it doesn't matter how much other scientists dislike what they're doing, they are giving us the data. The data ultimately is what matters, not people's opinion. And the data speaks to a gigantic worldwide apocalypse 12,800 years ago.
Jamie, can I have the sacred table?
I have to. So let's pause.
What a stupid
and,
fucking
go
level.
back and-
I think I am gonna do the 2.x ending. Honestly, it's just so dumb.
Okay, we're back. Are we back? Yeah. Here. Okay.
Oh, there we go. All right, so this is just sort of a graphic I put together to show the torrid meteor stream. In this space, there's two ellipses here, which just goes back to the work of Fred Whippet way back in the 1940s, who was the first one to realize that the torrid meteor stream was the byproduct of this ongoing fragmentation of the original giant comet. Because what he was able to do when he did this succession of photographs is he was able to run the orbits in reverse. And once he did that,
I gotta look down way faster for this fucking door press. It's fucking just shit.
at the same point in space, which told him that they were once one object. So, but anyways, what we've got here is, you'll notice here's Mercury, orbit of Mercury, glasses here, orbit of Venus, and then this third ring here is the orbit of the Earth. The green arrows show the direction of the orbit, so here's the orbit of the Earth. And here is the green arrows again show the direction of orbit of the stream. And you can see that the Earth's orbit crosses the stream late June, early July, right here. And then again crosses the stream around now, November, late October, early November. And this has led the torrid stream to sometimes...
Wow, that's the way to do it. The fourth cam, I shouldn't aim. I think I should just shoot.
Okay, so
Maybe all of them I should just shoot.
June 30th, 1998.
yes. So the timing was
What?
perfect. The other thing was that the position where the meteor emanated from space was perfect because you can see that as the stream comes around the sun, if you're here on the Earth and you're looking up the stream, and here was the problem, why the object wasn't seen until the last few moments is because you had to almost look directly into the sun. And this is why some of the eyewitnesses described it looked like the object was born out of the sun, or that the sun split in two, and this fiery object came and exploded. You know, it didn't. Here's an important point: it did not hit the ground.
It was an error.
It was an air burst. And a lot of what we might be talking about with the younger Gyges would be air bursts. I just did a whole presentation on October 3rd talking about the universal observance of the Festival of the Dead and its connections with the torrid meteor stream. It's a very fascinating presentation. If somebody wants to learn more about this, you can go on my website and download
What's the website?
Randall Carlson.
Come on, please. Like, why?
So,
Come on, man.
when you're here, you're looking up towards the sun. But when you're looking upstream here, you're looking out into space, directly towards the
Very important constellation across the ancient world.
yeah. And the Pleiades, in traditional astrological context, is the shoulder of the bull.
Wow, not even fast at all.
And
God
if you go back,
damn.
there's lots of mythologies about, the Epic of Gilgamesh, where the Gilgamesh is able to do battle with the bull of heaven.
And that's why it's called the Torrid meteor, because it appears to emanate from the region of space in which the constellation of Taurus is. It's not coming to us from Taurus, but it looks like it is.
Looks like that, right? Yeah. This is a general.
Oh my God.
You've got a radiant. The meteors are actually coming in parallel lines. But when you look upstream, they're all emanating from the point in space. So all meteor streams get their name from the constellation that they appear to be coming from. So the Leonids, obviously Leonids, Gemini,
Orionids.
exactly. Taurus. So we will get into
That
this.
Tunguska event, you had some calculations on the size of the...
Yes, the power of that event has been estimated based upon the destruction of the old-growth taiga forest they were able to estimate how much energy. And the equivalent of that is about a 15 megaton hydrogen bomb. Now, how do you wrap your head around what a 15 megaton explosion would look like? Well, I got a graphic here that actually is an artist's depiction.
Is today Father's Day?
Megaton explosion.
Is this real? Did I fucking completely forget that today is Father's Day? Oh, June 18th. Thank fucking God. Because I saw my dad in the U.S. Thanks Moonraker. Oh my God, thanks. Because I thought it was today, and because I saw my dad. I mean, I'm blessed. I'm really lucky. I love my dad. I see them, but like I saw my dad this morning. I didn't say happy Father's Day. Something good. Good.
Devastating. Like, 2,000 some square kilometers, about 825 square miles of old
I'm in Canada, so we do weird stuff. We do stuff weirdly here.
Think a couple thousand. It would have been like an all-out nuclear. And it's left its traces.
Like, why? I suck. I really suck.
This happened many times for 1,000 years.
I think there were multiple impacts. It's clear that there was a peak of impacts 12,800 years ago. I personally think this is not the Comet Research Group point of view, but I think it was another series of impacts 11,600 years ago that brought the Younger Dryas to an end. And quite possibly an impact in a major ocean that led to the global warming of a huge cloud of water vapor thrown up into the air. That's actually not my
Oh, I'm insane.
I've adopted it, but it's the work of Sir Fred Hoyle,
It's so random.
leading astronomer back in the 80s, who suggested that there were the 1,200 years of the Younger Dryas was 1,200 years of continuous cataclysm. And it was on an enormous scale. And the reason that Tunguska event matters is because it happened pretty much in our time. It happened in 1908. It tells us that we're still in interaction with the Tauri meteor system. That it's not
Insane.
a distant and important danger. It's a real and present danger. If that object that exploded over Siberia in 1908 had exploded over a major city, we'd all be paying.
Oh my God, the left strafe ending is so terrible.
Because the results would have been absolutely catastrophic. But then, as Randall says, take that back 12,800 years ago. Look at the massive bombardment that took place then. Evidence as far west as the west coast of America. Evidence as far east as Syria. You're looking at a worldwide event. Thousands of airbursts. Huge numbers of objects coming in. Some of them hitting the North American ice cap physically. Some of them actually exploding in the air. The end result fully explains how we could have lost a whole civilization from the record.
That's so compelling and so based on evidence.
Yeah, it is based on evidence. And again, it's evidence that largely, unfortunately, is being ignored. And often when I talk about this, I'm told, don't be a fear monger. Don't spread fear. But actually, I don't want to spread fear. I want to spread awareness, because we're not helpless. That's one of the good things about it.
Oh, what? What the fuck?
We can do something about dangerous objects. That the
Oh, what?
In fact, that has been done recently for the first time.
For the first time?
Yeah.
That they pushing an asteroid just slightly off course. We now know that that's a practical possibility. That's all you need to do with the dangerous objects in the Tauri meteor stream. But it would require a combined effort of all the advanced cultures on Earth today in order to bring that about. It would be a big project, but it would be a worthy project. And I can think of many unworthy projects that the big nations at the moment really don't need. This would be one that would be really run.
Is that the Unabomber or whatever, my man?
Cooperate and come up with a way of defending this planet. And see, you talk to some people about
Oh
this,
man,
and consign it to the
sad.
realm of science fiction. But clearly, just a couple of days ago, a
Crazy.
new asteroid was discovered.
Crazy.
In the orbit of Venus that had been completely invisible, and it was huge. Now it's not Earth crossing.
Sad stuff.
But I think we mentioned this the last time I was on here. Remember, I went through this whole series since the late 1980s, showing the near misses that have occurred every few months. Over and over again, I showed that on your show the last time I was here. Those are real. Those are real. And sooner or later, I mean, they're out there now that have our planet's name on them. Our name and our number. We just have to discover them. I mean, the estimates now are dangerous Earth crossing asteroids is maybe 10%.
Of what's actually out there.
Yeah.
And that's why I think we're not only dealing with a lost civilization of the past, we're also dealing with a potential lost civilization of the future.
And if that happened to us, one of the big problems with today's information is it's stored on hard drives.
All gone.
All gone.
All gone, completely. And another big problem is that the majority of people in the advanced industrialized so-called civilizations don't have a clue about how to survive. I know you do,
Barely.
but you've developed some skills.
Like why?
I don't have those skills. Most of us don't have those skills to survive. Who would we take refuge in if our civilization went down? We would have to take refuge in hunter-gatherers, because hunter-gatherers are absolutely masters of survival. And I think that's what happened 12,000 to 11,000 years ago. The survivors of a higher civilization, I don't like the word higher, but a different kind of civilization, took refuge amongst hunter-gatherers and created projects like Göbekli Tepe, which were used to instruct and to teach and to bring in something new. We have 2 episodes in Turkey in my series. One episode is all about Göbekli Tepe, but Göbekli Tepe, 11,600 years old, isn't alone. There's another site we were the first film crew to get into called Karahan Tepe, which has now been excavated. Dates from the same period. It's the most extraordinary and amazing site. Nobody knew it was there until a decade ago. Furthermore, they found another 11 sites, all of them in a ring around Göbekli Tepe, all of them indivisible from one another because they're on hilltops. They've discovered them, but they haven't yet been excavated. It's fascinating that they all date to this period of 11,600 years ago. Another thing that we do in another episode of the series is we look at the so-called underground cities in Turkey. This is quite a famous phenomenon in Turkey, that there are huge cities, they look like ant farms on an enormous scale, dug out under the earth. Hundreds and hundreds of rooms. Huge efforts was put into digging deep beneath the earth and creating these shelters. And archaeology does not have a good explanation about what they're there for, or why they were built, or when they were built. They're all cut out of stone. You can only date objects that were left in them. You can't say when they were actually made. What makes sense of those underground cities to me is that they were built as places of refuge that people could go into during an episode of meteor bombardment during the dry ice. Because there wasn't just the one 12,800 years ago, there were multiple episodes over the next 1,200 years. It makes sense that these underground cities were built as places of shelter, not as places to hide from an invading army. The last place you want to go if you have an invading army is to go hide underground. All they have to do is block up the entrances. They don't even have to fight you know. But if you're dealing with a periodic event which will be over in a couple of weeks, they're great places
terrible.
to treat it. The evidence is all around us, all around the world. And that's why I've made this series, because I want to show people that it's not just a single thing, there's a huge story here.
When they date objects that they find in these underground cities, what are the dates they find?
The oldest, they actually have no idea. They were used by Christians.
Sorry,
they were used
man.
by Muslims. They were used back in 2,000 plus years ago as homes in some cases. There's some evidence that they, going back 2,800 years, but it's all from objects found inside them. And those objects don't tell us when the original work of cutting out these enormous structures, and it took an enormous will to create them. There's not just one, there's dozens of them.
We find them? Sorry, Randy, you got
past the sacred cord.
Or maybe you could find them.
Yeah, I could.
They're in Kuyu, for example.
What's the name of the place?
DERINKUYU.
What's the oldest object they find in there?
2,800 years plus. cross-section is just amazing. I spent hours down there just wandering around looking at this amazing place. And it makes no sense to me that
It's carved into stone.
That they, yeah, it's cut literally out of the bedrock beneath the ground. There, you can see a cross-section on the left.
Come on, really? Like, really? That's just so dumb.
And the fact that objects have been dated to certain periods does not tell us when they were used. Every new culture that went in there would have removed most of the stuff that was in there before. But when you ask yourself what was the motive for creating something like this, the motive is clearly to hide from a danger from above, in my view.
That's incredible.
Yeah. The most remarkable places. And they can be visited. The two that I visited in the series are Derinkuyu and Kaimaku. And these two sites are joined by an 8-kilometer tunnel underground.
8 kilometers.
8 kilometers long, which joins the two of them.
Dug out of stone.
Dug out of stone. The whole thing.
Wow. How long would it take to complete something?
Well, it would take a very long time indeed. That's all I can say. Nobody's really done the calculations, but
and that one shows a vent to the sky.
Yep, they have vents. They have vents to the sky to allow air to come in. But you have to consider if you've got 10 or 15,000 people in there, they can't really stay in there much longer than about 2 or 3 weeks, which is about the time it takes to pass through the Taurid meteor stream. Otherwise, you're going to get a huge amount of human refuse built up inside these. They're going to become inhospitable places. But if they're only to be used for 2 weeks at a time,
If you want to play the ad, sorry,
they have air
man.
vents, they have water.
Sorry,
they're
man.
incredibly
Sorry,
powerful.
dude.
There's water in there, or they store water in
They store water. And down below it, you drill deeper and you come to wells.
That's incredible. Look at the sophistication of the construction, too.
So we're looking at a series of mysteries that are unexplained by archaeology, or that are explained in unsatisfactory ways. And what I've tried to do is to offer alternative explanations that make some kind of sense of the anomalies that we are looking at. There are just too many anomalies that are not explained by the mainstream theory. And that's when you get a paradigm shift, when you get to the point where the mainstream theory just won't explain stuff anymore. Just like Clovis first eventually had to be thrown out by American archaeologists. They just couldn't keep on with that fantasy any longer, because the evidence spoke to a human presence far older than 13,000 years ago. It's beginning to happen now with the Gyges impact and the events of the Gyges.
But as you begin to grasp the magnitude of these things, when you start talking about the tremendous earthworks of North America, which only a small fraction still exists, the structures in the Amazon, which to me was the most incredible part of American folklore.
Thank you.
I kind of, was getting the gist of it, but when I read that, I'm like, oh, wow. Because here was, I had studied considerably in depth into the North American monument. Have visited most of the extant ones that still remain. Very impressive. And then find out there's even a greater magnitude in South America, in the Amazon. That was mind-blowing.
And many of them unexplored.
Most of them unexplored, just identified on LiDAR. Very few have been explored.
And very little of the surface has been explored by LiDAR.
Absolutely. It's a tiny fraction. 2%. Maybe less than that.
So when you look at the magnitude of these extraordinary building campaigns, you got to go, wow, there had to have been a motive. It just, there's such an incongruity there between the idea of hunter-gatherers or even subsistence farmers undertaking projects of such enormous magnitude. To me, there's just a disparity here. There's a disconnect.
The so-called mound building culture of North America has been hugely underestimated and not given the priority it deserves. That's why we devoted one episode of this series to the mound building sites in North America, to Circle Mound, to Poverty Point in Louisiana. Fantastic site. The thing that's not realized is that the vast majority of what stood here 600 years ago has been destroyed, turned into farmland, plowed under, just wiped away in that process of making us a species with amnesia. It happened very much in North America, but the few sites that are left
speak of enormous sophistication, and the horizon keeps on going back and back and back. So Poverty Point in Louisiana, fantastic site, very large scale, enormous pyramidal structure there. But it is, and dated to about 2,700 years ago. But it's directly connected to another site, Watson Break, which is just a mile to the south. It's lined up perfectly with Watson Break. The two sites are anchored to one another. Watson Break goes back 5,300 years ago. There are other sites that go back 8,000 years ago, and these are just the ones that have survived. I think that mound builder culture, as it's called in North America, goes back deep into the Ice Age as well. We're looking again at a mystery that we only have fragments of it to try and draw conclusions from. But those fragments speak to a majesty in the past of North America that has been largely ignored. And part of the reason that was ignored was that in the process of settling North America, it was felt useful to diminish the achievements of those whose lands were being taken over, to regard them as inferior in some way rather than superior. But when you look at the works of their hands, you see that superior people were definitely involved in North America, and that they have a very ancient culture which has been sadly unrecognized.
And again, with the destruction caused by the Younger Dryas impact theory, most of it would be gone.
Well, absolutely. The effect of that cannot be overestimated. The scale of the flood across North America in the 400 or 500 miles south of the ice cap, roughly, the ice cap went down roughly about Minnesota, things like that. Everything south of that was just torn to shreds by the Younger Dryas cataclysm. Absolutely wrecked. Anything that was there that would speak to our past was destroyed by nature. Completely destroyed before other human beings came along and destroyed it further. And I just think it's important that we allow alternative voices to speak out, and that's one of the things that I really appreciate about your show, Joe, because you have a major platform, you reach a major audience, and what you're doing is you're allowing alternative voices to speak out. A lot of people misunderstand what you're doing. But what you're doing is actually allowing voices that have been suppressed to speak out, and thus provide the general public with more options, with more to think about than they had before. And I really appreciate that. Can I play one more?
Sure, please.
Do we need to pass the sacred cable again? Here we go. Maybe we don't. That's the one called, begins with the word Joe. Joe, you very kindly appeared in my series, and I'm grateful to you for that.
Oh, my pleasure. It's my honor.
And this is
I'm so excited that this is a thing.
yeah, it's, well, so am I. Let's I just hope that it has the impact that I believe it will.
There's people that come along, and because of their impact, it changes the way people look at it. Graham Hancock is a man who, despite all of the insults and all the people disparaging his work, he has trekked on and on and on.
What I care about is learning the lessons of the past in order to clear away that fog that surrounds prehistory. And it's a fog because there's no documents. We have to build our picture of the past from fragmentary evidence.
Yay.
There's huge forces at work that would like this to be shut down. Archaeologists are already complaining to Netflix, saying this show should never be put on the air. Hancock, has to be kept silent, basically. They say that I'm misleading the public. I think the public are intelligent enough to make up their own minds.
Well, I would invite those people to come on here and talk with you.
Yes, I would love
That
to.
would be fascinating.
I would love to do that.
Fascinating to see their argument about the Younger Dryas impact, about all of this, because it seems so compelling and so overwhelmingly evidence-based.
Absolutely. It would be a great debate to have. Very few archaeologists are willing to debate.
So as I say, I think you'd have a hard time getting some of them to come on. They will make excuses like they won't lower themselves
Right.
to engaging about such ideas.
Or
But
giving him a platform. That's my favorite one.
That's the one they use a lot.
Too late.
Sure. Just a little shot, a couple inches maybe.
Yeah, it's really been fascinating to be a fan of your work, to get to know you, and you were one of the very first guests we ever had.
Joe, we go back a long way.
Yeah, because you were one of the very first guests that wasn't just a comedian, like a friend of mine.
Right.
And I was so excited about that episode that we did with Duncan Trussell.
Yes, that's right.
And, you know, Duncan and I have always followed your work. We've both been giant fans of yours, but it's so interesting to see it becoming more and more accepted. And because of all the work with the Gyges impact theory now substantiated by real hard evidence.
That's very encouraging to me too, because I take a lot of flack and a lot of insults for what I do and for what I say. And what's happened little bit by little bit is the evidence has come in, which doesn't allow those critics to say what they still say it, but they can't say it with any authority. Göbekli Tepe just destroyed the argument that the Sphinx can't be 12,000 years old. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis destroys the argument that there is no cataclysm 12,000 years ago. There's just more and more evidence coming out, and I think we're going to see much more of it in the future.
Yeah.
Why don't you mention the Cosmic Summit?
And we have a conference coming up next year, which is going to be called the Cosmic Summit, and I think it's in June.
Asheville, North Carolina.
I'll put it up on my website, which is grahamhancock.com, and
It'll be on mine as well.
be on yours as well.
There it is. Look at that.
That's June 16th to 18th, 2023.
Scroll up there, James. I see who's on there with you guys. Oh, Jimmy Corsetti. He's been on the podcast before as well.
Keep going. I think we can.
Alan West's going to join us. This is one of the good things about this. We're having a number of the scientists from the Comet Research Group who are going to join us and speak at the event. So it's going to be a mixture of outsiders, alternative thinkers like ourselves, and mainstream scientists who are proposing this new science. Yeah.
My man.
Yeah, or.
What's up, Retronomic Con legend, man?
Leading scientists who are
Oh,
involved.
he's, yeah. Tell
What's up, dude? How you doing, my man?
The research behind the
Yo, you got Frigate 106 SA, right? That was insane.
go down.
I think it was 106. Sorry for if you get ads, man. I appreciate it. I kind of
I would like you to get him.
ramped up the ad.
He's, or you can read about him.
My freaking stream. What's up, buddy? How you doing, man?
U.S. Space Force, Air Force Academy graduate, fighter pilot, relieved of his duties in 2021 for writing a book encouraging the reform of the U.S. military.
He's an awesome dude. He would absolutely love to have a conversation.
I would love to. What was his, what did he, that book that he wrote that relieved him of his duties?
He was basically exposing the wokeness that was affecting the military. The political correctness and the wokeness. And, you know, they spent millions of dollars training this guy, and they dismiss him because he was telling the truth about what's happening, how the military is becoming a political tool, which it's not supposed to be. Of course. But he's a good man. He's going to be joining. You'll meet him.
Yo, what's up, Retronomic Con?
I have not.
What is he speaking about on this?
I think he's going to, well, before all this pandemic stuff hit, he contacted me. I think he heard me on your show.
My man. What's up, bud?
So he contacted me. He was based, I think, in Huntsville, and he was about to assume like second in command of the Space Force. In fact, there's a video where Matt Lohmeyer is meeting with, he's got the whole, pull up, Jamie, pull up Matt Lohmeyer, Donald Trump. And there's a video.
I'm gonna do essay attempts. I'm gonna do B1 essay attempts later.
Trump talking about the mission of Space Force. Well, he contacted
I was playing a little bit of Bunker 1 Secret Agent. My PB on B1 essay is 26. I actually got 28 today again. After a while of I gotta friggin' get ready. I gotta warm up for this again.
And then the COVID. So then that got derailed.
Thanks, man.
He reorganized.
I've been playing more Bunker 1 for now, essay, but I'm going to
the dates of the
go back to Aztec right now.
And then he got the boot because his book
Nice. That stage.
I think he went on,
Oh, Bunk want to say, yeah, it's a lot of grinding. Gotta play out a lot of runs.
talking about his book and the wokeness in the military, and like within a week, he can give it a So that's, I think he's going to be talking.
What's up, bro? Welcome.
Cancel culture. Cancel culture.
Yeah, cancel culture.
It's nice to mix it up from time to time. I miss playing this level. Literally, because I played Secret Agent for a bit.
As though our governments behave
You miss it.
as though citizens who are adults are not adults, that they're children, that they can't make decisions for themselves. We have to respect the intelligence of adults. Present everybody with all the information and let them make up their own minds. Censor information before it gets out there. And it's the fact that this
Thanks for being here, man. Thanks for watching the ads too, dude.
just a tiny slice of what's happening.
I really appreciate it. Or getting an ad blocker. I recommend the ad blocker. I have a list for Firefox and one for Chrome. I'll paste the quotes after.
It's basic human nature. I mean, that when people have control of information, they want to retain control of information and dissemination.
And when you look at people who go into politics, why do they even choose to do that? Because they want to control others. That's the nature of their personalities from the outset. And we need less of that. In my view,
The ad
we
blockers.
need much less of that. Government is the most unhelpful thing. Government is
It's like a list of friggin' 10
governments are among
for Firefox.
influences in the world that are causing so much chaos and so much misery in the world and that are spreading hatred and fear and suspicion all the time. We should have reached the stage where we're able to lead ourselves, where leaders should be really just working for us, not dominating and controlling us. We need to reach that stage fast if we're going to move forward as a species. Because right now, the leadership of this planet is just full of shit from beginning to end.
The only thing that gives me hope about that is the resurgence of the interest in psychedelics.
Yes,
That the more people embrace that and the more people have these experiences, the more people will start to gradually understand that that really is the only way out of this.
First of all,
Why?
because of the experiences they will have, which will definitely alter the way they think. And secondly, because it is an assertion of the right of adults to make decisions over their own lives and their own experiences. This is what's so fundamental to it. That's why it's a real liberation struggle that is going on around psychedelics. It's not a trivial issue. It's a very, very major issue. And it's a sign of the world that we live in, that governments have attempted to shut down adult access to psychedelics for so long. But the new evidence is coming out that just doesn't allow that to happen anymore.
This is why I think it would be valuable to talk to Ben Johnson about his. And he's got an interesting story. I won't try to get into it, but other than the fact that, when I asked him, how did you manage to get licensed? How did you manage to pull this off? He said, well, I went in with like a dozen of my SEAL buddies into a variety of congressman's office. And we basically walked in and said, you're going to do this. And they couldn't back down. Not when you got a dozen Navy SEALs sitting in your office saying, you're going to do this.
Because they've had the experiences.
Yes. And tremendously benefited by their experiences.
Well, it's a crazy aspect of the military and war that we expect these people to have these insane, violent experiences overseas and then come back and integrate into society. How can this? With very little guidance. Yeah.
Well, that needs to change, and I think, what he's doing is going to be a big factor. And of course, the legalization of it is only as far as, like, medicinal. It's not going to be for recreation.
But even that. Yeah. And that's how marijuana gets started.
Yeah.
It's one of the great things about something that I really appreciate. Bringing in Britain, where everything is decided centrally by central government. It's nice to see in America that states, the inhabitants of individual states, can make it their own. Can alter or change laws and take their power back to themselves. It's one of the things that I most appreciate about America. Canadians get annoyed with me and they say, look, cannabis is legal across Canada. And it is, and that's true, that's great. But that was a government decision. What's needed, what's happening in America is people are taking their power back. And if they're taking their power back over their own bodies and their own issues, the next step is to take their power back in lots of other
don't want that.
They don't want that. They want
That
people-
is a slippery slope.
They want people to be passive yes men and women who don't ever argue.
And the evidence you see that is what you're talking about, this forced compliance during COVID.
Yeah.
And historically, governments have taken advantage over whenever there's a big situation or some sort of a disaster or national tragedy, the grass won't grow.
Here, and as I said earlier, a deliberate, calculated strategy to encourage a habit of obedience so that it becomes habitual to obey. Whatever COVID is, whatever it is or it isn't, however it came about, whatever its cause and origins were, the one thing's clear, it's been used to encourage obedience. And it's been used very cleverly to encourage obedience. And we do not need to be obedient to these monsters who are running the world. We need to change things and bring the normal, everyday citizen back into the light.
I think one thing that's encouraging about the response to COVID was the downside of it was this encouraging of obedience. But the encouraging thing about it, to me, is that so many people are recognizing what happened. And so many people are far more distrusting of the government narratives and the medical industry and the pharmaceutical industry, and that they realize that they've been used for profit. And that this narrative has shifted into fear-mongering, specifically designed to get more profit.
I think, like Graham said, I think the government and those in power want a flock of obedient sheep. But I think it's time now for the lions to assert themselves. That's my thing. And how we do this, maybe it starts state by state. We get governments in places who will stand up to the federal government and say, no, you're not going to impose your mandates on us. We could govern ourselves. I think that's where it starts.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think there's a lot of encouragement about the way people are discussing things today. It seems to me there's a lot of very reasonable people that have actually changed their perspective over COVID. They had a narrative in their mind about the role of the federal government, and then seeing it kind of running amok over the last few years, they've realized, oh, this is a dangerous trend. And if this continues, you're going to have some sort of a centralized digital currency, you're going to have a social credit score system, and when that happens, we're fucked.
Please, please. Come on, why? Oh my God,
People
man.
say that's the only way we're going to compete with China, which is crazy. No, that's not true. It's not true. This is what separates us from China. It's what separates us from all governments that are controlled by dictators. Is that we have freedom. Freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom to debate ideas and to propose alternative ideas, and freedom to live your life the way you want to live. That's the beautiful thing about states' rights.
Yeah, it is. And it's exactly that issue that I'm up against with archaeology. Because I would like people, adults, to have sovereignty over their own consciousness. I would also like us all to have sovereignty over our own autonomy and not to be told what to think about our past by so-called experts.
If this is successful on Netflix, has there been any discussions about future episodes, future seasons?
Well, Netflix is the law of the jungle.
Yeah.
So if the series is successful, I hope that there will be a second season. And if it's not successful, there definitely won't be a second season. But I hope there will be. I hope the series will succeed. I hope people will watch it. And if they do in that second season, I would like to look at psychedelics. And I'd like to look at the Amazon. I'd like to spend much more time in the Amazon, looking at that and the way that psychedelics are used there, and also the mysterious backstory of the Amazon, which so far is not being told. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Either this series will work or it won't work. And if I can do a little plug, it launches on Netflix on the 11th of November 2022. All episodes will be released at once, so people can watch it in one night if they wish to do so.
How many episodes?
Eight episodes altogether, and it's the last episode that really unfolds the ancient apocalypse element of this. And in the first 7 episodes, we're looking at all the mysteries in the past of humanity that are so far unexplained. Could I pop up one last question?
Yes, please.
Are we? That's going to be the one called Horizon.
For 30 years, I've been looking for something I was told couldn't possibly exist.
The echo stopped.
Civilization much older, lost to history. The mainstream version of history says that after the end of the Ice Age, on their own initiative, our hunter-gatherer ancestors suddenly began farming and raising livestock, creating settlements, and eventually cities, until the first civilizations emerged around 6,000 years ago. But new discoveries keep on pushing that horizon back.
Very exciting.
That's the point. We're trying to bring those new discoveries out and let people see for themselves. You know what is going on here. Well, fingers crossed.
Listen, it's going to be gigantic. We're going to force it. We're going to make sure people watch it.
I think there's kind of a network of various researchers who are looking at different
Yeah, man, I mean,
aspects of this and, you know, trying to get this word out in different
again, I'm listening to it
And many of them I brought together in this.
on my TV. I think it's always going to be an echo. Sorry, man.
Together the leading alternative voices.
Sorry, my dude.
Oh, thank you, Graham.
I think the genie's out of the bottle, and I'm honored.
Yeah, sorry, man.
I really am. It's been.
I'll put it this way. I think that what we've been confronted with is this huge wall with the big,
Should I just turn off
almost like my
the
finger
desktop
on
sound?
a board or something. Big
What if I do that? What if I just turn off the desktop? Dude,
little cracks in the gate. We've been
you might have blown my mind, bro.
looking at this other world and only getting a little piece of it. But I'll make a prediction that within the next few years we're about to
How's that?
and everything is going to change from that moment.
You probably can't hear anything, though.
I think you're right.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm very excited.
Bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on. Let's.
Maybe the TV to be louder. Yeah, but I don't want it to be
Let's have a
louder.
different way of looking at things.
Sorry.
Locked into our patterns. Let's move ahead in
Sorry, man.
new and different ways.
Yes. Let's. Gentlemen, I'm honored. Honored to have you on. Honored to be a friend.
Thank you, Joe.
Likewise, Joe.
Thank you. And thank you for the work we've done together over the years.
It's been
See
exciting.
here, what do you prefer?
Without your support,
Do you prefer?
succeeded in keeping
You prefer like this right now?
me out of the public. Your support has made all that difference.
Well, it's one of the main things that I love about doing this show is to be able to expose people.
That's how off.
And
Or do you
this
prefer
case,
it like this now?
Ideas.
And I'm going to keep nagging you until I can get you out in the field for a few days.
TV only for a few minutes? Thanks, bro.
Go. I promise. And those
It's an interesting concept because I do hear the echo too when I watch it back. I'm like, this is unwatchable. That's why I put the.
Some of the
Yes.
leading archaeological critics.
Anybody
It's not a bad idea with the subtitles, just keeping the TV volume on.
be happy to do that. And
That's really interesting, dude. That's really interesting.
I'd just love to hear a respectable position that counters this and see how they face up.
Thanks, bro.
against the
Thank you.
comprehensive evidence.
Is it helpful? It's very helpful. Too small to read. I can't make them bigger. So the TV's loud enough? Nice.
As we were saying,
Hell yeah.
as these gatekeepers die off and this younger archaeologists are more open-minded
I do have a good mic.
who maybe got into archaeology because of this.
Oh, yeah. I think the numbers.
Alright.
Yeah.
I've met many young archaeologists at Peru
Thanks, buddy. Is this better? Is this an improvement?
who secretly think that they've read the books.
Secretly.
Yeah.
But they have to keep their mouth shut.
They don't want their bosses to know that they have read my books and that they are interested. I think they're just as the younger generation.
I turned it down. It was a bit loud. I'm sorry.
And I don't want to be somebody who's just completely putting down archaeology. Archaeology's done a lot of fantastic and important work. I couldn't do what I do without great archaeologists sitting down. But it's just that gatekeeper role which needs to be broken. Well, through the work, I think that's happening. All right. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Always. It's a pleasure. So we'll have to have how many have we done?
I think we've done this is probably the ninth.
Well, gotta get you out a couple more times. So, balance it out. So, the next time we come on, we'll discuss all of this alternative technology that's being worked on. Yeah, we do that in January. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Oh man, what a huge downgrade in quality of interviewee. Oh my god. Tulsi fucking Gabbard? Roger Waters? Where's Tulsi?
media is, of course, the mainstream corporate media is hardly covering it at all. But because of social media, things like that are spreading like wildfire. Like, hey, Paul Pelosi is doing these trades within this period of time, and Nancy Pelosi voting on this bill or bringing a bill to the floor. Because we've got to remember, Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House, nothing happens without her knowing about it or giving her stamp of approval. So regardless of whether it's happening in the Judiciary Committee, the Commerce Committee, the Armed Services Committee, there's a bill coming to the floor, major legislation is being passed or is being squashed, that is happening with her say-so. And so just in these last few days, once people start making noise saying, hey, you as a member of Congress or your spouse or your adult child should not be allowed to conduct insider trading on issues that Congress is dealing with, which really covers every issue under the spectrum. They can't pretend anymore that they haven't been doing it. And yet, even as they mentioned, like, okay, fine, we'll draft legislation, but Congress is about to take a break as they head into the general elections, and once again, she's refusing to bring the bill to the floor for a vote, saying, oh, we're not going to bring it to the floor if it doesn't have support. Put people on the freaking spot. Make them cast that vote. Right before the election. Yeah.
She doesn't, first of all, she doesn't want it to become a big important thing. People start looking at it and saying, why are you worth $200 million? That's crazy. $200,000 a year. What's going on? When you look at like Paul Pelosi's stock, with his
Come on.
he's better than Warren Buffett and George Soros, who are like wizards. Those guys are the best. He's better than them.
Yeah.
But it's 100%
What?
insider trading. When you think about what they put Martha Stewart away in jail for, that's like nothing. That's nothing compared to what she's doing.
And she's not the only one, obviously. No. There are, and this is where, the quote-unquote Unit Party in Washington has been blocking this kind of legislation from being passed because they're both benefiting from it. We had, I think, there were Republican and Democrat senators in the lead-up towards COVID who knew about it, right, and started making different investments as we were approaching it, even before the rest of the country knew about it, so that they could profit financially from it. Just absolutely disgusting.
It's just crazy, but it's really egregious, and it's shocking how complicit the mainstream media is. Do you think that there's some discussion, or is it just an understanding that you'll lose access to these people if you highlight this? Like, why are they not covering it?
It's like this chummy insiders club in Washington, and a common term that's being used now is called permanent Washington, which really fits when you think about it because it kind of encapsulates that whole swampy ecosystem of both those who are elected into positions, those who are long-time appointed or powerful bureaucrats, and the corporate media. They all go out to the same parties, the same social functions, passing information to each other. And so, if the anchor of a big-time news show says, hey guys, guess what? Nancy Pelosi and her husband are insider trading, then they have to think about, oh, well, am I cutting my bridge? Am I cutting off access to, information that she or her staff might be feeding me that I can break news on and all this stuff. So, it's like you
Thanks, man.
back all scratch doors, and if you start pissing off certain people, then you get kicked out of the cool kids club. That's really what's at the heart of it. And so they play along, because this issue's come up before. It came up years ago. Congress said, okay, we're going to take action to stop insider trading.
Oh, solid 10.
Elected leaders aren't benefiting off of insider information, and so they passed this
She might be controlled opposition, so maybe 9.
said, okay, if you are going to, trade in stocks or buy or sell stocks, you have to report it. Transparent.
Yeah.
Most of Congress has failed to do even that. So it did nothing to stop it. It says you just got to tell us, and most people are like, I'm not going to tell
I think she's from Hawaii.
Well, they might get like a
She's from Paradise too.
as they make millions in their trade. So again, it's good. This is kind of like one of those things that should give us all a glimmer of hope. There's enough people, we the people make noise about it. They're forced to.
So now, what about you're talking about like chumminess and those sort of like the hidden rules? What about if you do right-wing talk shows? Like if you're a Democrat and you decide to go on Tucker Carlson, what is that like?
Should really force Trump to be intelligent and eloquent. At the start, when they were like both campaigning or whatever.
Ending that friendship or that professional relationship because they don't want anything to do with you.
Have you experienced that?
Over and over.
Really?
Over and over. And it's not just Tucker Carlson. There's been this negative stigma for almost as long as I've served in Congress against anyone who actually goes on Fox News. Period. And so you can say, like, and I do it, like, hey, more people watch Fox
Insane.
News than more people watch. So my audience is speaking to the American people. If I have the opportunity to do that, and by the way, Fox News, more than CNN and MSNBC over the last decade, has been more fair to me in providing me that opportunity to speak to the American people. I'm going to take advantage of it.
Well, it seems like one of the things that Fox News does well is if they have a Democrat on, they don't attack them. They allow them to express themselves, which is interesting.
But there's a host of reasons disagreement.
Yeah, I'm glad Tulsi Gabbard is internationally recognized, right? I'm amazed that people outside the US really knows who she is. Including me. Oh wow. Interesting.
It's not even limited to those who bring like a so-called right-wing perspective or conservative perspective. It's really anyone who brings a voice, a view, a perspective that is different from whatever the mainstream narrative is at that point, whatever the cause of the day may be. And so, as a Democrat serving in Congress, I experienced that over and over and over again. Exactly that reaction that you're talking about.
Well, come on, man. Like, really.
Not allowing me just to come and present my view. They can ask me a tough question.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
Opposing view, that's
Like,
great.
guys.
But so many times I've gone on these different shows and
Oh.
they don't even allow that.
What the fuck?
It really just speaks to what is really a dangerous mentality amongst the Democratic Party leadership and kind of this establishment narrative in Washington, which is they don't believe in freedom. They don't believe in freedom of speech, freedom of thought, and for anyone who brings an opposing view, they choose to shut you out, silence you, smear you, try to ruin you, undermine your character and credibility, because
Please.
they don't want the weakness or the insecurity of their own argument to be exposed, and also they immediately judge you as someone who may bring an
Why?
opposing view, regardless of your
Guys.
party,
So
as
dumb, man.
as a threat, as somebody
Oh,
who
what?
is less than and doesn't deserve
So
which
dumb.
is really dangerous for our democracy when you know about it.
Yeah, it's very spooky. It's spooky how prevalent that mindset is, and how many Democrats, not even just politicians, how many people share that position. You should silence. It's such a foolish perspective, and it brings out the story over and over and over again. If there ever was. I just don't understand why people don't learn that lesson.
I think that
So dumb. So dumb.
Foment this kind of culture of fear and it's like, hey, if you go against us, you're dead. You're on the shit list.
You're dead. Holy shit. Can't believe she said that.
Who don't represent, I think, even the majority
you have passed away.
World, who are almost like these radical religious zealots, and they are ideologues, and whatever they choose is bad.
Why?
If you are against them on that, forget it. You're done.
Man, that was so fast. Sleep in the arms of Jesus. What does that mean? Oh, passing away. Yeah, that's another way to say that. Perished. They have perished. Ads. Thanks, man.
We gave student debt forgiveness, and those people have bank accounts, and we're going to urge them to take their money out of your bank account. So it's like we bribe these people by giving them 10 grand. If you really want to help them, make it so that you can get out of it. If you really want to help them, make it so that a bankruptcy actually absolves you of student debt, because it doesn't. It's a corrupt system. So like, fuck all this, your 10 grand.
Oh, man. Like, why? Guys and gals, like, geez, man. We gotta do natural stock. It's just too fast, man. You can't not do it. You gotta do it. Like, you gotta. Oh, maybe not. Thanks, man. Appreciate that, my man. Sorry, dude. I'm telling you again, everyone, thank you so much for watching. On Thursday, I made $5 in ads, in revenue. Canadian dollars. 5 Canadian dollars, so thank you. That's pretty amazing. Right? If I can just stream a little more, play a little more diversity stuff, some Mario, some Mega Man, get some times, get some better GoldenEye times. Archive 16, Runway 23, 22. What is this? Easier said than done. Sweet cash, baby. Thanks, dude. Yeah, man. You know what I mean? Like just people watching, or even turbo users or subs, skipping the ads. Man, $5. That's wild, bro. That's super hope. That's like a really big glimmer of hope for me, man. I mean, I'm not just like, I know a lot of people really appreciate having that ability. It took me a year and a half to get affiliate. So I mean, you know, like, it's not just, nothing's just handed to anyone. Get paid for turbo users. Yeah, so every ad, even that's skipped. So they just skip the ad. It's the same per person. Each individual contributes if you watch an ad or you skip an ad. Yeah, it's nice. It is nice. I was complaining, right? We need a union to negotiate the collective bargaining agreement with the advertisers. But it's good that they do the turbo. Yeah, man. So I wanna attract turbo viewers. I wanna put it in my title. Oh, or I put turbo in Dude, if I can somehow promote Turbo and get sponsored, not sponsored by Turbo, but just kind of, if I can promote it and then Twitch boosts my channel or some shit, you know what I mean? Because I kind of believe in that. Because if they can pay, just make it kind of like a Netflix, right? Like a communist Netflix, and we get better pay. You know what I mean? Because instead of these individual subs, it's just like all this. It's just. I guess Turbo, you don't get the emotes though. Right. So I gotta put some turbo tags in my name or some hashtags or some shit. Or join like a Twitch Turbo team. Because I'm sure because it makes money for them, right? They need streamers to promote Turbo. And now that I understand how Turbo benefits streamers, I'm down to promote it. I think it's a really cool idea. They gotta pay better though. I'm already criticizing it. But dude, $5 in a day? Holy shit, man. That's like a third of a Turbo registration, whatever. It's crazy. It's really exciting, man. I just hope people don't leave my channel because of these ads. I gotta get good, man. I gotta get good enough that people don't leave my channel. I gotta get good, man. I gotta improve a lot. But I know the Turbo, like, so I mean, I know a couple Turbo users and subs that really, and, I mean, not those, I mean, what I'm saying is they chose to do that independent of my ads. But now it benefits them greatly and it benefits me greatly. It's really interesting, man. I wish you could skip them. I really do. We can break it. I'm sure we can break it. We gotta be able to. I'll look into better. I'll make another list of ad blockers that I can find maybe on the Chrome. Because most people use the Chrome version, right? I chose Firefox mainly due to the working blocking ads. That's why. Oh my god. What? Oh wow, I do, wow, I mean, people can be whatever they want to be. Joe Rogan ads, yeah, Joe Rogan went off on a really, I don't necessarily agree with, guys, these podcasts are 3 hours long. I cannot pre-screen them all and say I agree with what they say. I think I'm just gonna skip this section. I mean, it's just, I don't want to, like, no. It's not an issue to talk about.
Here's what's not represented at all in the mainstream. People that have had a MP and others after it was circulated on Twitter this week. Yeah, there's a normalization of all kinds of sexual attraction, you know, including is higher than it's ever been before, which is really weird that that's not consistent. And you could say, but I don't think, I think just by observing that, just by observing the fact that these people that are promoting these things, they're not being paid to do it.
Have sex.
Oh my god, how long do they call?
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Right.
No.
I mean, how she's crazy. No examples. like, well, why are you saying that? Like, why does someone say? He's like, yeah, you.
Bad. You know, we're going to the motherland of testosterone, the legend Russell Brand. Yes, that's correct. The forgetting Sarah Marshall sexual legend. He actually kind of pissed me off in that movie, but what the fuck is it? Oh my god. Holy fuck.
I'm going to feel better if I do this.
Yeah, there's faith in that. Yeah, there's faith in the.
Straight by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
My pleasure. How you been, brother?
It's been an unusual time. I've not been here for 3 years. Just walked to Los Angeles, house there, visited it. Time capsule. That's it. No substantial was doing there.
Water ASMR? Dude, I'm breathing with my nose while I'm drinking. It's next level, dude. It's insane. I'm going like this while I'm drinking. Yeah, dude, I'm pumping in and out. I don't know what I'm doing. Actually, I might be doing that. You make a good point. Let's see what I'm actually doing. Let's see. You can see. We'll do it on the camera. Oh, total fucking the recirculation breathing. That's jokes, man. I even speed drink. At the dude, don't, yo, bro, dude, bro. Bro. Let me show you my man. It wasn't baiting, dude. I'm not even baiting. Let me show you this. I told you I went to Perth, right? Let me show you, man.
I feel like that the anomaly was the housing rather than the ejecting. I feel like that they, when it was convenient and suitable, they could find a solution to homelessness that was an economic one, and then when it wasn't necessary anymore, they just pulled the rug out from under it. I'm sure, like, yeah, there comes complexity. When I was first working in media, when I'm still using dynamic myself, I did these things that I considered to be like psychological jackets.
I got it to Juju, man. From eucalyptus, Australian eucalyptus. Maybe make an animal. Oh, this guy's a pro, man, dude. There's some really cool. I'll show you a couple. I'll pull up a couple videos after. It's no fucking way. Thanks, one sec. I've everything.
And it just seems like entertainment when you hear about nuclear treaties being torn up. Like, it can't actually happen. But of course it can. It's so temporal.
It's happened forever. It's always happened. The people that it happened to then, they never saw it coming either. The way you're saying is very interesting because I think the apocalypse is here on Earth. It's just not here, like right here in Austin. It's not like right here in the studio, but it's in the Congo.
Yeah.
Like if you go to a cobalt mine in the Congo and you see a 19-year-old woman with a baby on her back mining for cobalt and inhaling toxic fumes, you're like, okay, that's the apocalypse. They have no electricity. They have no clean water. They make very, very little money. They work all day. And they work for a company that puts cobalt into lithium-ion batteries that are in every smartphone. So the height of our technology is directly connected to its essentially slave labor. And that's the apocalypse. That might as well be the apocalypse. That might as well be Mad Max. That might as well be. It's just as bad. It's just as horrific.
There's a very beautiful bit of investigation I saw with that episode.
Siddharth Khan, yeah, he wrote that. What is the book called? Cobalt Red. Yeah, it's all about cobalt mining in the Congo. There's an investigation into it. It's very, very. it's inspiring that a person is that selfless and can make that sort of a commitment and risk their life and go to a very dangerous place and expose this, because I think some people journalists, like a real boots on the ground journalist that wants to show the world some things that are hidden from them, because the people that are making enormous amounts of money from this that could fix it don't want to. They want to profit off of it at the exact level they're profiting off of it now, which means paying people a couple cents an hour or whatever they pay them. It's horrific.
Yes, and it's a template that is unfortunately imprinted and repeated across cultural life.
Yeah.
But as you say, there are people right now living in the apocalypse
Yeah,
that can't get any worse. Although, and then even if that was, if you imagine, well, what would justify that? It could only be if we were all on ventilators that were sustaining life in the West. Even then, it would be morally dubious. But the idea that it is for some trinket in terms of our phone that's ultimately a facilitator of ongoing commerce and communication at a level that's not sustainable. And I feel like, you know, that when we talk about what are the ideologies that drive us, the ideology of progress, this is why I have sometimes am skeptical, not about technology, the mastery and the geniuses that work in that field, but how technology and science as a subset of our economic ideology can create exactly the conditions that you are describing and that journalist has exposed. That if your ideology permits that, then what kind of ideology is that? What kind of unconsciousness are we living in? It's not an awakened culture. And all of the discourse around, like, you know, how we treat one another as individuals, or progressivism culturally in domestic territories, hey, people should be allowed to do this. This is nonsense. If that is permitted, not only permitted, required, it's a requirement. You cannot have that economic model without that price being paid. And as a culture, whether it's me as an individual or our entire culture, we've accepted that.
Well, we have in some areas of our life, sure, and hopefully. And sometimes that bleeds out into real life, where someone it's a very strange time where I don't think we need to have a lot of faith in someone who is wiser than them, that has a grand plan, that's all of us. So I think there's like a feeling of chaos that exists today that I don't think has ever existed in my life like this before. The Bush administration, they still thought undercover deals, Gyges, fucking Kamala Harris, and Biden can't get a sentence out. Like, this is madness. These people are utter fools, and these are the people that are running everything, and these are the people that are getting on the brink of war with Russia. And I don't have any faith in them, and I think most people don't.
I think you're right. And with the, that era of the Cheney, Bush, Wolfowitz, Rumsfeld, we felt like, oh, these are the Death Star bonds. Because what's happening is there's this risen up military-industrial complex, Rand Foundation ideologues from the Republican right, who were the sanctioned baddies back in those days, and trying to profit from the colonization of the Middle East. It's part of a new American project. I just understood it, but from where I'm coming from, it was somehow recognisable. A million people went on a march to prevent that war taking place because they knew there were no weapons of mass destruction, which we now know to be the truth. And as you say, now the figures that are in that place are sort of posing as the good guys, like affable and avuncular presidents and sort of friendly people of, across the identitarian spectrum that's meant to feel inclusive and
They're
progressive.
wrapping themselves up with progressive identity politics and then promoting war.
Yes,
At the same time, it's very wild.
Yeah, it feels like a mask and a veil. Like, this is what's interesting to me is, like, as we navigate this new and emergent
little fly entered in between the TV screen and the glass panel and has perished and passed away, sadly, but has left his body in between that panel TV and the glass panel, and I can't get it out. I'm not going to try. It's just there's a fly in my TV now. Poor dude. Poor little guy. Or girl. I know, dude. It's ridiculous. I should take a photo of it. I'm going to take a photo of it. It's that dumb. It's a little fly, though. It's a little one. Thank goodness. It's a little guy. Dude, I saw it flying around on my TV screen yesterday, and I didn't pass it away, and it has passed away itself in my TV screen. Yo, King of All, what's up, man? Yo, what's up, King of All? How you doing, dude? Yo, what's up, King of All? Welcome, man. Good, man. I'm good, dude. Thanks, dude. It's just so tragic, man.
This has all the indications of a lab-created virus that we work on. All of those conversations we're having, like the color and why is the thing, they're talking from a biological perspective. They're not really correct. There's no, I believe in this, and this is how we should organise culture, and these are the hierarchies that should be in place. So it's extraordinary that what they were met with was politically and ideologically driven. Like that.
It's just so tragic. sure, man. Sure, homie. Whatever, man. Sure, dude. Whatever comes up, man. For sure, man. Dude, homie, whatever. Why? What the fuck is this? I look like a nice person, thanks, man. You seem like a nice dude. You seem like a nice guy. A homie. Why? What? Why? Yeah, man. You were one of the very first, man. That's true, my bro. 100%. You're true. That's true, man. That is true.
just that, but the blatant lies that CNN was telling them. When you have CNN and MSNBC,
True, homie. What up, Anomaly?
network shows calling it horse dewormer when it was a drug that won the Nobel Prize for the inventor of it. Is a drug that has had billions, literally billions of prescriptions filled. It's a drug that saved lives, a drug that's on the World Health Organization's list of essential medicines. And for them to have the gall and to have the sheer audacity to just out and out lie to people about what medication is. And it's used on humans far more than it's used on horses. And that they were
It's ingrained in the times, in the sands of time, in the quotes of fucking Twitch streamers.
very quickly. And they did not want that narrative out there. And they were beholden to their handlers. They were beholden to people that give them
I gotta back up these quotes, they're too legendary.
and they fucking followed in line and they all piled on and they lost a fuckload of credibility for them. But if you look at the way
Oh, well, my bad?
people saw
What do you mean? It's all good, man. No stress, dude.
oh my god, they're just lying. Like, there's no excuse for that. You can't imagine a scenario where they really thought I was taking horse medication. You can't imagine a scenario where they thought that I couldn't get real people medication. You can't imagine this. I'm not poor. I'm not without resources. I'm not confused. I'm not without the recommendations of actual physicians. None of that makes any sense. The idea that they could go on television and say, oh, this conspiracy theorist is taking horses for
Noon, 12 p.m.
3 days after he got COVID,
lunchtime.
shut the country down for this thing, and he looks fine. And then they changed my filter, turned it yellow on television, like they took the original video of me and
You're in the West Coast, right? You're in California or whatever, I think. Sorry, not to dox you. I think you're West Coast.
cost them their credibility. I just don't think they understood the landscape when they were doing it.
I don't think they do at all. I think they took an extreme editorial perspective, but not realising that's what they were doing. And I think that the entire mainstream culture has actually found itself on a kind of a peninsula that where there is insignificant variety, in my view, between the two parties, which is why
9 a.m. Yeah, nice. Early. Good morning, King of all. Homie. Thanks for watching the ads, homie. Thanks for being here, but I mean also thanks for watching the ads. If you do, thanks, bro.
but they're not used to being challenged. But the assumption was that people would be sunk by that narrative, that it was an insignificant news space, and obviously it was a massive miscalculation. They weren't watching what was happening. They weren't listening to the conversations with McCulloch and Malone and Weinstein, and that it is apolitical, and that also that in order to make themselves seem distinct from one another, they have amplified their small differences to the point where they recognise actually that isn't American anymore. That people like that, even when I was a kid, if someone's just like right wing, that's just like, oh, that's a right wing person. Like you've been your family around the time. I read something about Tucker Carlson the other day, like because of the release of those January the 6th documents, the Fox into Tucker in particular, and he said far right journalist Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson's not far right. He's like a normal right wing guy. Far right means marching and red, white, and black flags.
Written as
Far right.
They
That's like
described me as far right.
tattoos on the face, extreme boots. You know that.
Boots. What's this guy even talking about? Can't wear boots. I know what he's saying though. Oh, what? How do I have so few bullets? What? You too, homie. Thanks, bro. I do, my man. Oh, what is this? Why? The lag, man. What? I do, my dude. I do. Good guy, funny guy, good guy. Legend. How are you? I do, my man. I watch every GoldenEye streamer. I follow every single GoldenEye streamer. You're a legend, king of all. I can't answer. I'm not gonna answer that. I don't know, man. Cause like I'm not gonna keep fighting these people. You're a legend for asking that. That's a quote. That's a fucking quote, bro. That's a fucking quote. Fucking legend, bro. Absolute fucking legend, king of all. I'm not making fun of you. I swear to God, that's true. Like bro. Like I think you know what the answer to that one is. Whatever. Who cares? I think it's a sign that I'm doing the right thing. don't do that. You're a legend, king of all. I'm sorry I can't answer your question, but I think you know the answer. But that's not everybody, man. That's not everybody. I got some dude, there's some insane. I'm not gonna name anybody. I'm not gonna out anybody. It's all anonymous followers, right? That's my channel. I'm not outing anybody. Can't do it. They're all bros, so. My goal is to get so good that they have to watch me, and then like they can't not watch me. That's my goal. That's my plan. So, I mean, I've done way more than enough otherwise. I miss up will follow you back. Oh, that's nice, man. That's a quote too. Thanks, bro. King's birthday holiday ad. Sorry. But it's competition, man. As Dogger says, you mentioned Dogger, but as Dogger says, this is not. Why are you saying sorry, man? Like, this is not friggin' Kumbaya. This is the Kumite. No, but really, like, if they fucking. It's true. I think it's a good sign. It's a shame, but it's a good sign.
can exert control through lockdowns and potentially coming as close as having to mandate innocence. They can benefit the indemnity that they were covered with. Oh, perfect storm. Perfect revelation. He spoke to Martin Gurry, who was a CIA officer, very good figure involved in the public. He said he was a CIA agent. There was much information published that year as important industry covered that year. And in 2003, that was again. He said, when you look at those analytics on the screen, it looks like a tidal wave. And he said that that image stayed with him, and he recognized that power was going to alter radically because if information could be created and exchanged that quickly, centralized authority is going to be massively changed.
Oh, that's okay, my man. No worries, my man. No worries. You don't. You know what? I wouldn't judge other people based on how I judge people. One, because I'm a very small streamer compared to the big guys and the talented guys, and two, just in general. I don't think anyone should ever. But I know what you mean. How probably will. I didn't understand that ending. How probably will. I don't know what that means. Yeah, like the reason why I bring that up is because I say I follow I do follow every follower of mine, and which is fine. If others don't, but I don't think you should judge other. I don't think others should be discredited for not doing that. I am following you, my man. I've been following you for like years, man. Like, check, man. I'm following you like for like years. Is it not showing up? Can you imagine? There's like some secrets. There is a secret setting that says show your name in the followers list. You say yes or no. That's an option, man. I've been following you for years, man. Can you imagine all this shadow banning confusion going on? Check, I'm following you, man. I'll go to your channel, I'll write something and click on my name. You can see how long I'm following for. It's fine. Anyways, thanks, man. Thank you, man. Homie. Thanks, homie. Such a scam. Such a scam. It's too slow, man. But yeah, I agree, King of All. Oh man, I had a protein shake, that's all I had. I didn't eat anything. I didn't eat anything. Maybe about a liter of water. Protein shake. Protein shake with a half a banana and some blueberries from frozen blueberries. And caffeine powder. About 80 milligrams or something. I know, you make fun of me. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. I was just laughing because it's such a... Oh my god. You're also kind of like because I want them to fucking follow me, and me just fighting with them forever and trash talking them forever isn't going to speed that process up. You know what I mean? It's whatever, man. Kind of makes it interesting. It adds to the legend of the GoldenEye lore because it's really interesting. I'm learning a lot about people. Please. How about you, King of All? What did you eat for breakfast? It's okay if you're coloring. Call me Kingo. I called you that too. I called you that too, but I realized your name is King of All. Sorry, dude. I called you King of Fall for like years. Sorry, man. Your name is King of All. I understand. Yeah, I remember. I called you King of Fall. Fall, like the PD player. Maybe you're the real Fall. Can you imagine? Kingo? Cool, man. Alright, Kingo. I think that's what I did call you for years. Cool, man. Homie. I'm just watching when I get some food, I think, and then I'm gonna play for a little longer, but then I'm going to do a weightlifting stream, I think. Let's see. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching the ads. I really appreciate it. Really do. It really actually helps me out quite a bit. Thank you. I'll use an ad blocker or whatever.
to find yourself? Because I think in many ways we both kind of stumbled into this.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Look, I came on here when I was still like a movie actor. I came on, I think, the first time I came on was one of the first 1,000 shows. I can't remember exactly when it was pretty good. But like I remember just coming on, people were like an icon. No, this is like Joe Rogan. It's that sort of time. And then I came on, and like I was sort of amazed by it. And do you know what I like is the amount of personal authority that you had and the lack of compromise. You know, because you've worked in conventional entertainment as well, how much compromise that comes with. That you have to essentially, you know, you have to turn out
Producers, executives, there's all sorts of people pulling the strings and telling you what to do.
It's like when you said that thing, like, I remember when Kevin Smith came on and he'd offered you a kind of movie and you went, oh, no, man. Like, I ain't getting up, I'm not going to be in a trailer before I get. And like, I thought, like, I love making like some of those movies and I'm pretty grateful coming from where I come from. Like, not to have all of those experiences and you know, it's like, it's giddy, it's amazing, it's exciting, it's euphoric and fulfilling in loads of those ways. And actually met some really, really incredible people within that industry. It's not like it's solely awful and solely hollow. It's kind of amazing. But I think like this was significant. I've done sort of podcasts like that were affiliated with BBC radio shows that I've done, you know, prior to becoming an actor. So I've always had those kind of conversations. And I suppose what it must be is because where I'm coming from, I come from a place called Essex, which is like the New Jersey of England. It's outside of London. It's blue collar, somewhat trashy. That's the kind of sort of place it is. I became a junkie relatively young, like sort of, you know, like my late teens, early 20s. I was heroin addict.
Movie Creole.
When I got a hand clean to get
She's one thing nice.
when I got clean, I
Have Amaranth on.
appetite and ambition and all of that kind of stuff. And it just
Justin TV? No way. Justin TV.
an easier fit than an actor.
That's jokes. That's a throwback.
Requirements of it and the cooperation. I love acting, but like they're having to do what you're told. Actually, it's not. It's not really who I am. So like, once like that period of working, like what the people I work with, so you don't like any aspect of this. You don't like dressing up. You don't like putting makeup on. You don't like getting up early. You don't like being told what to do. You don't like being directed. Like, so you don't like any aspect of that profession. I like to comedy because you live or die on your own merits. So like, so I had like both of those competing things, but no one like I didn't have the strength of character to resist the allure of when I did an MTV show. Sandler came on it, Adam Sandler, and liked me and said you'll be in a like movie more or less, like in like a when you were in there, and John Apatow and those people did those movies. And it was aspects of it, as I say, were incredible. Those people in particular, John Apatow and Sandler. But like after like I came on here and like during the like I used to always talk about I've always been anti-establishment. I've never trusted authority for personal reasons. You know, like I don't like school. If you're a drug addict, you get arrested sometimes because shoplifting and possession of drugs. So I've always had that kind of relationship with authority. So when I started to be able to have my own voice, when this technology kind of opened up, when I realised, oh my God, I can just sort of do this, it really evolved. It started at the beginning of the pandemic. I was just sort of like calling it in Australia when it started, and like I do stuff online anyway. So you know, people in time for all that. Then it started to become clear that it was a perfect lens to observe how power operates. The inability to question authority, agenda for profit, agenda to assert control, stuff that just didn't feel right for me. I started doing this stuff, and the guy I work with, Gareth, who's out there actually, who produces the show, he's not the same as me in terms of he's not like a radical anti-establishment like this before. So like in our preparation of the content, he was always like, we won't use anything unless it's already been, even if in even moderately used in a mainstream media source. So we started to like look at like mainstream media sources that were saying stuff like that was counter to the dominant narratives that we were getting, and then I was able to sort of stitch those things together, basically using sort of stand-up, really improvising around the news stories. That's all I was really doing, like the stuff with stealth, right, stealth, or whatever, you know, that stuff around you, or and then for the war narratives that were happening. So it kind of grew quite organically. Then like the YouTube audience got really big, and it's like, you know, we started to become like, oh my God, I used to do this for a job now. I don't know how I that to you. That's a shady platform, like YouTube is your primary platform. I'm suggesting that you criticise YouTube in any untoward way. Like, but like,
So when like Rumble came to me with an offer, like if you make us your primary home, if you do an hour a day streaming, you know, like I thought, right, okay, I'm gonna be able to do this, and also I'm not gonna have to do.
Are you live streaming on Rumble?
Yeah, I live stream every day, 12 p.m.
So it's
PST
not
or
edited.
EST.
It's like you go live, and
Yeah.
then they can see it as you're doing it.
That's right. I do like I guess a sort of a live daily show type feel.
And
but
is there a commentary section, like a live commentary where people can comment on it live during the show?
Yeah, people stay in the chat and I refer to the comments and stuff. And when those videos that you've watched before and I've seen you watch on this show, we still do one of those and we drop a pre-rec video which has been edited into it. That's like, you know, where we take a deeper look at something like, oh look, BlackRock have just done a deal with the Ukrainian government, or look at what some of the legislation that was passed prior to the Ohio train wreck or whatever, or look at how that shows a disjunct between the language around climate change and caring about the ecology and what happens when there's a legitimate environmental disaster. We're able to then sort of tie together facts in a way that's much more responsible. But in the live show, I'm just reacting to clips, doing essentially an opening monologue, jokes like that, and then we have a guest on for like a 20-minute interview. That's like the daily show that we do on there. And then there's like a members thing within Rumbles now, locals. That's where people can subscribe for additional content, and in particular, actually, my stand-up special. I've got like another stand-up special which we're going to release on that platform. So we're looking at ways that how do you do stand-up now because of what Schult's done, what Louis done, like more direct to the audience type ways of doing stand-up is like what I've been like working on. So hey, it happened very. Working on. So hey, it happened the truth is it happened organically because I guess all of the ingredients were in me anyway because it's essentially analogous to stand-up comedy, isn't it? Like it's like you're investigating the person. If you get someone on here that you're interested in, then you're investigating that story, and then the punditry, it's essentially news commentary. I guess because there's so much space has opened up, because the mainstream media will only comment on a limited amount of stories. So it becomes very easy to sort of say, they're telling you this, but this might also be true. And there are these relationships between these organizations, and isn't it weird that happens? You know, so the space was irresistible, almost comedically irresistible.
Well, comedically because you have a comedic take on it that's just unavailable anywhere else. Like when you're talking about the news, you're laughing and mocking it openly while you talk about these obvious connections between finances and rules and laws and the way things get done. And how long have you been doing it now?
I think it's 2 years. It started at the beginning of the pandemic.
Amazing.
And then I spoke to like the
And you got like 6 million subscribers on YouTube like that.
Yeah, it grew really fast. And you know what it's like in this business when you've got access to the metrics and the data, and you start to see, bloody hell, this is growing quickly, this thing. You start to recognize, like, the thing I did near the beginning, I was just doing stuff more about wellness and well-being and talking about, because of like my background in recovery, talking about meditation, wellness, all those kind of things that I'm interested in as well. But then it become repetitive. So I sort of said to my friend again, Gareth, I'll give you a job. I took a punt that I could handle a salary. So you come on and work and we'll make more current affairs oriented stuff. And what's good about the chemistry of that relationship is that I don't mean conservative in a right wing type way. I mean
careful.
He's careful. He's more careful than me. Whereas me, my tendency is I would go full, I'd get into it. And by now I would not be able to work anymore. It'd be over for me. The red pen would have gone through.
How much pushback have you experienced? Have you had a lot of shows demonetized? What was happening while you were on YouTube that motivated this move to Rumble?
We got an ivermectin strike for something pretty minor, for saying that something was being, that it had been endorsed when it was in fact being clinically trialed. Like, so it was a pretty minute error, and it started to, and because of course, as you know, I assume that YouTube take their guidelines on global issues from organizations like the WHO. So even after it comes out that there has been a 30% increase in heart disease in people in their 30s, that's just like a fact, or that there's been an increase in excess deaths over the world, and the amount of adverse events that have been reported, you still can't say it. You still, in fact,
that is so wild.
Yeah, once it's in, like, you're talking about New York Times, MSNBC, once it's been on those places, you still can't say it. And of course, there are still mainstream figures like, Fauci, or figures from the sort of liberal establishment saying, if you take this vaccine, it's not going anywhere else. So there's an obvious hypocrisy, even in organizations that initially, I guess, do you know what? I bet you can look at it, Joe, like as if it were a physical territory. Like at the beginning, there's a gold rush. In the beginning, YouTube is the Wild West. In the beginning, all sorts of people can inhabit and populate that territory. But after a while, people go, shit, this needs to be shut down and controlled, and it gets corporatized and regulated and controlled in a different way. And I guess I just caught the back end of when it was possible, and we're still trying to navigate that.
Well, I think much like television, they receive an enormous amount of money in advertising, and then advertisements that are on YouTube, those people that are spending all that money, they can dictate what they want to be advertised on. And then they say, look, I don't want to be on anything they talk about COVID, or anything where they talk about Ukraine, or anything where so, okay. They just say, oh, well, we've got to stop people from doing that. What's the best way? Well, the best way is to self-censor. Well, how do you get people to self-censor? You impact them economically. How do we do that and not make it look like we're censoring them? We give them strikes. Give them strikes, or demonetize certain episodes. Like when we were over at YouTube, before we left for Spotify, we announced that we were leaving for Spotify, and then magically all of our episodes stopped getting demonetized. So we had a 25% increase in revenue because 25% of our episodes were getting demonetized, just randomly. They would just decide, and some of them it didn't make any sense, and some of them it was because of a controversial guest or a controversial subject, generally like COVID related or government related, but 25% was a lot. And then as soon as they realized that we were going to be gone, they were like, well, we should just make that money. And then they stopped censoring anything. Like all the episodes after that, I'm pretty sure all of them. Was there any of the episodes after we took off that got demonetized? It was a giant noticeable leap in revenue, right, Jamie?
Yes, but
it was quite noticeable. It wasn't as simple as we just stopped being controversial, because we never changed shit. But they do things to get people to self-censor.
Of course.
And Rumble doesn't do that.
It was exactly. What was difficult for us when YouTube was our primary platform is we would look at your content. All right, that's the title of this Rogan video. This is the content. Okay, well we can try that, and then we would get demonetized, and it becomes like a weird algebra. You change this word, you change that word. You have to alter it. There's certain things you know that you can't say.
And you still get some money from like YouTube Red.
Yeah.
Right? You still get, but it was like they were doing things, and I mean, they're running a business. I understand it from their perspective.
Of course.
You know, they're running a business. They have advertisers. I understand it from their perspective. But from a content creation perspective, you just couldn't trust them.
This is what Rumble fundamentally offered. They gave me a good deal and the assurance that we're not going to censor you. Now, obviously, coming from where I come from politically, and in terms of my background, even as a person that's been in the public for a while, I know how Rumble's being portrayed. It's being portrayed as a right-wing, far right place, conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, you and Glenn Greenwald, super far right.
Yeah, like this married, gay, Pulitzer Prize winning journalist.
Tulsi Gabbard, super right-wing.
Yeah,
it's nuts. It's nuts what people call it. It's just anything alternative to the censorship model they'll talk of as right-wing. Because what happens is, like, when you create something new as a response to the censorship that people experience on Facebook, when people are banned from Facebook and banned from Twitter, the problem is so many of those people that do get banned go over to these new platforms, whether it's Gab or Getter or, Truth Social, And then it just becomes QAnon headquarters, and they just start talking about lizard people and Pizzagate.
Yeah, and a peculiar tendency towards suicide of former associates of powerful American families. I mean, you know, I went to the opening of Rumble the other day, and it's weird. It's a weird space for me as a person that's been, you know, part of liberal establishment, Hollywood movie parties, those kind of things, and even in Britain, British media, there's a certain flavor to it. I've got to tell you, like being around like in Florida with all these people from Rumble and local dignitaries and officials and mayors and stuff like that, everyone's like just adorable and so sweet. And I wonder if it is like, as a person that's always traditionally identified with what you would call cultural left-wing positions, right? Like to find how just sweet everybody is. Like, you meet Donald Trump Jr., he's absolutely lovely. You meet that woman Kimberly that's off Fox News, who I've seen sort of say that, you know, oh, Russell Brand, he's a scumbag, what a sleazeball. Now me, oh my God, she's gorgeous. And plus it didn't hurt that she described me so despicably in the past that I wasn't immune to that kind of flirtation, let me tell you. You know, meet these people, and they're like absolutely delightful and so sweet. And like one of the people that I'm working with said, maybe it's because like that conventional libertarian perspective is, I don't care what you can think whatever you like. And I'm starting to wonder if there is the possibility of an emergence of political ideology that's sort of, in a sense, part libertarian, because it's like, I just want to be left alone to live my own life, part anarchist, in the literal sense of anarchy as in self-governing communities, as much democracy as possible, as much, not as little, as much ability to control your own community, as much. Because I sometimes think, Joe, and I know that like Jordan Peterson has been on here as well, talking about decentralized models on a sort of a slightly more global scale, I figure. But I sometimes feel like if you take contentious issues and allow them to be resolved at as a local level as possible, it diffuses a lot of these cultures. Because at this point in history, you're going to have people that want to live an Orthodox Jewish or an Orthodox Christian or an Orthodox Muslim life. You're going to have people that want to have progressive lives that are very sort of gender fluid. And I think if you sort of say, well, yeah, do what you want in your community, then isn't that the only way that this is going to be diffused? You can't impose from above. You can't impose that on people anymore. You can't tell people that they can't express themselves sexually, consensually in any way that they want to. You can't tell people that they can't have conservative and traditional values, and I don't see why the culture should be tearing itself apart in order to achieve that. And so, like, you know, finding myself on Rumble and at least how it's being labelled by the external media that have an agenda to destroy new emergent forces, is like something I've like, okay, I'm here now. You know, I'm going to be going on those shows and talking to people that in the past I would have regarded with, you know, enmity. And people say, oh, you've been red-pilled or whatever, but I've never trusted the establishment. I've never trusted corporate power. I've never wanted to be told what to do. That's always how I've been. But I've always also felt compassionate and like there's an obligation and duty for us to take care of, like sort of what I would call Sesame Street values of kindness and compassion.
All right, I'm gonna leave for another.
Need to be in the
Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching the ads. I'm gonna be here for another like half hour or so, and then I'm gonna do a weightlifting stream. I think. Thank you. We're gonna get big. We're gonna get jacked. We're gonna get endorphins flowing through us again.
You know, like, and I guess these are the conversations that I'll have when I'm in those spaces. Because something new's got to emerge. There's got to be, I think.
I've considered doing a Super Mario 64 and weightlifting stream, but streaming it in the Super Mario 64 category just for random people to see what the heck I'm doing and call it, oh, weightlifting in Mario or some stuff. I still haven't figured out the ideal type of speed run. I'm thinking like a weightlifting speed run.
People can't just be like
make it a thing.
Nodes in their own life with just such that their choice is limited to consumer choice.
Just do something different in the Super Mario 64 category, right? While playing Mario 64.
And if you have personal sovereignty,
maybe that's bad
and you're a kind person, you want people to live their life in a way that makes them happy. I think there are many people out there that do not have those characteristics. There's many people out there that are not happy. They do not feel fulfilled. They don't feel like they're doing what they should be doing. They don't feel loved. They don't feel accepted or appreciated or respected in their community. And those are the people that lean towards these authoritarian perspectives, these authoritarian ideas of control and telling people what to do because they don't feel in control of their own life. And you find it from the weakest people. the physically, morally, ethically weakest people are the ones that are so adamant that everybody follow in lockstep to whatever this ideological narrative is that's being pushed on social media, particularly from the left, but also from the right. It's feeble, weak people that are very angry. The kind, successful, open-minded, ethical, moral people, they want people to just be happy. And look, there's so many different styles of everything. There's so many different styles of music, different styles of architecture, different styles of living your life, different styles of just sexual orientation and monogamy and polyamory. Who fucking cares? Just live your life and be happy. I want to control no one. I barely can control myself. I try to control my kids as little as possible. I try to guide them and have conversations with them and tell them all the things that I fucked up on. Whenever I talk to my kids about anything, if I have to kind of like give them some regulations or give them some rules on things, I always talk about how badly I fucked everything up. And I always talk about how they're so much more fortunate than me because they're so much smarter than me, they're so much more educated than me, they have so much more access to information. And I talk about how when I was a kid, we didn't really know anything. Like, I can ask my daughter a question, and she'll know the answer to it because she can Google it, like, instantaneously, and she'll know for a fact what really happened in 1774, or what really happened when this happened, or why they put this and that, why this is an ingredient and that. The access to information they have is unprecedented. I feel like if we don't just relax and let people be themselves and stop people from imposing, whether it's imposing laws or imposing behavior that we would like to see people exhibit. If we don't stop doing that and just let people figure out what makes them happy, because some people are happy just fucking hiking. There's some people that just want to get up in the morning and have granola and go for a walk, and that's what makes them happy. And there's other people that want to lock themselves in an office and write a book, and that's what makes them happy. And there's some people that just want to go to the gym, and they just want to have a good job and then take yoga all day. Fucking do whatever you want to do, but you gotta leave everybody else alone. And so many people want to control other people because they don't have control of their own life. And this is a characteristic that you see from the ideological left on social media and from the ideological right. You see it from the right with wanting to control women's access to abortions. You see it from, wanting to limit access to this country and immigration. You see it from wanting to restrict guns and wanting to restrict drugs. You see it from all sorts of different ways that people want to control people and control people's behavior. And that creates these ideological rifts, that creates these tribal sort of like mentality borderlines that you cannot cross. And this is a problem when we have so many variations, so much variety of human beings, but so just two choices. You're either a Democrat or you're a Republican. And if you're a Democrat, then you think men can get pregnant, and you think that there's too much inequity and there's too much racism. And if you're on the right, you think that we got to close the borders, and you think that abortion is murder. It's like, isn't there some sort of like a compromise where there's a rational center where people recognize that, like, no, there's a lot of this behavior is just because people are scared and weak, and you should just leave people the fuck alone.
Yeah. It's also normalizing that as a mentality. Like, what's become normalized is having an assertive and judgmental position.
Yes.
When that's a very extreme way to go through life, thinking that you know what's best for other people. Because of my experience in recovery, it's meant that I have to have a practical spirituality. It means that my spirituality has to be about my conduct. That's what my spirituality is if I don't think it's right to not be kind, then I have to be kind. I don't look around to check if other people are being kind,
Right.
and prod them and make sure they're doing
Right.
shit. I get on with my own conduct, because that is usually the problem anyway, is that I'm normally suffering as a result of stuff that I ain't doing right. I'm normally
Yeah.
suffering because I'm not taking care of myself, I'm not fulfilling my obligations, I'm not living by the standards I would set myself as a father, as a person that's involved in, you know, my working life, and like, that's where my unhappiness normally stems from. I also recognise that I have to be willing to take a hit once in a while, that I'm going to talk to people that disagree with me
Yeah.
on things that are kind of fundamental, and if I'm going to like just cast them on the other side of some imaginary line of vilification as a result of that, I'm contributing to the ongoing bifurcation and generation of more and more conflict. The only thing I can really do, and in a sense there's something comforting in this, that if I, like when I came on your show before, we talked about hunting, I go, see, I'm a vegan and I just wouldn't be able to kill an animal because I don't think I could live with that, but I live in the countryside in England, and it's all the time, guns are going off all over the time, they're shooting birds out of the sky. I wouldn't get very far in my life if I had decided that those people were doing something fundamentally wrong. And I actually get a different kind of ease from going like, oh, I don't know everything. I don't know what it's like to be you. And as a stand-up comedian, the comfort comes from this as well. Like, I look at them and I feel them, Joe, you know, the way you do. Like, they're in some ways they are like me, in that they want to be left alone. They don't like being spoken to as if you think you're better than them.
Yeah.
And that's become like almost the media rhetoric and default position has become, we're better than you. Shut up.
Yeah.
And I feel like what happened
People
in
respond to that. That's the problem. Is people they feel insecure. They
Right.
get told what to do at work. You don't like that. You don't like being told what to do. You're a rebellious person. And a lot of people aren't. A lot of people like going to an office where they give you a task, they tell you what to do. There's a hierarchy. You know, you want to move your way up the corporate ladder. It's all very structured and set up in front of you. And they like to talk to you like you don't know anything, and people like it. They accept it because they have a daddy. They went from having a dad at home to now they have a dad in the office place. That's a normal thing for them.
Right, that there are psychological templates that underwrite relationships that are recognizable.
Leaders and followers.
Yeah, and a leader is fundamentally behaving as a father, but there's nothing in human evolution that would suggest that we can have centralized models of this scale. It's a weird thing to do.
The run, thanks, man. It was too
Centralized
slow
food
still.
production. Industrialization, centralized manufacture.
I really got to do the natural
Centralized
stuff, man. It was still too slow, man.
Reality is being described, and like you said, with the new AI revolution, you know,
I think I passed away the second guard with my lure shot, I think.
He's out. Bobby
I'm
Kennedy,
not sure
I
though.
killed someone. You know, that you can deep fake
Thanks,
your
buddy.
way into a reality that's convenient for the interests of the powerful.
I gotta do the natural
suppose
stuff. It's just
the thing that I believe in that might diffuse this, because I feel that we're in some edge land, and I know every generation does, and I know personally all of us are going to experience an apocalypse anyway, because we're all going to die. And does it matter whether when you die everyone else dies or not? Maybe not, because your reality is shutting down into whatever follows this. But I feel that unless some new ideas enter the conversation about how to manage this ossification and tribalized conflict-driven culture, something very ugly is going on. It's already happening. It's already happening. Truth is already a victim of it.
It's already ramped up, and considerably ramped up during the pandemic because of all the anxiety and the fear, and when the government did impose lockdowns, and they did tell people they have to stay home, and they did stop people from working and traveling. It ramped everything up. It ramped all the anxiety up, and it ramped people's susceptibility to some sort of a solution. And if you just give in to the authoritarian control, then we can all get back to work. Then we go all get back up to normal. And that's what scares the shit out of me, is how easy people just rolled over and let that happen. And how the ideological rift, the divide between the left and the right got wider. And people got less compassionate and less apologetic, and just let people just be themselves. Be more charitable. Be more, look at things in a way that you could understand, like what it would be like if you were living that person's life and doing that. Like you could see yourself falling into all the same traps. And if you just, like the thing about forgiving people that were so mad and they called people who wouldn't get vaccinated plague rats. Like, I could have been there. We all could have been there. If you were in those same circumstances, if you're that kind of a fearful person, if you're that kind of a person that really is terrified and filled with anxiety, and you thought there were people out there that weren't doing the right thing. Because that was the narrative. You were being told.
I gotta throw it further ahead. I gotta throw it further ahead.
It's all in danger. Completely illogical, because you're doing the right
It's
thing.
too slow
Protect
still.
you from a disease. You're taking a shot that's supposed to protect you. What do you give a fuck if someone's not getting protected? It's not going to change anything. And so then there was fake narratives, like they're the reason why the variants are coming about. It's because these unvaccinated people, which is completely the opposite of what the science shows. I mean, there's literally vaccine-resistant variants. And they think that that is just a normal part of vaccinating people during a pandemic. Geert Vanderbosch talked about that. I don't know if you ever seen him talk.
No.
He was one of the people that was, on
Why?
Weinstein's podcast, and he's been on many podcasts, but he is a vaccine expert. And he was talking about how the standard model is that you never vaccinate during a pandemic because you just encourage variants. But somehow or another, doctors were saying something that was counter to that narrative. Like they were just spouting off this thing that the problem is the unvaccinated. The problem. So people in their mind filled with anxiety, even though they had done the thing that was the right thing in their mind. They got vaccinated, they got protected. They just didn't feel protected because these other people weren't listening. And because they weren't listening, there was variants, and the variants are now going to get me, and you motherfuckers are ruining it for everybody. And it was just this wild, frothy panic.
Yeah, it created hysteria. It's a generation of hysteria. It's sometimes interesting to look at what the underlying emotion is that is causing the behavior. What would lead to that behavior? What set of beliefs would lead to that behavior? And the inability to see that, we saw in the opioid crisis of just a few years before that doctors were being persuaded to prescribe opioids that they knew would be addictive and dangerous to an alarming degree.
And
So
they
that's
knew
the
people were gonna
modality.
die. They knew people were going to die. They knew it. They had a number. They knew it. There's like a certain percentage of these people are going to die. So let's keep doing it. Let's keep selling it, and let's profit off these people's misery. Let's profit off these people's despair, because we have a product, and that product is going to make us money. And that's what they did. And that's what they've done with everything. And, and you could get real cynical, but I think that's what they've always done. I think that's what they did with Vioxx. That's what they did with the opiate crisis. I think that's what they did with many different ways where they could justify making enormous amounts of profit at the expense of a bunch of people dying.
I've heard a few things about systems that help me to understand why such a thing might be possible. I heard one time that the CIA, no one person knows what's going on. Like, it's so diffuse. There are so many operations, so many things running concurrently that there isn't a person like the head of the CIA that you can go to and say, what's going on? It's too diffuse. I also heard a person, like Yanis Varoufakis, he was like one of the leaders of Syriza, when after 2008, Greece had some wacky moment where they elected an extremist party, a left-wing extremist party actually, that, considered extreme, that said, we're not paying back all of that banking debt. We're not going to pay it back. And the people, of course, of Greece voted for them, and then the EU called in that government once they won the election and said, fucking well, are paying back that money. You can't make that decision. You don't have that authority. And this guy, Yanis Varoufakis, who's like, a left-wing politician, said that he realized that the person at the EU that he was talking to didn't have any power. They only have the power that role affords them. The system is essentially functioning on its own. There is no individual that can go, oh yeah, all right, then don't pay back the money. There is no person that can tell you exactly what the CIA is doing. So it's like a sort of a set of coordinates which behind it has an energy that's pushing towards a particular agenda, the kind of ones that all of us can identify, financial agenda, dominion, those kind of identifiable agenda. But the system is self-sustaining, self-maintaining. The system excludes the possibility for disruption. It's almost like it already functions how an algorithm would function. It doesn't afford radicalism. It doesn't afford the intervention of democracy. When people's will is expressed, the will is delegitimized. When there is a sort of a popular uprising, then the uprising itself is discredited. 20, 30 years ago, it would have been the left in Latin America, Central America, like the deposing and destabilizing nations there. Now it's like even domestically, like figures are like from the presumed right, like Trump, are discredited. And again, I've got, just to clarify, of course, it's not someone that I would ally myself with enormously. But what I'm saying is that the system has clearly become more allied with a particular aspect of the establishment. Let's call it the liberal establishment, although it feels to me that it can function perfectly well regardless of which political parties in there.
I think it's interchangeable. I mean, it was during the Bush administration, it was the right. During the Bush administration, all the fears about election tampering were about the right. There was an HBO documentary called Hacking Democracy. It was all about the Bush administration stealing the vote. And it was all about the Diebold voting machines. And they had shown in this documentary that there was a third-party access. So instead of just like you vote and I count your vote, there was actually a room for a third party to put information in that would manipulate the number. And they showed it, and they demonstrated it on the show, and everybody was terrified. Oh my God, the Republicans are stealing the vote. And now it's like Katie Hobbs and Carrie Lake in Arizona. It's like the Democrats are stealing the vote, and they're all the mail-in ballots. The Democrats are rigging the vote. Like, it's a puppet show. It's the old Bill Hicks joke. It's like, I believe in the puppet on the left. Well, the puppet on the right is more to my liking. Like, hey, there's one guy holding both puppets. Like, that's the old Bill Hicks joke, and that's kind of what the fuck is going on. And we get caught up in these ideological battles, and all the while they're inching us closer to nuclear war. They're pushing dangerous pharmaceutical drugs into our lives. They're instituting a centralized digital currency and a credit score system and controlling people and locking people down and establishing narratives that are not based on fact at all. But if you don't follow lockstep with that narrative, you're fucked and you're out of a job. And so everybody doesn't know what to do. Next thing you know, we have something that's very similar to what's going on in China. And that can happen. We're not that far away from something like that happening here. All it would take is a large disaster, some sort of an attack, some sort of a terrible scenario where a bunch of people died and they had to change the rules in order to protect us. And next thing you know, you're fucked.
Yeah, like 9/11 led to surveillance, the pandemic led to compliance, and one of those tropes of the kind of avowed conspiracy theorists that we mentioned earlier was that crisis is used to induce measures that they want to induce anyway. And one of the things that was spoken about in the pandemic was, oh look, they had this agenda anyway. They were looking to introduce this kind of technology.
They just took advantage of a situation. I don't go as far as saying that I think that people orchestrate these things. I don't think anybody orchestrated the pandemic. I think the pandemic came out of that Wuhan lab. I think they fucked up. There's clear evidence that in 2018 they already have safety violations. It wasn't well done. The people in the lab got sick. They know who the people were that got sick. They know one of the spouses of one of the people that worked in the lab died from something that seems very similar to COVID. They know the history. They know what happened. But the way they took advantage of that situation reminds me of the way they took advantage of 9/11. Because I don't think they orchestrated 9/11 either. I could be wrong on both counts. I want to be really clear about that. I don't know how things work. But I don't believe in these grand orchestrated conspiracies as much as I believe in people taking advantage of an opportunity in a moment, and that there's a very clear pattern of them doing that forever.
Yeah. Opportunistic seems easier to explain, and it is also in alignment with the way that we understand that model, that it exploits opportunity to advance itself. I feel like that the credibility took its biggest hit in 2008 when the banks were bailed out, when ordinary people suffered, at a point when it was clear that the economic model couldn't function anymore and needed radical revision, and it was kept alive. And like these, and what happened, I feel like, is that the liberal establishment ceded that territory and meant that now the only anti-establishment rhetoric is coming out of Breitbart and Bannon and Trump, and like, they're the only people that are attacking the establishment and the authoritarianism that's coming out there and the exploitation. There's no voices, and the voices on the left have become kind of muted. It feels to me that during the 2016 election that they would rather have Trump win than have the Democrats win under Bernie Sanders. They made a bunch of like odd decisions that shows you that that Hicks's metaphor stays ultimately true. And in a way, doesn't it make sense that if you want to maintain that, the number one thing you have to prevent is a broad alliance and a willingness of people to accept their differences. As long as you've got people willing to kill each other, whether it's online or in person, over over cultural values rather than accept. I'm willing to accept that that's how you live, as long as you accept that's how I
Exactly.
live. Then it's over.
As long as you can keep people at each other's throats, then you can continue to manipulate them. Then it's an easy chess game. As soon as people come together and they realize, like, hey, we have way more in common than we do difference. What do we really want? Everyone wants a safe neighborhood. You want good education. You want healthy food. You want people to be able to pursue their dreams. You want people to have a good time. And the more people you're around that have a good time, the better the quality of your life is going to be as well. The better the quality of life in your entire neighborhood. And if you have this mentality of great fortune and not a famine mentality, not have this mentality that all the success has to come to me and all these other people go fuck themselves and it's a dog-eat-dog world. If instead you go, wouldn't it be better if we all just like kind of like did our best to work together as a community and just accept people for their differences and recognize that most of these differences are kind of bullshit. Like, it doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck what music you like, what movies you enjoy, or how you like to dress. I don't care. I want you to be happy. If you like to wear pink all day,
I was still 25,
you
insane.
want to put braids in your hair, good. Who cares? Who gives a fuck? I don't care. And if you think about your own life and your own pursuit of happiness and your own interests and concentrate on that more than you do stopping people from behaving in a way that you're ideologically opposed to. And that ideology, you've probably been manipulated in some way, shape, or form. You've probably fallen into some fucking Rachel Maddow narrative or some Bill O'Reilly narrative, and you're just like at the throats of the people that are different than you, because somehow or another diminishing them you think is going to empower you.
Yeah.
You know, that's the weirdness of it all.
I think you're right that we become parasited. You know, I know you admire Terence McKenna. His famous thing, the culture is not your friend.
Yeah.
The culture isn't your friend. And it feels like, that many of us have been parasited in our minds, that we are on rails, parroting and citing views that are not ours, that we don't know how that opinion got in there. And this is where the individual does have power. I've always found it hard to hold, Joe, the simultaneous fact that I am infinitesimally small and my reality is irrelevant on the cosmic scale, but at the same time, all reality takes place only in my consciousness, as far as I can tell. So I am creating all reality. I am ultimately omniscient as far as my own individual reality is concerned.
Let's go.
I feel that
Come on.
there has to be the
Please.
introduction of sort of spiritual or maybe even psychedelic values into this conversation, so that we can diffuse this cultural tension that is continually being stoked. Because as long as people are willing to go at a mat on cultural issues rather than saying, yeah, this has been complicated, a country like America has a complicated history, definitely people have been disadvantaged, definitely there have been biases and prejudices in a particular direction. If there is the facility to alter that, that could be done. But the best way to do it is not centralized, top-down imposition of authority. I suppose one of the other tensions is, if you have small state, what regulates corporate power? Those are there are big questions that once you sort of say, this don't work no more, I want something different.
So what does work?
Yeah, you are confronted with, well, how do you do that? How do you regulate behemoths like Apple and these new titans that put the steel and energy giants of a century ago in the shadows with their might and again with their, as you cited earlier, their ability to create exploitation and something akin to slavery in the modern world.
Come on.
Forget historic slavery. What is the collective force that opposes that? And I can't help but feel that this technology, if we were released of the need for relentless progressivism and advancement only in order to fuel endless consuming, that this technology could be used to create more democracy, more freedom, more ability to interact in how your community is run. If not the kind of universal credit society and the kind of atrophy that suggests, and the kind of apathy that suggests, and the disconnection that suggests, some more leisurely form of awakened, technologically advanced, leisure-led society where people have more time to create truly reflective culture, where the tropes that are used in the conversation around diversity of genuinely different cultures cohabiting, a genuine and real melting pot where you accept that people eat different food, have different sex lives, have different beliefs, but that is a possibility. I suppose that in a way, the amount of authority that was asserted during the pandemic,
Insane.
the amount of effort that's put into censoring mainstream narratives, the amount of effort that's put into
Might do the
creating
5 quick
terms
pauses
and
and then the
language to
1
control, smear, and
quick
censor
pause.
opposing
Yeah,
voices
I think it
suggests that they
reduces
consider it a
the
legitimate
frequency of that
threat
happening.
that alternative views could take hold, that new alliances could take place, that people would consider different ways of being. There's a brilliant philosopher, he's dead now,
Might be wrong though, because I'm
Fisher,
doing
he
6
was off
quick
the left.
pauses in front of the
He
glass.
coined the term capitalist realism, that we have been taught
Isn't
that
really
this is the
necessary.
only model of reality there is.
You only
People
need
rightly
5.
said people find it easier to envisage the end of the world than the end of capitalism. That there could be a new economic system that we
But
could
adding a
live
6th
and we all know now that
after
capitalism as it was intended doesn't exist anymore anyway. Like certainly not after what happened in 2008. Simple, I make this thing, trading, it growing, ingenuity,
Come on, please,
entrepreneurship. It's such a cronyist,
please.
supporting energy companies,
So
supplementing
dumb.
them, ensuring
I gotta
that they
shoot
make
more in
profits
the
when
room,
how
honestly.
can you have energy companies that profit
Let me
when
just
there's an
do that.
energy crisis, military-industrial complex that profits when it's a war, pharmaceutical companies that profit when there's a pandemic? You're creating the necessity for ongoing crisis.
Yes.
If the elites in a society benefit from situations that are detrimental to everybody else, that's what reality is
Why-
going to become. That's what
Exactly.
reality has become.
That's such an important point because that's almost undeniable. To say that they wouldn't do that because they value human life and morals and ethics over profit, that's never been exhibited. That's not true. That's not a true statement. No, the opposite is true. The opposite is provable. The opposite is provable whether it's Halliburton or whether it's pharmaceutical companies or whether it's politicians or bankers. The opposite has always been true. That we are profit-driven, and especially if they can find some sort of way to justify these horrific acts, in some way, shape, or form, they could have this diffusion of responsibility where it's not their call or not their fault. They're part of a corporation. The corporation has to do this. This is just what we do. You got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet. That's where we find ourselves. And the only way we're going to get out of this is if we, the collective, all of us, whether you're on the left or whether you're on the right, recognize this stupid game that people are playing. Recognize this hustle and don't get sucked into it.
Do you ever feel that your power that you have evidently organically accrued, even if it is strategic, it seems to have done it in a very sort of natural way, has potential beyond cultural power, beyond persuasive power? You don't seem like you think like that to me. You don't seem like you think, fucking hell, I'm at the center of the movement. I can do whatever I want. Woohoo! Let's
I
go
think
nuts!
if I thought like that, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing.
Right.
And it's all been totally organic. It's never been calculated at all. Not one step of the way. In fact, none of the podcast has. I've never even advertised the podcast. I never even told people to listen to it. It just grew 100% from word of mouth. That's all it was. Just me doing it, keep doing it. And then
Come on, man.
Yeah, it's a great advocacy.
Come
for
on,
authenticity,
like,
because there are a lot of things that you wouldn't typically think would sit together. Kind of culturally liberal views in terms of tolerance and openness, quite traditional male ideas around hunting, martial arts, and a background in entertainment and a stand-up. The only thing that ties it together is authenticity, in a sense. That's the only. And I suppose that as a person that's had sometimes cause for self-doubt, because I've done a lot of things that are self-destructive around like being a drug addict, for example, like to get to that place of like, no, just trust yourself, do what you believe in. Like, there are situations when you don't know. That the Maharishi said, do what you know to be right, don't do what you know to be wrong. And that will cover most things. It's not that often where you're like, oh God, this is a genuine dilemma. A lot of times I know I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing, that I'm not participating in a way that I ought to, I'm not doing the best that I could do. And if I get, and that requires discipline actually, and again it comes down to the individual. In a sense, part of the ongoing cultural arguments we have is an abdication of personal responsibility for how much we are in control of our own bloody lives, and in a sense, part of your story is a demonstration of that by sort of just being, oh, this is what I believe in, this is what I'm interested in, these are the conversations I want to have. I have, like, when it hit the crisis of the pandemic, that authenticity and integrity served you. I think if up until that point, if you'd been like, I want to be a star, I think maybe
I would have been fucked.
What?
Yeah. Well, I've been very fortunate that I have been able to do this without
So
anybody's
real.
input. So no
So
one would have ever
realistic.
let me say, okay, I want to have a bunch of guys like we do the show, protect our parks, where we're all doing mushrooms and get drunk and just, it's 4 comedians just being completely ridiculous. And then the next day I'll have like a legitimate psychologist on. and I'll talk about fear and anxiety and what goes on in the brain and what causes trauma. And then the next day I'll have an MMA fight. And then the next day I'll have some world traveler on, or some guy who likes to climb mountains, or some person who's walked around the earth. Like it doesn't. The only thread through the whole thing is.
I don't know. I'm
I
shooting.
find this
Like that was really dumb.
That's it.
It's fine.
These people are interesting to me.
Fine.
I had a woman who was a beekeeper. Why do you raise bees? You know, like I had a guy who was a bat scientist who has been studying bats his whole life. Like, oh, how'd you get into that? That's the only thread through the whole thing. So like, they're interesting to me. I have a wide range of interests, and I think most people do. I think most people like to hear people that are passionate about what they do, and most people are fairly curious. You know, and I think that when you just put something together like this, and I think you're experiencing a very similar version of it, that people see when they watch your show, like, oh, this is what Russell is interested in. This is what Russell thinks about things. There's no one getting to him, telling him to do it this way. This is like, it's so clearly from a unique and individual perspective that's what makes people say, oh, I could trust that guy. He might not be right, but at least he'll tell me the truth. And if he's not right, and if he finds out that he was not right, he's going to tell me that too.
Yeah,
that's what people need.
If it's, I suppose that comes back to that authenticity perspective. That if you stitch into this, I as a person have got some values. I am not infallible. I'm really flawed, but I do believe in these things. Then you've got some, whether it's believing or am interested in. Then you've got a North Star of some description. When it becomes governed by committee, which ultimately will default to economic imperatives. When you describe that thing, beekeeper 1 week, Egyptologist the next day, you know what I mean? They're like, we're not going to be able to sell advertising on that. They would have, using their own modality, prevented
that's
it
why I do
from
6,
ever coming
because
into
I was 5 and
it's only
wasn't
in a
enough
sense
time.
Where the authenticity meets the technology and the possibility that the whole project takes off. Yeah, I'm wondering how that's sort of going to apply. I don't suppose the only way I can apply it is by continuing with the authenticity. I've got your present. Do you want it?
Yeah, please. Sure. But you just got to keep doing it the way
Especially
you
with the force stuck, the force stuck guard run.
Your morals and
might as well
ethics
do
are in
6
line,
just to be
you're
sure,
just doing
because you don't want to
what
lose
you
the
think is a
consistency
good
to something
thing
so
to do,
dumb.
and
If you're doing the
pursuing
6 quick
things that you're
pauses anyways.
fascinated by, that's admirable, and it's relatable. Like people, they lock into that. They enjoy it. That's what's missing in mainstream television.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you say that, and I'm happy you said it, because sometimes when I feel like I'm talking about something like, you know, sometimes someone comes on the show, like someone like Seymour Hersh, and, you know, Pulitzer Prize winning journalist who talks about the Nord Stream pipeline. And because you know how it is, look at where you work, even impressive though it is, a somewhat incubated kingdom. You think, I read all this stuff, I read the kind of stuff that I'm interested in, and so I think, oh my God, have I gone fucking mad?
Right.
Like, it may be just Putin is an evil tyrant, and like we should just do whatever Raytheon and Lockheed Martin and the military, we should just do what they want. And, and then someone comes on with a lot more experience and expertise than me, or like that, you know, Jeffrey Sachs, and you go, this is what happened in 2014. This is what happened after Gorbachev. This is what happened at that. And you think, oh fuck, it's right. That's where the authentic. Then if you can start to trust yourself. You think, hold on, my general cynicism about centralized power and the kind of way that politics in your country, for example, is funded, the amount of money that's spent on lobbying, the amount of people that will own stocks and shares in energy companies, and the military-industrial complex. Paul Pelosi's remarkable knack for investing in things that exactly they're
so good.
What a genius this guy is.
He's the best.
He's untouchable. He's untouchable, and he never gets whispered at in the dead of night, apparently across the pillow. Like in the end, you start to see, oh no, like it's right. I'm actually right, and it starts to reassure you. But one of the things I feel is like, oh man, is that all the bridges burned? You know, I'm like, am I ever going to get like, you care about that? I don't care about it in the same way I once did, but I consider it more, I reckon, than you. Like, oh wow, is that it? I'm never going to be in a
no more movies.
No more movies. I'm never going to be in a Universal movie again, or like on, you know, not that, you know, as I said to you, I had complicated feelings about it anyway. Lovely people, but difficult times. Sometimes for me personally, I guess it's just not a good fit. But it's a weird thing to feel yourself move away from the culture, especially if you've been in the middle of it. You know, to sort of feel like, oh, I'm a person that would be on those late shows and stuff, and you know.
Fortunately, I don't think like that.
Yeah, you don't care, do you?
No. Once I got Fear Factor money, I was like, I have some money.
Please, please.
Yeah, that was the first thing I thought when I started making money, and I had like real money put away. I was like, good. I make.
I didn't pick up any of those guns of
you know,
those
make
two
good living
guards.
doing
What? It's like
stand-up.
so
I make
dumb,
good
man.
living doing UFC commentary. I don't have to do shit. Like, I'm not doing anything I don't want to do from now on. I'm just going to pursue the things that I enjoy doing, and hopefully I can make a living doing those things. And that's all I've done. And so I just keep doing what I'm doing, and I think that what you're doing is so much more valuable than movies. It's so much more rare and so much more difficult to do. Like, there's a lot of people that are good comedic actors. I'm not saying they can replace you, but I'm saying there's a lot of people that can do that thing. There's not a lot of people that can do what you do when you do your show. There's not. There's very few. You do it different than I do it. You have your own unique style. You have a very unique perspective, a humorous take on horrible corruption and these terrible atrocities that are happening all through the world, but it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch you talk about this thing. That's not available anywhere else. And that's why people are resonating with it, and that's why it resonates with people, and that's why people are gravitating towards you. And I think that it's more important to just stay on that. It's very valuable. And this idea that, like, oh, maybe I should keep myself open to this stream of revenue that's always been available to me. Like, no, fuck that stream. Fuck that stream. And also, you could get so big that they want you anyway. Like even though he's crazy, he talks about the Nord Stream pipeline and ivermectin, like, he's still Russell Brand. He's still very popular. Let's get him in our movie. And then you'll do that movie, and you'll be like, fuck these movies. I'm gonna go back to doing my show where I don't have to listen to anybody. I can just rant and rave with my stack of papers and my bird farting. You know, like you've carved out a very unique thing, and there's not a lot of people that do that. And it's very inspirational to other people because it gives people this thing in their head, like, here's this guy that was in all these fucking amazing movies.
Any run could be the
He's
run.
This giant star, and he
Literally,
seems
any
better
run
and
could be the run.
happier doing this thing that I can do. He's just got a desk, and he's
Could
sitting in
feel
front
it.
of it with a fucking plant behind him and shit, and he's just ranting and raving like, my God, you, Russell Brand, are doing the thing that thousands and thousands of independent YouTube content providers are doing. These content creators, these independent people that just have a camera in front and whether they're talking about technology or they're talking about sports, whatever they're doing, you're doing the same thing as them. And you're showing that this is like, through your endorsement of that sort of format, you're showing that here's this mainstream, very successful
what is this?
star
Why? Like,
who's
why?
chosen to do this thing that's accessible to everybody. It's really kind of wild.
Yeah, thanks for putting it like that, because it's even not so much the idea of revenue, it's the idea of, I suppose, like on a psychological level, I reckon I felt like probably as a kid craving acceptance, you know, and then sort of celebrity is a type of acceptance. You're being celebrated, this guy's great. Then when you feel that, oh man, this ain't actually who I am, and move back to the kind of cultural criticism, anti-establishment rhetoric, taking the piss out of all that stuff, when obviously I'm aware of how those issues are being discussed in the mainstream, even in entertainment. Like, sometimes I see one of those things on the TV and I can't believe how they talk. I can't believe how they're not aware that like half of the country is also there. That the marketing and the demographic study has become so the driving force so much that they don't even care that loads of people are not going to agree with that stuff anymore. I suppose they've accepted that audience is gone.
Well, the people that are saying those words don't have a say.
Right.
That's part of what's going on. Is the people that are saying those words, they're just like actors on a sitcom. They just sit there and they have this thing that they're supposed to say, and they're going to talk about. They don't have a unique individual perspective, and they're not allowed to. And also, their format is so limited that even if they did, it wouldn't even shine through because you have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to talk about the Nord Stream pipeline. You have 5 minutes to talk about Chinese drones. You have 5 minutes to talk about Putin. You don't have enough time. You don't have enough time. When you have an open-ended time frame, like you have on your show, and like I have on this show, and so many people who do YouTube shows and podcasts have on their shows, then you could talk things out. Then you could figure. Then you could look at. You could steel man other people's arguments. You should try to imagine your own perspective if you were in
Why?
What would I do if I was the head of a pharmaceutical company? How would I stop? I mean, if I was already making hundreds of millions of dollars, what would I do? Would I just stay on this train and just watch all the destruction take place and watch all these people die from opiate addiction? What would I do? I don't know. I don't know what I would do, but I know that you would never have that conversation on CNN. Rachel Maddow's not gonna have that fucking conversation with you. She's gonna look at that camera and she's gonna lie. She's gonna say the things that she's supposed to say because they pay her X amount of dollars a year, and it's a great job.
Like it's inconvenient to believe something that's at odds with that. You can't allow
so
yourself
dumb,
to
man.
believe that.
And people will allow you to lie. They'll allow you.
Oh my gosh.
And they'll celebrate you for doing it. Thank you for everything you said about the vaccine. Thank you for everything you said about the vaccine.
We forget that that news is a TV show. Like it presents itself at you. Hello, like it comes at you with authority and certainty and all of these sort of tropes that we've come to like, and we've seen it all our lives. Though it evolves a little bit, they always look more or less the same. The background looks more or less the same. The tone, the pomposity of the music. You forget that this is just a commercial product that's giving you information that's salient to its own objective.
It's a great way to put it, commercial product.
It can't tell you, hey,
Why
shit,
was
we
this
don't know
wrong?
anything. The only bit of reality we can observe is a minute portion of all potential realities. We've got to radically reevaluate everything. I'm being told stuff by Pfizer back there. They can't afford that kind of latitude. They've got to stay on the rail.
I was having a conversation with Eric Weinstein the other day where he's explaining to me the reality of other dimensions. And the measurable reality of other dimensions that we absolutely know that they exist.
Why?
Other beings have
Why?
access to them. Can they travel through these things? Is that what we're dealing with? Imagine if that becomes at the forefront of the zeitgeist. If people recognize that not only are there other dimensions, multiple other dimensions that are recognizable, measurable, you know where they are, you know how to get to them, but beings are coming from those dimensions and visiting us on a regular basis. Are you still going to give a shit about a trans woman using the female bathroom? Are you still going to give a shit about whether or not someone has pink hair or blue hair or who does this or who comes across what border? You're gonna go, holy shit, there's a bigger thing going on. There's something that transcends all physical reality as we know
Shoot
it.
them
It's
guys.
beyond our imagination, and it is reality.
Yes, we're fetishizing, understandably, the only measurable part of our reality, while knowing even deeply personally for our own subjectivity that there's something else within us. There is our experience
Slow.
of
How is that slow?
There's our experience
What?
of bodily sensation. There's something else within us. I've been unable, of course, because of my recovery, to get into the sort of psychedelic space when it's, now that it's become wellness and now that it's become acceptable. I've not been able to entertain.
Can you explain that to me? Can you explain it to me? Because I'm not an addict, but I would like to know. What is it about a psychedelic experience that makes you think that if you engage, that you will somehow or another regress, lose all control, start doing heroin, your life is going to fall apart? You're clearly not the same person. You're clearly not the same person, even though you've experienced the same traumas that led you into heroin addiction in the first place. You have clearly gotten a certain control over your life, an understanding of yourself, a personal sovereignty that you didn't possess when you were an addict. So what makes you think that this entheogen, this literal psychedelic connection to a higher realm, would ruin your life?
Yeah, I know. Because the thing is, I really, really want to. I'm like, when I was still using, I took psychedelics in the same way all kids take psychedelics. For fun, in a park, at a bus stop, and knowing that there's something ontologically profound happening. Like, most observably, and I'm talking about myself as a 16-year-old, like, hold on a minute, I'm not real. Like, I am not my memory of myself. I am not my projections. I am the consciousness that is observing that set of data. I'm observing my feelings, I'm observing my thoughts, I'm beyond it. So beyond like all that stuff, I was aware that this was profound. But also I was doing it on my own with like just kids drinking cider at a bus stop in Essex. I wasn't doing it like with a shaman or a doctor or Aldous Huxley or Terence McKenna or like some Brazilian guy with feathers and stuff. I was like at a bus stop in the rain, in the grimness of Grays where I'm from. So like I've maintained this fascination because I feel, well, I'm a 12-step person, and 12 steps is about that there's a spiritual deficiency that causes addicts to become addicts. They're looking for something that they can't find in the world. They're looking for connection, they're looking for a deeper purpose and for meaning. So
they're also looking for escape.
Right, this is
escape from the anxiety of being alive, just the existential angst that most people carry around with them.
Yeah, it's unlivable with, but like as you say, most people carry around with them. Like we all have that. So that's
we all have a certain level of it.
Yeah, and for some reason, the addict type, according to this analysis, and there's only one analysis, and it's the one that I've got clean with, so it's the one I sort of advocate for. It's the only one I'm qualified to advocate for. The principle is, if you replicate, or not even replicate, if you create those spiritual conditions, like you belong to a community, you think about helping others, you're willing to look at what the reasons you drink and take drugs for in the first place, but fundamentally, this is the key thing, is it what it argues most of all, and it's like an ingenious piece of American theology, really, I would say, the 12 steps. It was informed by William James, the theologian. It's influenced by Carl Jung, of course. And so it's a sort of a fusion of religious and spiritual ideas and psychiatry, which obviously was in a much more formative state back then. And what it's fundamentally offering you is the drugs and the alcohol are not the problem. The problem is you are self-centered and egoic. You've got caught in yourself. And so even once you stop drinking and taking drugs, you're still going to have that problem. And you're going to have to address that problem. And when you do, you won't feel the need to drink or take drugs anymore. Now, so what becomes sort of central to the whole ideology of the 12 steps is, in a sense, the abstinence is significant and it's pivotal. You can't drink or take drugs one day at a time. But more important than that is you've surrendered. Yeah. You're not in charge of your life anymore.
Right. You've given the ego a break.
Yeah, it's like I can't run on that.
You know the story of Alcoholics Anonymous, though, and Bill W., the fact that he was into LSD.
Yes, I'm aware of that because I'm sort of an amateur historian of it, because it's an important sort of part of my wellness.
It seems like a contradiction.
That dude was out there. I mean, he's a prophet. The guy was a stockbroker, apparently a womanizer, and yes, indeed, took LSD while in recovery. And of course, all of the materials around that fellowship are they're like 50, 60 years old. No one had 10 years clean then. No one had 20 years. I'm 20 years clean and sober. Yeah. No one had that. None of those guys, there hadn't been that much time, which makes you think about vaccine tests. How do they know what it's going to do in 10 years if you hadn't had fucking 10 years?
Right.
They didn't know how those things were going to pan out. So the reason I have this ayahuasca hesitancy, a lot of people are ayahuasca hesitant. What are we going to do about that hesitancy? The reason I have it is because I can't take back personal authority for what I do. And the idea is because I've been given something that's quite delicate. Like when I was destroying my life, and now I've been granted a different perspective. I shouldn't mess with that shit by doing something that would necessarily involve I'm in charge, even though I really want to. When I hear you and other people on your show and Duncan Troll talk about smoking DMT and you're meeting orbs of pure consciousness, I think the whole reason I became a drug addict, remember, was because I was looking for that. I'm looking for this isn't reality. This can't be it. You can't expect me to just stay alive for decades more based on this bullshit. I know there's something else. The culture won't give you it. The culture won't give you are divine. You are connected to limitless. And there are other dimensions. There are other beings. The culture's just telling you get a job. You're going to work in a call center or a factory. That's what. And you are craving the mystic. You're craving it.
But you know you're not the same guy you were when you were an addict, right? You're a different, much more mature, much more experienced person. You know the old expression, no man can ever step into a river twice, because you're not the same man, that's not the same river.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do that. I just want to get in that river and I would try to drink it. Fuck it.
Why do you think you would do that? Don't you think you've learned? This is what I don't understand. And again, I enjoy marijuana and I've enjoyed psychedelics, but I can not have anything for long periods of time and I'm fine.
Because you ain't an addict, huh? You're not an addict.
I
know that you've never taken cocaine.
No, I've never taken cocaine, but I do get addicted to video games. I do get addicted to. I could find myself, I think, if I did start doing a lot of coke, or if I was at a different stage in my life and I wasn't concentrating on being productive and concentrating on being healthy, being physically healthy, being physically fit, and also using exercise as a means to mitigate anxiety and for just to keep my mind straight. So important to me. And that if I didn't have those things, and maybe I was drinking every day or doing coke or doing something, I could see myself falling apart. I could see myself, because I think it's just a natural human characteristic.
Yeah.
But But right now, like if someone said, "Hey, are you worried that you would get hooked on something?" I'd be like, "No, no, I wouldn't." Because if I thought I was getting hooked on it, I would just stop. Because I'm not interested in doing anything that's detrimental to me. I'm not interested in doing anything that's going to tank my life.
No, and neither am I really. But I'm like, I guess what we're analysing is that, like, one of the areas of distinction between our two natures. There are some things that are quite similar. It sounds like we're from pretty similar types of background. It sounds like that we both had negative experiences of a step parent. Like I don't know if that's true actually. If it was
my stepdad's actually a good guy.
Right. Like, but at the time I didn't.
But I did have negative experiences with my biological father. There was a divorce when I was very young. We moved around a lot. There was a lot of stuff along those lines, but it's just everybody that seeks exorbitant amounts of attention is fucked up. And if you want to go on stage, like, why would you want to go on stage? Like, what kind of a person wants that amount of attention?
What kind of psychopath metabolizes childhood trauma into, even though I'm really frightened of this, I'm going to go and do it. I'm going to stand up there and I'm going to trust that what I've got to say.
It's like this fucking weird idea that somehow or another not having a lot of attention when you were younger can all be fixed by getting a shitload of attention when you're older.
My house weren't warm enough when I was a kid. I always keep the heating up high now. But it's
now
too
I live
late.
in a sauna.
I'm staying in it. It's too late. That's already happened. Not time travel. It's not a time traveling sauna. Yeah, and like so, but it feels like somehow or another, one way or another, you metabolize that suffering into some kind of form of discipline and control. Is how it looks from the outside.
Yeah.
And for me, I collapsed into chemical dependency as soon as it came into my life. Like that was my religion.
Well, I found martial arts at a very young age, and so discipline became my addiction. And I got very, very, very fortunate that I went in that direction, because I grew up with a lot of guys that drank a lot, did a lot of drugs, and they went off in their way. And I didn't. I avoided all that. Throughout all high school, I barely partied in high school. I got drunk a couple times, I smoked pot a couple of times, and that was it. All throughout high school. My high school was filled with discipline. And all I did was train. I was a very weird kid in that regard. Like, socially, I was kind of an outcast. But I found through that path, it was like there was a clear road where I could be a better person and a happier person.
My wife pointed out something that wouldn't have been obvious to me as an outsider of martial arts, that a lot of martial arts people have a geeky component. There's something geeky about it. Like, you've got to study movement, you've got to understand it, you've got, like, there's a lot of art. You can nerd out on the moves, nerd out even on the kit and the aesthetics. And I feel like to have discovered that early in life, it's kept you within lines, I assume, where even the potentially combustible violent impulse has had somewhere to go. All of those things have been able to have been targeted. I, like, again, because of coming on here, you were the first person to talk about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I got into it. It's a difficult thing to start when you're 40 years old and you don't have I don't have an athletic background, but I'm a purple belt in Jiu-Jitsu now.
That's an amazing accomplishment. So congratulations on that. Because it's very difficult to start at 40. It's very difficult to get a purple belt. Getting a purple belt is like you're basically a black belt. You just need to put the time in. The difference between a white belt and a blue belt, the blue belt is like, okay, you're learning things. You now have an understanding of moves that's not just a beginner's understanding. Like, you know a path. When you get into someone's side control and you trap an arm with your neck, you know how to slide into that head and arm choke. It's natural, it's automatic. When you get to a purple belt, it's like you've got some serious shit. When you get to a purple belt level, you know how to set things up. You know how to set traps. You know how to use defensive tactics to initiate offense. The only difference between that and a black belt is honing the edge and continuing to put in the time. The difference between my game when I was a purple belt versus my game when I'm a black belt is that I just learn more moves.
5 more minutes, and then I'm going to do a weightlifting stream.
And then got a better understanding of what to do and what not to do, and much more
weightlifting stream number 158.
Just got better conditioned and stronger, and that got me to black belt.
Number 157.
You're at purple belt level, which is that's the great divide. That's what separates someone who just starts Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu with
I
someone.
don't know.
who
We'll
gets
do
black
maybe
belt,
like a
then
few
you
more
can-
runs.
You're in
But
the
I
green
really
zone.
I need to get
That's
this.
the threshold, is it? Because I found it to be
What am
a
I
good
doing?
place to be.
5.5 hours insane.
My teacher, Chris Clear, he's very dedicated.
So crazy.
teaching
Thanks for
the
watching.
black belt under,
Just
Roger
you watching
Gracie.
here makes me
I like,
money in terms of the ads and everything. Like really
for
appreciate.
me,
Thank
I
you.
moved in and out of it, you know,
As I
like,
said
not necessarily
earlier,
because of injuries, because
I
of
made
time.
$5
Sometimes because
in
part of me
ads,
still
Canadian,
holds
5
on to the
Canadian
idea of not
dollars
being crushed under
for a
somebody's
12-hour
shoulder.
stream on
And,
Thursday.
like,
So
when
thank
you
you
sort of, as
very
well,
much,
when you're
Twitch
like,
Turbo
my
users
weight,
and
I
everyone,
probably- I guess I weigh
subs,
80 kilograms. I look at
everybody,
Roll with maybe a
viewers.
blue belt that's like 10 or 15
I did it. I made the $5 ad goal per day. Thanks, Tree Antichrist, for keeping my thing open in the background. True.
Nice open gardens, things that are sort of pretty, but like I still have a reluctance to face the business end of jiu-jitsu, the grind, the harshness of that stuff sometimes, I guess. So my competence inhales and exhales, you know. Like when I'm doing it a lot, I feel very good about myself. It's
Yo, Big Toad, what's up, man?
Visualize something that for me as a quite cerebral man could just be conceptual.
Yeah, actually, I did some Bunker 1 essay. I got 28 seconds. My PB is 26, but I got 28. That's encouraging.
And then, but like with the thing is that
Aztec, not so much. We've been having good runs. We've been actually having really good
and
runs.
there's the idea of combat, and like I've obviously got some ego, you know. And when I experience, oh man, look at that. That's what it's like to be smashed. To get smashed. To be.
I think I might be done playing this actually. To be honest.
Like I still deal with that. The first time I got, even as a white belt, when someone like guillotine choked me out a couple of times, I was like transported back to childhood. I needed therapy. Someone's going, it's just a hobby that you're doing.
Oh my gosh. 142? Should I stop playing at 142? Oh my god. Just so terrible. 142 p.m. and I stop playing. Alright, at least play a couple more. I can't handle 142.
I never read that, but it was him that introduced me to Hero on Gracie when I trained with Corso. But what did he say about that choice?
Yeah, just what he's learning about his pursuit of this thing. And, you know, also, I think similar age when he started doing jiu-jitsu. He was in his 40s as well. And just trying to reconcile.
Speaking of working out, is the Power Tower 1 unit?
How difficult it is to get good at it. You know, but what a fucking amazing
Has it
What I mean, I
become
love
one
with people when, look, it's exciting. Like jiu-jitsu is exciting, but there's something very fascinating about
Still unpacking? That's
being
okay,
a
man.
Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt and rolling with someone and knowing they can't do anything to you. Like if I roll with some white belt and then they
That's a
kinda
workout
spaz
in
out
itself.
of me or something and they just grab me
They're probably
and
just
shit.
healing still from the friggin' move.
I've done all these numbers.
Oh yeah, from COVID.
All these
Right.
fucking constant days of training, like for so many years.
Dude, if I had to go to
Trained since
Scarborough and
19
then go to
I started training
Markham
in 1996.
and then had to go
I've been
home
doing it for
empty-handed
so long that it's such a
without a
beautiful
truck,
thing to have. And one of the beautiful things about
I would have
jiu-jitsu
gotten COVID too.
I mean, the real lessons, or the real.
Sorry, I don't mean to be
value is
an ass with that comment. I meant to
you
be
overcome adversity.
trying
and
to
it becomes
commiserate.
a tool for developing your human potential.
That's
Through
shit.
the struggle of like the physical struggle, the wanting to quit and not quitting, the developing.
Oh, what is this? Why? Why did I do that?
Ability to overcome adversity,
Yeah.
developing the mental fortitude. It's just this like incredible tool for managing the stress of life, because the regular life out there in the world is nothing compared to some big guy sweating in your mouth who's trying to fucking strangle you, which is like what happens. Or when someone gets you in a triangle and you got your fucking
What
arm
is
is
this?
here and the
What?
leg is
Why?
here,
It's so
like,
slow.
like it's so much worse
Chinese police
than
station.
most life, yet still somehow
No, I
enjoyable.
haven't.
You know, there's magic to it. It's just like there's very few things that are like jiu-jitsu in this
Have you
life
seen
that can give you those kind
during
of lessons.
COVID there was the
Also, the
government of
trend
Ontario
of
paying
our
for the
time is
shills
more
online, like
embodied.
$5,000,
It's more and more
$4,000 a
like
month.
Strap a
Yeah.
helmet on your head
Yes.
and life yourself off into the metaverse.
Yeah.
And like, if you think of how apes and comparable advanced mammals live in their bodies in such a short period of time ago evolutionarily, we would have been in our bodies like
Why?
that. It would
Yeah.
be normal
Why?
to play with like and establish hierarchy in that way, and to know what your body is capable of. Like I suppose for me, one of the things I've got is that paradox of thinking, oh man, I'm capable of doing these things with my body. Also, other people are capable of doing things with my body. I don't know next time I open my mouth in a moment of rage at a traffic light, who's going to step out of that car.
Right.
I don't know, like, because people surprise you.
Especially today. God, with the UFC, how many people know how to fight today? It's so much more dangerous. You get out of your car in 1970 and you see
Oh,
a
really?
guy who's just wearing shorts and a t-shirt,
Seriously?
no gun, no knife. You're like, oh, fuck
I
this
didn't
guy
know
up.
that.
But now, who the hell knows? See, some 140-pound guy might arm drag you and take your back and strangle you
Really?
unconscious in the middle of the road. Like, you
That's
really
funny.
can't take those chances anymore.
That's
There's
your
too many
fault,
people.
actually. You've popularised that. They were condemning you for ivermectin. What they should have said is, because of this guy, people everywhere know how to rear naked choke.
Chinese
It's a
democracy.
menace.
Yeah,
It's a menace in the highway.
There's a lot of
Chinese
people out there that
boys.
know, and a lot of women too that know how to do it. There's a lot of people that know how to strangle people, and I think that's a beautiful skill to know. It's always good to have that. It's always good to know what to do if a conflict emerges, because one of the beautiful things about jiu-jitsu as well is that unlike karate or a lot of other martial arts, you do it full blast. So the thing about sparring in kickboxing is like, man, if you spar full blast all the time, you're gonna get brain damage pretty fucking quick. You really are. So a lot of times when you're sparring, you're holding back
Why?
and protecting your opponents. So it's not the same anxiety level as a full-blown conflict. But jiu-jitsu is a full-blown conflict. If it's you and some other purple belt and you guys get heated and starts getting after it, and he's arm dragging you and he's got your leg and he's stacking you and trying to pass your guard, it's like, this is a real battle. You're giving 100% effort. And if you get in a compromising position, you get caught and tapped.
Chinese
okay,
police
you keep
station.
going. I mean, the ability to tap and the ability to submit someone and then keep going is amazing.
Yeah, you're right. The tap is the beauty, because the tap is the consent, and the tap sort of shows that the underlying thing is a camaraderie, and that this is a collegiate thing that we're undertaking together. Also, when you were talking about how much of the online hatred and angst likely comes from living a life where you don't express things, to know that I have, as part of my routine, experiencing trauma, experiencing another person's aggression, experiencing another person's strength, even though my ego don't like it when I'm submitted or bested, at least for me it's not abstract, the idea of the experience of physical combat, like it was for most of my life, other than like sort of normal fights when I was a kid. Like it's a lived experience, in the same way of when I very first experienced cold, it was before I met Wim Hof or before the popularisation of these ideas. I just jumped in a really cold lake once, because I once had a girlfriend that was an aristocrat. She had rolling estates. It was amazing. It was like falling into wonderland, frankly. And one time I jumped into this freezing cold lake and I heard the noise that came out of my body, kind of like, and I thought, oh wow, I can make that noise and my body can handle freezing cold. Like, if you think about it, we're disembodying ourselves, we're turning ourselves into atrophying little beings that don't know how to inhabit a body. And that it's, of course, as a martial arts expert, the thing that accompanies it usually is a respect for opponents, a respect for the body, not kind of showboating, aggressive, intimidating, bullying. That sort of thing gets meted out. It gets, like, as my teacher told me, that sort of stuff gets taken out of the culture pretty quick.
Secret
When someone
menu.
comes into the environment that exhibits those traits, that it's managed. And perhaps in a way that you might imagine among primates, those kind of behaviours would be managed. That if someone is overly aggressive.
That's probably one of the best ways that they could stop bullying.
McBrunch.
It sounds so counterintuitive. That sounds
What's
so
in it?
counterintuitive. But I think the thing you're saying about being disembodied is so.
What is it,
important
like some
too.
eggs
I
and a
think
burgie
that
or something?
Whatever you do that's
A
physical.
patty and some
it
eggs
doesn't
and
have
some
to be
bacon?
jiu-jitsu. It could be marathon running. It could be CrossFit. Whatever you want to do. Yoga. Difficult
Eggs,
things
beef, and hash browns.
force the
Insane.
mind
Hash
and
browns in the
body
burger?
to work together, 'cause the mind
That'd be
has to
crazy.
control the body
Can
while
you imagine
the
a
body
patty
is
of a hash brown in a
screaming to
burger?
stop.
That'd be
And
wild.
the mind is screaming to say, like, you have to
That
have
sounds so
almost like
fatty
a
though.
third
Oh my
part of
god.
it. You have a
The hash browns
physical,
must be so
you
insanely
have a
fatty.
mental, and then you have the discipline.
Well, I wonder what the
Discipline
fat
is
content
almost
of a
thing
hash
in
brown,
and of
McDonald's
itself.
hash brown
It's
is.
a
I never looked
thing
that up.
You know the mental wants to quit. So how do you tell
I'm
your
gonna Google
own
that right
mind
now.
not to quit? Like but it's you. I want to quit, so I should just quit. No. You have to
What
tell
is
you
the
not to
fat
quit. So who's telling me?
content
Who is
of
that
a
that's deciding this for me? I don't think
McDonald's
you get that without physical
hash
physical
brown?
struggle. And again, it could be
Wow,
running,
16
yoga.
grams
It's
of
like
fat.
physical
Insane.
struggle teaches you to be solid inside your thoughts and to maintain
crap.
the path. Stay on the path, even though it's hard
17
to do,
grams
which
of
is so
fat.
important in life. So many times in life,
Wow.
real progress comes from grinding it out. When
That's
you
like a
don't
double
want to.
cheeseburger.
When you
A
want
double
to quit,
cheeseburger
you
is 17
must
grams of fat.
understand that there's a
I
process
think.
and trust
I might
this
be wrong.
process. And the only way you trust this process is if you participated in it.
You're talking, I believe, about the spirit.
Only thing I
and
ever
the
order
word
off Chicken Menu is a
spirituality and the word
land, sea,
discipline
and
have
air
been
burger.
continually paired. Christ's followers are the disciples. It's a discipline. You have,
What
to,
is
you have to
that?
marshal the spirit. The spirit has to be
Filet-O
controlled,
fish,
otherwise the spirit will not
a
be
burger,
your friend. And I feel like the
and some chicken.
commodification and perhaps you could even argue feminization of spirituality.
No, it
Often
is
you have
not
Orthodox
that.
spiritualities that tend to be
It cannot
Christian.
be
I'm
that.
talking about the sort of the desert
It's
faith,
just
the
so
Christianity, the Judaism, and the Islam. Certainly
carnivoristic.
many people would argue that there's if not misogynistic, then
3
patriarchal,
animals in one.
aspects to that. It's interesting that New Age
Sorry.
spirituality is regarded as somewhat feminine, and
I
it's
do that
certainly
too.
by and large commodified. It becomes about purchasing a pair of leggings, purchasing a dream catcher or a crystal. It doesn't have that aspect of discipline.
Filet-O
It's
fish,
about the
a
ability
burger,
to prioritize
and
your
a
spiritual state over your
chicken
physical
fillet.
state. This is the deeper reality. What's happening in here, and when you start bringing up interdimensional travel and psychedelics, you start
Chicken
to recognize,
nuggets.
this is an important space for me. Interesting too, the way that the arguments around sex and gender have altered, because like the Andrew Tate phenomena has been an interesting one. But I've heard you talk about the sort of and certainly while there are outstanding crimes, I certainly wouldn't comment on any of those things and how they might play out. But if you leave a space in the culture where masculinity can be sort of embraced, loved, revered, celebrated, then different models are going to emerge that take up that territory, rather than looking at the masculinity isn't solely ugly.
It just shouldn't be connected to misogyny. The masculinity and misogyny, it shouldn't be that somehow or another, in order to be masculine, you have to hate women. That's just so ridiculous. That's so dumb. That's not real masculinity either. That's a foolish version of it that is set up for children. It's set up for dullards. It doesn't make any sense. Like, true masculinity.
The jump.
Like,
How is he
first of
not?
all, does
What?
that mean? Like, just
Why?
be whoever the
Why?
fuck you are. And if you happen to be a man, there's going to be certain things that you have. You're going to have a certain amount of aggression. You have a certain amount of anxiety. You have a
Okay, I'm
protection
gonna
instincts, and
do weightlifting
you've
stream
gotta
soon.
have control
Thanks for being here.
Over as much of your body and
Thanks for watching the
mind
ads.
as you can. And what's the best way
I
to do
told
that?
I
Well,
was
you have
saying
to
that my
experience
12-hour
adversity,
stream
and
the
you
other
have to-
day,
you have to execute with discipline.
I
You
made
have to do
$5
that on a regular
in
basis.
ads.
If you don't, you're not going to trust yourself. You're not going to count on yourself.
Thursday.
You're always going to have anxiety. You're always going to have to
I made
wonder
I made
whether
my
or not
goal
you
of
can pull
$5
through it.
in ads.
Like, one of the things about
Fish patty, beef patty.
cold or
It's
sauna
insane,
or
dude.
exertion, physical exercise is knowing you can force yourself to do it. Knowing you can
Oh,
force yourself
the
to do it.
fish patty.
Of forcing yourself to do something.
How
There's
much
so many
Amaranth
people out
makes,
there
yeah,
that
in
don't
ads
do that.
is insane.
Don't know whether they can force
But dude, like, I'm pretty excited about
don't
that.
know how to not quit. They
$5
don't
a
know
day?
how
If
to
I can
push
stream,
themselves.
if my viewers stick with me and,
that's why
you
there
know,
has to be a
just don't
spiritual
leave me because of these new
component.
ads that I put on. They stick it out with me and I put ad blocker and,
becomes kind of nihilistic.
you
and
know, I would,
celebrates
it's like, if I can make $5 a
becomes
day, that'd
only
be
about
crazy.
Furniture and an aesthetic. There's nothing real. It's got nothing behind it. We can
Obviously,
still
and
feel
then maybe
that
it's
now,
just
I
a
think.
start, right?
It's
Just
been
increase
hollowed out
viewership.
from
I'm going
within.
to be
The
starting some
institutions
Mario
are hollow. There's no
64,
values there. Like, and
some
like
0-star and
alluded
1-star
to
runs,
earlier,
probably
the
some
idea of a
1-star
sort
run.
of a potentially senile and
I'm gonna
decaying
learn. I gotta
presence.
learn the
It's like the
Lakitu
culture is
skip.
unconsciously telling you
I
when
gotta
this world is
learn.
falling apart. There are no real values behind it. They'll say that a war is humanitarian when we know that most
The
likely
lobby
imperatives
long
are
jump.
economic imperatives.
Just
and
like,
one
I gotta
way
learn
to
everything.
be to extract
I gotta learn the lobby long jump,
find
Lakitu
out.
skip,
So like the
and
service I
then
suppose that I don't
the
pay enough attention to and someone's given enough credence to is the possibility
everything
that you
else.
can reach
All the
individuals through media like
Bowser
this
long
and
jumps,
say that actually what you do is
lobby
important.
long jumps.
What
What
you
if I just
believe
get
in, the way
insanely
you
good at
treat
that long?
yourself,
What
the way
if
you
I
talk to
just?
yourself, the practices you
What if
undertake.
I'm
When
just
you
a
bring in
prodigy
one of
at
the
it?
Goliaths in that space, like
And I don't know it yet?
Goggins, someone who transformed themselves in ways I don't even understand still, from
I'm
a
just making that up.
300-pound person
Alright.
on a couch to at the absolute ultimate end of what is possible to do
2 hour?
militarily
Heck yeah.
is demonstration of that. And I suppose that what must be happening, as well as like the where you come at odds with the culture, it's observable. Like, you know, like the ivermectin moment. It's like, oh shit, what you said there, that the mainstream don't like that. Push back and crackle. But like elsewhere, there must be thousands, millions of messages about self-discipline, awakening, to do things for your body, eat healthily, awaken, take responsibility for yourself. Masculinity and femininity can cohabit successfully. It should never be about misogyny. All these ideas are reaching out there, and they're reaching people wouldn't typically be getting, I would say, such nuanced takes on
There's
complicated
signals,
ideas.
but people have to act on those signals, and that's the difference. There's a lot of those messages that are getting out there, but how many of them reach a person to the point where that person decides to act? The acting is what's most important, because the only lessons that you really generate from this stuff is actually engaging, actually taking the yoga class, actually going for the run, actually doing the CrossFit, actually doing jiu-jitsu, actually doing something. It's so hard to actually do something. It's one of the great problems that people have. And it's one of the reasons why there's so many hucksters out there that are selling motivation. There's so many people out there that they're motivational speakers. And meanwhile, they've done nothing.
Yeah.
They've done nothing of great note, nothing of great accomplishment. And all they're doing is they're finding this thing that people desire, and they're feeding it to people. Like, either giving a motivation. Those people, oftentimes you'll check in on them 5 years from now, 10 years from now. They're not doing anything any different.
Yeah, that's right. Because
action. You have to take action.
You have to take the action, and it
guys
usually
starting
involves
to change
suffering
plans?
and
Yes,
sacrifice.
yes.
And that's
Total change of plans.
So people don't
We're
want
signing
that.
off now,
They don't want
and
that information. Like, you can tell
we're not
people
doing
this
a workout.
but whether it's getting off drugs, becoming a
Change
stand-up
plans. We're going outside. We're enjoying the sun, the day.
publishing stuff in a
Thanks for being here so much.
Normally
I
it
really
means, like,
appreciate it, everyone.
incrementally, day
Let's
by
see who's
day,
online.
hour
Let's
by hour,
raid
session by
them.
session, you are going to experience
I really
a degree of
appreciate it.
suffering, whether it's
Yes.
physical, or the, you know, like early stand-up when you can't do it and you have to stand up for an audience and be shit and bomb.
The Retronomicon
I'm going
one.
to do it again. I'm going to do it again.
The
Like, that is unavoidable. And
Retronomicon
I suppose I
one.
don't want to only use the markers that are sanctioned as success, things that might bring you financial success, because God knows there are other ways of succeeding in this world, and truly, truly great people that don't enjoy the
Okay.
accolades of a culture that celebrates many, many things that I think are pretty vacuous.
Thanks for being here.
On the
Follow
level
him
of
on
the
YouTube too,
individual, as you say,
Retronomicon
if
1.
you're not willing to go to the mat or to the open mic or to the wherever it is you practice.
Yeah, you gotta do something. You gotta take action. And so many people are just stagnant, and they don't know how to act, and they don't have experience doing it, and so they just stay home. And again, the disembodiment thing. They put on headsets, or they sit in front of the computer, or they sit in front of the television, or they sit in front of their phone, and they don't act. And you're gonna be depressed. It's not good for you. It's not a natural, normal way for people